we look at the Split 1 Open Finals, it's safe to say that 3 out of the 4 teams that qualified for Mobile Challenge came from the region of Japan, right? We have both Zeta Division 0 and 1 qualifying. So now we are trying to look for if there's anyone that can still hold the torch for the region. And I have no doubt that Winter is going to be one of the teams to look out for just because they come from the Japanese region. Now, we still also got to take a look at who they are going up against. It's none other than Baby Bear Cubs. Yao Ye, Viv Choi, Eagle Storm, and Crazy Kid. These guys played in the Split 1 Open Finals, but didn't make it far enough to qualify. So they're back for a second round.
Yep, definitely a redemption story for Baby Bear Cubs, because, you know, you can't just be intimidated by the cuteness of the baby bears, but remember, polar bears, they are still going to be a big meanie, and the moment they get their sight onto their victim, they're going to have their target long, and it's going to be on the Brawl stage itself for them to put all they have onto the table against all the teams that is going to be playing today.
Yeah, and here's a quick question, right? So between a grizzly bear, a polar bear, and a panda, which bear would you prefer to die to?
Which bear do I prefer to die?
Okay, I feel like that's too grim. Which bear is your favorite bear?
I would say a black bear, but
well, I'll take the black bear, but of course this is all made possible by sponsor Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. And to these guys, winning is everything, because it's not just about winning the Open Finals, it's about making it to the Mobile Challenge and eventually to Masters, to the international stage. But aside from Snapdragon Elite Gaming, we also have to thank Monster Energy for allowing everyone to unleash the beast. Check them out at monsterenergy.com. So you prefer to go for the black bear, right? And I want you to share this thoughts with everyone else in our Discord channel, because that's where every community member is a part of a conversation. Just discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. So if you don't like black bears, you can join the Discord and let him know that you don't like black bears. I personally would go for something that is not a bear, because I gave you 3 choices, but I didn't say that you can't make up a 4th choice. Right? So personally for me, I'll get back to I would take koala any day.
It's still a bear. It's still a bear.
Is koala a bear?
That's a question for everyone on viewing to like decide, is it a bear or is it not? But it does have the qualifications for it.
Hold on. So what are the qualifications to be a bear?
Because koala has qualifications.
Oh, we're in for a long day. Oh god.
It definitely is going to be a long day.
We're in for a long night. Okay, I'll give you that one. That's a good dub from you.
Yep. Definitely we also want to know from the BM casters as well, like which bear are they, like, you know, choosing on, like, which side are they amongst, you know, the black bear gangs, or, you know, polar bears, the white, you know, white bear supremacies.
Yeah, they do have interesting ideas on, you know, the type of brawlers that we can expect to see in this current meta. I know we went through kind of a shift, you know, in the past few months. Coming to this, I want to get your thoughts on that. Which brawler do you think that we would see most often, especially when we kind of have a new ban system right now that allows teams to be a bit more, not just flexible, but also need to be a bit more thoughtful of who they take out.
Definitely, the ban system is going to be very, very interesting. It's going to be very impactful for teams that is very mechanical. If they can't shift their play style on the lineup itself, it's just going to be very, very... It is going to hurt the way how they're going to play. But just thinking on the meta itself, recently is some of the brawlers that can't really stand in front of like for the tanks itself, like Primo is being nerfed down. It's still playable, but I still feel like there is other brawlers that can be pulled into the lineup. They still can be played. We have seen Buzz being, you know, buzzing around. If it lands, it lands. But if Buzz don't land, that's it feels like a handicap.
Yeah, it does feel like so, because in the Split 1 finals, in the Split 1 Open finals, we actually didn't see any Buzz at all. Kind of a minor surprise. We did see some Ashe, so where do you think Ashe stands right now in the meta?
Ashe, you still it's viable to pick up. That's the thing about Ashe, it's viable to pick up, but right now I feel like the meta has been shifted slightly more towards some impactful brawlers that goes up to your face and really just brawl out. Because some of the brawlers like Crow, you still can play Crow because it jumps in towards the back line, it jumps right into you. But then the moment it jumps into you, what's your safety? Is your team able to catch up with momentum? Because we have seen a lot of times like some of the teams from Japan, they play all this super hyper active lineup, hyper aggression lineup that pushes the enemy, they push them with a lot of pressure from the start itself. But the moment the opponent gets a head start to really have a defense setup, it kind of fall apart. We have seen previously Crazy Lagoon did that. We have seen Zeta try it out. They dropped a couple of rounds before this really long ago. I'm not sure is it still viable, but if you are able to keep up the momentum, you are able to keep up the pressure, you are able to jump and just, you know, it's almost like spawn killing, you know? You must stand in their spawn and just keep on forcing them into going on the spawn reset.
Yeah, I feel like if you get spawn kill, that's possibly it, you know, for the round. But here we have the map pool and also the bans coming up from both teams. We look at the map pool first, right? We start out with Siege, go to Hot Potato, and afterwards, you know, there's Layered Cake. For Bounty is Ring of Fire, and afterwards we go Gem Grab, Double Swish, and at the end of the day, we go to Gold Arms Gouge. But for the bans, we see, you know, the Colonel Ruffs. I think that is one of the few brawlers that I really have my eyes on, because it has been such a popular pick in the Split 1 Open Finals. Provides a lot of utility. His sandbags are always very useful, but the emphasis on the bans is something that surprises me a lot. What do you make of this?
Yeah, just looking at the ban itself, they are playing like the way how Winter is going to play out. They are going to play a bit much more aggressive. The way they are going to put pressure onto Baby Bear Cubs, or you can just call them BBC. I'm not sure BBC is ready for this lineup. If they're going to pick anyone that's going to be super aggressive, an assassin that is able to jump right in front. Damage is there for the side of Winter, but Baby Bear Cubs, they need to respond to this lineup that is coming out from the Winter side, because I'm not sure how they're going to handle it on Hot Potato. Just looking at the map itself, looking at the mode sequence, a lot of pressure could be coming up from the side of Winter. They're going to put a lot of pressure just to secure the first and second map itself, especially the modes is in advantage. Baby Bear Cubs needs to be careful on what they are picking up.
Yeah, and when we see both Barley and Spike, both long range brawlers with decent zone control, you know, being kind of the options for Baby Bear Cubs, but the one thing that they lack right now is someone to go for those long range skirmishes, right? Someone that it comes to mind, the Byron, the Bell, the Piper, these are brawlers that can provide those artillery. But for Baby Bear Cubs, they decide to go with the Stu, and Stu is one of those few brawlers that when it burst out onto the scene, when it just got released, super popular, had a bit of a drop off, got replaced by Max, but now we see Stu back. And on the mode, on Hot Potato, it feels like a very odd map to have Stu on.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Picking up the Stu is just something that's, I'm not gonna say questionable. It's just like, this just starting up the day, you know, a warm up for them. Hot Potato.
You gotta understand, they will be stuck with this draft until Hot Potato ends, right? So,
yeah.
And there we go. Now we see the Max for Winter, and that makes it even more worrisome.
Yeah.
Because Max does help the team, and if you have a speed boost from Max, you have someone to cover long ranges like Brock. But what concerns me is the M's that Winter has picked up for themselves. You pair that up with Max, you run straight at Barley and Spike. These are the two brawlers that have no chance against an M's that is just bulldozing her way towards them. So would you say that this favors Winter a bit more for Hot Potato?
I would say it's 75% in the back for the side of Winter with this kind of lineup going up against Baby Bear Cubs. But to put that statistic for reality, we will be jumping into the game. This is the first set, the first round and the first game of the day. Winter going up against Baby Bear Cubs. We do see that Winter will be playing for the blue side. Meanwhile, Baby Air Cups will be playing from the red side. Ooh, good pick off. It's going to be a 3v2. Stu is in danger, but holding on. The side of Winter, they are still able. They are chipping on. 73% is the health
control, but it's been Eagle Storm just disintegrates under Levi's, the M's, this aerosol spray. It's causing so much problems, and we kind of foresaw this from the get-go, right? When Baby Bear Cubs went for two long-range, brawlers, the Barley and the Spike, it doesn't allow them to break through this front line. And all Levi does right now is to stand in front and just whittle down that save. I don't think Baby Bear Cubs have any solution to this. They have the Incendiary from Battleman's Brock, and there's just a slow burn for the first round.
Yeah, definitely a slow burn to a cold weather by Winter. But as I said, the way how Winter play, they're going to put on the pressure. They're going to jump into your line. They're not going to care on how you're going to play. But for the side of Baby Bear Cups, the lineup, the composition that they brought onto for the first game, it's just like, it's too weak, it's too soft that you play this lineup. So we have to go again. But it's going to be really, really hard for Baby Bear Bricks to hold on to this. It's going to be really, really hard on how they're going to defend this at all costs. Levi and the boys, they are just going to burn it down, and we are at 50% health. This is just, a walk in the park for the side of Winter. Batuman has to go for the reset. But I'm not sure what Baby Bear Cubs can do at this point. They might have to drop this round as well and just go for the next one.
Yeah, and I think for Baby Bear Cubs, it's pretty much a dunzo right here, right? There's nothing much to say about that. I felt like the issue started right from the brawler choices, that the draft felt like it was a bit of a doozy, and it really showed true. And remember, if those who have witnessed the Split 1 Open Finals, you might think that, wait, what happened? Aren't we playing a BO5? So there's been a slight change of that, right? We are playing a best of 3 in a best of 5 set, so means that each set now ends quicker, and if you start with the wrong draft, this is what's going to happen. You get punished so hard. And for Baby Bear Cubs, they've already been dealt the first set loss.
Yeah, the first set, it's going to hurt Baby Bear Cubs, especially with a BO3 of a BO5. It's going to be more of a mental game. It's not going to be a marathon. Like previously it was a BO5 of BO5,
right?
Which is like, it's going to be longer. Okay, you can make more mistakes. But BO3 or BO5, you can't go with mistake. You have to select the right brawlers. You have to play the right strategy. You have to make sure that the composition that you're going to go up against the opponent is going to be the right and the strong one. And picking two brawlers that's going to sit back and, okay, you deal damage, you zone them out. But what if they come onto your face? They don't stand up and tell you, say, okay, what are we going to do next? What are we going to be doing?
It feels like an either or, right? It's either you take the Barley, take the Spike, and you put someone else in front. I felt like perhaps the Max would have made a bit more difference. I don't know. The Stu, you can kind of understand the theory, but unfortunately, Stu is a pretty selfish brawler at its core. So for Baby Bear Cubs, not able to fix those holes, and we're not able to plug those holes, and we see Winter just run over them just because of a draft difference. But like you mentioned, right, this could just be the warm-up for Baby Bear Cubs. And even if they lose this set, even if they lose the entire series, you still have the lower bracket run. But of course, to go to the lower bracket is another challenge on its own. So hopefully when we go to the next map for Baby Bear Cubs, they get to switch things up a bit. Look at the draft again, pick brawlers that can actually synergize with one another, because set number 1 doesn't feel like that way.
Yeah, set number 1 just feels like a hunt from the side of Winter. Winter comes in harsh, cold, remorseless, just going onto the base itself, and the base, they have to weather through the Winter.
Bear.
Maybe they didn't bring the polar bear out. They just misjudged the weather, but they have to bring out the polar bear. They have to bring out the polar instinct in them. Cold-hearted killers, they have to bring that out from their lineup. They have to just, you want to play fire with fire, just fight fire with fire. But in this case, just, play cold with cold.
Have you experienced Winter before?
Yes, I did.
How was it?
It's definitely cold. It's, well, as its name is Winter, is cold.
Yeah.
Unless you are not talking about the cat Winter, of which is cat. But Winter is cold, it is harsh, it's remorseless, it's like a girlfriend that you do not want. Just that.
That's called an ex-girlfriend. That's not Winter.
Some people they are
s-
into the people that it's harsh.
You
I'm
gotta-
not saying masochist, but then
No. You had to understand this, right? You had to understand. I don't know where I'm going with this, but bear with me. You have to understand that some people might not like winter, right? Because it's cold. Some people are just not good with the cold weather, with the temperature.
Yep.
But there are certain things that you can only accomplish when it's that season. For example, skiing,
okay.
building a snowman,
Mm-hmm.
collecting snowflakes, something like that, right? Ex-girlfriend doesn't give you. What I'm saying is winter is better than ex-girlfriend. You do not tarnish the seasons with someone that you don't want to be a part of your life. But now, we go to layered cake, and we realize that baby bear cubs, they have eliminated the max. But does that solve the problem? Is another question.
Yeah, you eliminate the problem in previous, but I feel winter, the team, they can pick up someone else. They have a lot in their arsenal. They're gonna steal the Brock away. This is gonna be, it's gonna be better lineup. A good start from the side of Baby Bear Cubs. I'm gonna give them props and points for that. Especially, this is going to be on Layer King. It's going to be really, really more of like how you hook and poke. You just want to zone people out from this one.
Winter most likely would be looking at the Piper. They have the next two picks, so looking at someone like a Piper, a Bell. You can go for the Colonel Rubs for layered cake for Bounty, one of the more preferred brawlers. The Byron is also a good selection. With that healing / damage over time, Winter's long range wars, it does allow Winter to stand in front. And what we saw from Hot Potato is that they have someone that is willing to be that front line, and Byron is perfect to have to protect those front lines. This time they bring out the Stew, which on layered cake I think makes a bit more sense. It gives yourself a bit more skirmishing capability. Let's see what Baby Bear Cubs have in mind for the last two picks.
Yep. Winter definitely they are picking up based on what they're gonna play, and I don't know, it feels like a slight lesson that Winter is giving to Baby Bear Cubs. That this is how we're gonna play Stew. This is how we're gonna execute it. Can Baby Bear Cubs hold on? It's going to be a question on how the positioning of Stu going to be. This is going to be the one that I think a lot of people will be looking at. What's the positioning of Stu? Is it going to be in frontliner that is going to jump in, do as much damage, jump back out, let the rest of the teammates just continue healing in the damage as well?
Yeah, and we see Baby Bear Cubs going for someone with a displacement. Right, and that's where we see the Gene come in, and now we have the Sprout, so it does limit the mobility of a Stew because of that super, right? You block off those access points, you create this impassable terrain, and you allow Gene to kind of grab the target, and this is why we say that Winter wants that Byron, someone that can play in front. And early on we talk about the Ashe, and now we see the Ashe brought out by Winter, and we see a bit of a problem for Baby Bear Cubs. There is actually now no one that can effectively kill the Ashe other than the Brock. But if the Ashe gets on top of you, it's going to spell trouble. It's also one of the few brawlers that the Genie doesn't want to grab with the super.
Definitely. Stu and Ashe, I think the main objective is just going to position themselves well, able to jump in onto the Brock. The Sprout and Jin, I'm not sure what are they able to do, but we have to figure it out as we go in Winter. They are 1 point ahead. Meanwhile, Baby Bear Cubs, they are trying to get their first point onto the bot itself.
Yeah, Eagle Storm, he is not going anywhere. A good takedown, and that's where the Ashe is about to go in. Levi just picks up another kill for himself, and the problem has already started, right? Sure, you have the Sprout, you're blocking out all those access points, but spawn killing.
Yeah.
We're seeing this. Then the Byron is keeping the Ashe top down. Now the question is, will the Ashe go? Never mind. The Ashe just went down 5 stars over to Baby Bear Cubs. But we see Baby Bear Cubs getting confined on their own side of the spawn. Battleman makes it out alive. And regardless of all of that has happened, Winter is still in the lead.
Yeah, Winter still in the lead. The Ashe 360, no scope.
He's stacking up the passive.
Yeah. Just gonna stand there and try to buy time. But it forcing Baby Bear Cubs to come out. It forces them into a very a position that they do not want to play with. They managed to take down Levi. That's a good objective. They have to go for next for the side of Baby Bear Cubs. They have to hunt for more.
My goodness, they actually can't even get the Ashe. And you know, Ashe is one brawler that you don't want to grab with the G Super, but if you want to grab Levi, it's sort of really hard because he's a stew, right? He has that mobility, and Battleman, no chance of grabbing him. We gotta get through his teammates first. This is basically a 1 versus 3. I feel like Winter, they are flexing a bit on Baby Bear Cubs, but you gotta be careful though, because Baby Bear Cubs, they just need one more kill to win this one. And the Ashe is in a bit of danger. They're pelting him with ammunition. But you have Battleman to heal him up, and Winter, they're kind of pulling the strings a bit. In just a millisecond, they win out 15 to 13. It's a bit of a close call, but to be very honest, Winter would have won that hands down.
Yeah, a bit of flex, I do agree with you, but the way how Winter is playing is just, it's cold, it's harsh, it's, you know, as you say, flexing towards the enemy, Baby Bear Cubs. I feel like there's still a bunch of Winnie the Pooh, small cups just eating honey, just waiting for the right time. But they had the right strategy. They just need to execute it with more confidence this time.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty hard when you are cornered in that manner. As we see Winter just run them down at spawn once more, given the thumbs down, given that we're gonna take a trophy, you know, just throw out those emos, right? When Baby Bear Cubs, they played, well, Winter were playing with a handicap, and Baby Bear Cubs couldn't close it out. And now you have this menace of Winter coming straight at your face. We talk about the Japanese region, the region of Japan being one of the best regions we have. But I feel like this is a very brutal beatdown. Baby Bear Cubs, if they went out in a close call in the Split 1 finals, this one might not even seem close.
Yeah, no, maybe Baby Bear Cubs, we give them a benefit of doubt. They just want to go down to the lower bracket and give them a run from there. But
this is brutal.
This is brutal.
These are kids. Look, I know Brawl Stars is a colorful game. You know, you got interesting characters, but I highly encourage you guys to look away from your screens right now. Yeah. Because this is hard to watch. I mean, 34. Okay, take a guess. We have 35 seconds left. How many stars will Winter get by the end of this? I'm gonna make a guess right now. 54.
54. I'm gonna put my number on 69.
I don't think we have enough time to get there, but sure, right? We'll see if we. All right, they start. We're not even gonna get close to 54. In fact, let's make a guess. Will Baby Bear Cubs get more than 10 stars?
I'll say no, but you can.
It might change.
I'm going to stay with my decision that they won't pass 10, but you know, it's the experience that counts. It's the effort they put in, you know. You have to give them the consolation prize.
I feel like you just counted them out of this open finals way before this best of 5 ends. But with that being said, I mean, Winter, they have just won themselves the second set.
Yeah.
Yeah, so one more set and they proceed the upper bracket semis. The numbers, to be very fair, the numbers don't really tell the full story, right? Baby Bear Cubs, they did a bit more damage in total compared to Winter, but majority of those damage are chip damage that Winter is recovered with the Byron Hill. 63 stars in total compared to 22. This really tells a completely different story.
Yeah, you know, have you heard the fairy tale? You know, there's 3 bears: the baby bear, mama bear, and the papa bear. You know, Baby Bear Cubs is just going through that phase. It's too hot, it's too cold, it's just right enough. Third time might be the charm. They might get the first point on the board. You know, we have to give the benefit of that. You have to give them some hope. I believe Baby Bear Cubs, they can do it. If they can't, they're gonna make my prediction of them running from the lower brackets itself a reality.
Yeah, well, you seem very invested, so I'm gonna let you tell me, what do you think the Baby Bear Cubs have to do in the upcoming round and upcoming set to keep themselves alive in this upper bracket? Because it really seems super grim.
Hear me out. Hear me out.
Alright,
okay.
I'm
okay?
listening. I'm listening.
It's going to be 3 brawlers. I feel like they can pick up.
Mhm.
They can pick up the bus, and then
Okay.
they can pick up Frank and El Primo and just go ham. Just go into the face of the enemy and just deal as much damage as they can. Because it's all Hail Mary from this point. Because if they don't win, we're gonna see them at the lower bracket.
Mhm.
That's it.
And they say-
Just go ham. All tanks go in, do all they can. If they can't go get a point or get something on the board, it's just over for them. They're gonna run from the lower bracket.
Yeah. We say it's going to be an interesting evening with all these Brawl Stars action, but we are seeing a complete and utter beatdown by Winter so far. But this is potentially the last set of the series. Go to the Ring of Fire for Hot Zone. Winter, they gotta get the first pick again, but my attention once more lies on Baby Bear Cubs. They get the Sandy, one of the most popular brawlers when it comes to Hot Zone because of their super. But is it enough though?
I don't know. Baby backups, the way how they want to play it, they might want to go super aggressive. They just if they go play on the tempo of Winter, I'm not sure are they able to hold out Winter on Salt, especially Ring of Fire. You want and Hot Zone and stuff. You want to collect as soon as possible the positioning, the place that you want to play on the map itself. Are you able to hold on to the zone? Are you able to flank your enemy? Are you able to create that space? They picked up the Crow from Baby Bear Cubs. I feel like the Crow is just a sign, a bad omen for them that it's just gonna be hard. We have to see. We have to see what Winter is gonna play.
Yeah, I just want to say that Winter are literally flexing right now. If set 2 wasn't a big enough flex, this one definitely is, because we see the Jeanette, we see the Lola, one of the few newer brawlers, right? Especially Lola, I think we only saw her twice. Split 1 open finals, and both times we saw Lola, it ended with a loss for the set. But in this case, Winter have a lot of breathing room. They can try out whatever they want. This is the true mechanics check from Winter. They're issuing a challenge. They say that we're going to check your mechanics. We're going to see how good you are when it comes to taking those fights. We beat you in terms of draft. Let's beat you in terms of mechanics. They ended off with a Colonel Ruffs. That does give them some utility to work with. But now Baby Bear Cubs, they get the last pick. They saw the whole draft on Winter. You said you wanted a frontline for them. Which one you think is going to be the best choice?
I feel like they can pick up Frank or El Primo right now. They have to pick up someone who stands in front.
But we see a Bell. Well, okay, I think it does make a bit sense, right? Bell, one of the better better brawlers to deal with the sandbags on Colonel Ruffs, just because your attacks, they do bounce. And it does give them those long-range firing power, which I think Baby Bear Cubs desperately need. Now it brings back the question, how do they play this Ring of Fire? Because you have a lot, you have that long range from Jeanette, you have this mid-range from Lola, and at the end of the day, if you want to get through the front line, there's Colonel Ruffs. But we will find out, because this is Ring of Fire, there is only one Hot Zone in the middle. And Baby Bear Cubs, if they want to win, they're going to make sure that they start with taking down Winter first. And as I say that, Winter, they've already got the control of their zone.
Yeah. I was about to say before we jump into the game, Baby Bear Cubs, they're going to play the retake situation. I'm not in favor of that, because it just throws the whole game, the whole tempo and the momentum to the hands of Winter. They can dictate. They can just walk into the zone and hold on. Colonel Ruffs can just, sandbag, not literally sandbagging them, but then they can just sandbag and just hold on to the hot zone. I don't know. My question is, will Baby Bear Cubs get 10%?
I mean, look at Jeanette. Just jetpacks. Look at that. It's. I mean, this is like a New Year fireworks show. Right? It's bit brutal. But so we have draft check completed. This is the mechanics check. Not going well for Baby Bear Cubs. In fact, guess what? Round 1 is pretty much in the bag.
Yep.
And Winter knows that.
Yeah.
So one last celebratory flight from their Jeanette, and Winter are 1 round away from winning their first series in the upper bracket.
Yeah, winter, I don't know, it feels like a snowstorm for the side of Baby Bear Cubs. It just keep on blowing and blowing, and it just hills them very badly, and they have to hunker down. But how much can they hunker down? This is the last chance, and the first initiation for the side of Winter, they get the points. This time, I'm gonna ask, will they get 10% again?
10%? No, not really. I don't think they call themselves winner, but I feel like we are looking at a blizzard right now. This is not looking good at all. Victroy gets onto that. All right, 10%. they have done the first step, but Winter immediately gets back control. They set out those sandbag barricades right in front of Baby Bear Cubs' base. Again, the eagle from Battleman, the Lola eagle, giving them the extra firepower. And once more, Baby Bear Cub finds himself literally being showered by artillery, the airstrike from the Jeanette. There's nothing that Baby Bear Cubs can do. I hate to say this, but they gotta get ready for that lower bracket run because Winter have just ran away with this first series. I mean, 3 sets in a row without dropping a single round in a most convincing fashion.
Yup, and I feel like, Baby Bear Cubs, they should let it go, just like how Elsa said, just let it go. It's all over as Winter, they are sealing the deal, covering them in ice and snow, and that's it, Baby Bear Cubs. Congratulations, you guys are gonna try to make your run in the lower brackets.
Now I'm worried, what am I gonna ask Winter later on? Like if we get to talk to the players, I feel like I'm just gonna say like, do you think you can win the whole thing? And you're gonna say yes. But end of the day, we start the evening off by witnessing how strong the regional Japan is. Still strong as ever. They gave us an introductory taste of what the region is all about. And mind you, just to remind everyone out there, if you're wondering where is their division, they've already qualified for Mobile Challenge, so they're not going to be playing in the open finals, but that doesn't mean that Japan has ran out of superstars this year. The Winter has just proved that in a brutal takeover of this best of 5.
Well, Winter is coming and Winter has arrived. Baby Bear Cubs, the polar bear, did not survive. They had just passed out on extinction to the Winter, the cold itself. They are going to drop down to the lower brackets. It's going to be a different gameplay because it's do or die. You can't drop any more from there. If the moment you drop more from there, you're going to just drop out from the tournament. As I said in my quote,
go big or go home.
Yeah, go big or go home. It's like, just do all you can. Put the best lineup that you have. Don't play into your enemy's lineup. Don't play into the tempo. Don't play into how they're gonna play. Play your game. Play the style that you want, and just force your enemy. Always force your enemy into your game style, because the moment you force yourself into playing the enemy game style, you're just responding every single time. And we've seen the third mode itself. It's just going to be, how they are just going for the retake situation.
Yeah, and it's a tough loss for Baby Bear Cubs, but for Winter, they got off with a great victory, and it's all made possible by Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. An emphatic and triumphant victory for Winter, in fact. But of course, alongside Snapdragon Elite Gaming, we also have Monster Energy that allowed them to unleash the beast. So remember to check these guys out. House Monsters are really awesome. And that was just the first set. We are playing the entire Open Finals today, so we will find out who the champions are. But if you guys have your thoughts, you guys want to take a shot at who you think is going to win this Split 2 Open Finals, do join our Discord at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series and leave your thoughts there. Share it with all the community members, whether you like the season of Winter, whether you think Koala is a bear, or whether you think that Baby Bear Cubs can make that lower bracket run. Just drop all your comments, drop all your thoughts. We'll be watching.
Yeah, definitely it's going to be interesting. As Winter has passed by, we'll be going for a short break. We need to get warmed up for more of the Brawl Stars. This is going to be really, really crazy. See you guys.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep a 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have a spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose again. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Double level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On a double level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. Turbo time. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. place where dreams come true. Where everything you want is yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is sin. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with you, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt. So show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. What's next? I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' play out the block. I don't look like Paul. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in a long light. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high rises, high tide. My crowd and you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Don't step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Give me that crown, I need that now, right
rap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series for Brawl Stars. This is the Split 2 Open Finals. We just finished our first series, a rather quick one between Winter and Baby Bear Cubs, where Winter just basically summoned a blizzard and took a trio. I'm Husky alongside Adrian, or known as Ooh the Magical. I still remember you by that handle, but I'll try to remember your actual name. But coming up, we have the upper bracket round 1. Another best of 5, and I first of all we gotta do a quick recap, right? Because we still have to talk to our our winners from Winter. But what are your thoughts of that series?
Well, the thoughts that I have in mind is like just basically they for Baby Bear Cubs, they got outdrafted from game 1 all the way until the end itself. The ban itself was really good for the side of Baby Bear Cubs, but for the side of Winter, the way how they play was just remarkable.
Yep, and it's definitely remarkable because now we get to talk to one of the players from Winter. It's Yotan. Hello, welcome onto the broadcast. First of all, congratulations for winning that first best of 5. Still a long journey to qualify for Mobile Challenge, but I want to quickly ask you, how do you feel after that win?
まず最初に1試合目の試合お疲れ様でした。まず試合を終えて率直な感想をお願いします。
はい、まず1試合目ちゃんと勝ち切ることができたので良かったと思ってます。
Yeah, we're just really relieved that we were able to grab that first win.
Well, I think it's very quick, and yeah, I feel like, you know, with how fast that series, you know, ended, I think, you know, probably they don't feel too much of a challenge. I mean, from what we've seen, it really was kind of a cakewalk. But you said early on that you might have something that you want to ask our player.
Definitely, it's like for Team Winter, which team do you guys like do not want to match up in the whole series? Like a team that you guys might not want to go up against.
そうですね。まずウィンターがチームとしてちょっとこのチームと当たりたくないなっていうチームありますかね。
特に自分はないって感じですね。どこでもちゃんと勝ち切る自信はあります、今のところ。
Yeah, to be honest, personally, I don't think we have a team that we don't really want to fight against.
See, so
we're quite...
you can clearly see that that region is very competitive. You know, there's some names that you still have to give respect to. I believe that there's still a long journey for Winter, you know, for the entire team. So one last question before we send you off, Yotan. Moving forward, would you say that you guys still have a lot to show for this evening? You know, do you still have a lot of surprises up your sleeves for the rest of your opponents?
まだ大会はまだ続くと思うんですが、まだそのチームとしてまだそのいろいろ戦略だったりその見せることは見せることはありますかね。その
まあチームで今までずっとやってきたんで連携して3人で勝ち切るとこしっかり勝ちたいなって感じです。
Yeah, so we're just we are quite confident in our teamwork, and I think we believe that we will go through the tournament quite easily.
All right, excited to see what you guys have left for us. It's still going to be a long evening, but we wish you guys all the best. Thank you, Yotan, for being here with us. Gotta prepare for your next series. We'll see you guys in a bit. Quick, short, humble, a lot to prove. And I think Winter are well on their track to make it to Mobile Challenge. They just need to win one more best of 5, honestly, and they will have qualified themselves in the top 4.
Yep, definitely, especially in the Japan region. Of the Japan alone, there's so much potential. There's so much competitions amongst the team. Whether it's not an official tournament or it's a screen between teams, they still make it happen, and they're gonna make it. It's going like there's a lot of space for them to grow.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes it so much. This Snapdragon Pro series just allows them to have a competitive platform to showcase what they're made of. But let's take a look at the updated. We have Winter against Sang up in the first upper bracket series, but we also have Rising Sun Esports and Team Wood, who managed to beat their opponents almost in a clean fashion. Rising Sun Esports won 3-0 and Team Wood won 3-1. But down in the lower bracket, that's where Baby Bear Cubs will have to face off against Geek Fam, and FA Rocket will have to take on Fluffy. But if I remember correctly, I think we're looking at Rising Sun Esports taking on Team Wood for the upcoming best of 5. So this is going to be very interesting because you actually came in with some pretty fun facts before the broadcast start about Rising Sun Esports.
Yep, definitely Rising Sun Esports. The team roster, can take a look. It consists of some of the veteran Aaron, Rohei, Wahochi, and Aero. We have seen them so many times. We have seen them lift up the titles as champion. They are definitely a force not to, you have to give them the respect. You have to give them all they can, because all of them, they were so good as a mechanical player. They are able to dish out as more as they can. And if I'm not mistaken, this lineup, they're previously from Jupiter. It's like the best of the best, not only on the region itself, but on a global status.
Yeah, and we have seen this particular roster go up against the likes of Zeta Division time and time again. I remember back in last year, Rising Sun Esports also was the team that really gave Zeta Division a run for the money, and to see that this roster hasn't changed a bit, to see that these guys stick together, only coming under a new name, that's what makes it so much more entertaining. But they're taking on familiar faces. Team Wood, we have X9J, we have Aaron, we have Razel, and we have CZK, and some of these guys have been on the world stage. Some of these guys have lifted the championship trophy, and this is where the veterancy really comes in. Team Wood, when they played in the Split 1 finals, they were not known as Team Wood. They were, I believe, were not able to qualify, or at least CZK's team was not able to make it through. But here he is, back for round number 2.
Well, I have to believe that Team Wood, especially with the helm of CZK, he alone actually managed to do some damage. It kind of gives the players, especially from right now Rising Sun's side, a bit of run of the gun. Because CZK, he managed to do what a lot of teams that can't think can be done by defeating them. But CZK, this time with a different lineup, can they do it? Can they defeat a similar opponent that they have?
Yeah, and if you guys have some thoughts on that, do remember to post all your comments, share all your thoughts on social media using the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series. And if we find it interesting enough, you might stand a chance to be featured on broadcast. But the most important thing is that we want to hear your opinions. We want to hear your takes on the matter, because it matters not just to us, but also to the players, right? This is what it is to be a community. Rising Sun Esports, they've been here a lot of times, but Team Wood, they might have made it last time, but I can definitely say that we are in for a series. We predicted all 4 Japanese teams to be in the top 4, but guess what? Team Wood is here to break that norm, to break the stereotype, and this is where we need your help to vote in Twitch chat which team you think is going to win this best of 5.
Yeah, definitely. this best of 5, this series, this matchup, Rising Suns Esports going up against Team Wood is going to be, I have to put it a split 50-50.
Oh, we're actually going for 50-50?
Yeah, this time it's going to be 50-50. I have to see the lineup, but just based on the team matchup, it's 50-50. It's either CZK team Wood able to do a 3-2, or Rising Sun Esports is able to do the 3-2. It's going to be on the line, and I feel it's going to be on the last mode, on the last map itself.
Okay, so for me, I still think that Rising Sun Esports has proven a bit more over time, right? The consistency has always been there, whereas we look at Team Wood, it is kind of a mixed bag of veteran and new faces, right? They don't really have that dominance that they had when they were once Team Flash. When we look at Cool DH, when we look at CZK, when they were all still together, this is more of a leader splitting up from his platoon and leading a new squad. So I still think Rising Sun Esports has a better time. 3-1 is going to be my score, but if Team Wood can put on a good fight, then I think we might see them get that rematch later down the road. I say that, but we have to see how it pans out first, right? Because Rising Sun Esports just has better results overall.
Definitely, whoever that is able to pull up in front, it's still, for me, it's really 50-50 between these two teams. I can't put my foot on, but if I have to put, like, my foot down onto a team that can break this series, I'm gonna put my money in the back on the side of Team Wood.
So you think Team Wood is kind of like the last hope? It's like the
Not really.
our best chance to take down a team coming from the Japan region. Is it?
Not really. I feel like the lineup, the composition, the experience that Team Wood has, especially with CCK on the helm, and some of the familiar veterans in the team as well. I feel like they have it. We have seen CCK and the boys. They have done it multiple times. Just that they're one shot to be beating the teams in Japan, but they have it in them to definitely pull one that is going to surprise the side, especially this time it's going to go up against Rising Suns Esports.
And this is where we look at there's another secondary map pool, right? Because every single series has a different map pool. Now we start with Hot Zone, Parallel Plays, and we go to Gem Grab. Well, we go to Siege, and Safe Zone. We get Sneaky Fields for Brawl Ball. We get Knockout for Bell's Rock. And finally Hard Rock Mine if we ever make it to set 5, which will be on Gem Grab. But again, Rising Sun Esports is the team to watch. And Team Wood will see them as a team to beat. So we get the Squeak Crow, Leon banned by Rising Sun Esports. They take the stool for themselves. And for Team Wood, no Colonel Ruffs, no Byron, no Janat. They get the Max, they get the Spike.
Yup, a lineup from Team Wood. They are ready for anything that is going to be thrown out from the side of Rising Sun Esports. If Rising Sun Esports is going to start strong, they're going to want to put the pressure onto Team Wood. Team Wood, they are ready. They are ready for a fight. They are going to play the long game against Rising Suns Esports, especially the first mode is going to be bit more challenging. It's going to be a bit more hook and poke from both sides. Whoever is able to make a reset, force one of the brawlers go back, regen, just come back in again to fight. Whoever makes the first retreat loses ground, and that's the opening, that's the window that either team has to capitalize. That window of opportunity. The moment one team loses ground, that is where you want to go in. Will it be Team Wood or will it be Rising Suns Esports? I still have my vote on the side of Team Wood. They are able to do it. They are able to pull it out, especially on parallels play.
Yeah, and just to kind of reiterate what we established from the get-go, teams from the region of Japan normally play very coordinated. They always skill check you, and once they get a grip, they don't let go. And now we're talking a best of 3s and a best of 5 set. Lesser chance, lesser rooms to make error. And this is what worries me about Team Wood, right? Because what we've known about these players is that they have the caliber, but they are slow starters. But in this format, you don't really have that much breathing room to start slow. You gotta come out the gate swinging, and this is why we see the bell picked up by Team Wood. But for Rising Sun Esports, I find it very interesting because they now have the Lola. They picked themselves up the Eve. It kind of tells us that they want to go on the offensive, and not just that, they want to prevent Team Wood from recovering with that Eve damage over time. So I want to see what can Team Wood do in this scenario. We got off to a very standard start, both teams just trying to cap their own point on their side of the map.
Yep. So right now, the zone is like 50-50. It's being split out onto two sides, one on the right and one at the bottom left itself. Normally, what the teams do is try to cap what they have. Team Wood on the red side, meanwhile Rising Suns Esports on the blue side. Team Wood, they do have Wahochi pinned down. CZK going in onto Rising Suns Esports zone. Will be taken down by Wahochi, but the percentage is in favor of Team Wood.
Yeah, and that is the kind of the start you want to see. But while all of that was happening, guess what? Rising Sun Esports, they have the stew on that point for the longest time ever. And yeah, sure, Team Wood, you got 50%, but you're losing control on your own side of the map. And while Hochi, he's holding on to his own hot zone just fine because you are on the Lola, you can use that super, get that ego, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 1. Suddenly you have the numbers advantage, and this Eve is proving to be so problematic. You need to clear him out. The Spike super only delays a bit more time, but Team Wood are dedicating so much number to get rid of this Eve. And when they get rid of the Eve, the Stu joins in. They just play this bait and switch. In the blink of an eye, Rising Sun Esports, they just win out.
Yep, Rising Sun Esports, they persevere and they are able to turn things around. It was a good start for the side of Team Wood. I feel like what they did in the early stage was right. CZK, I don't know, might feel a bit greedy jumping alone onto the opponent's zone itself, but they were desperate. I would not say desperate. They were just maybe testing firepower. They want to test Rising Sun's Esports, what their response is, and Rising Sun Esports, their response was to eliminate, recapture, and able to dominate the zone.
And if you are on a brawler like Spike, you reach maximum efficiency if you actually get to control a zone. But we see Rising Sun Esports with the use of this Eve, with all of those summons, all those little minions, it makes it very hard for Team Wood to get any sort of control. And they just use that space to push on forward. They force the Spike Super to be used on its own hot zone. But even then, it doesn't have a big enough area of effect. And that means that Rising Sun Esports, they can just walk in with the entire team. Mahochi is still going to get a couple of kills along the way. And Team Wood loses complete presence on the map.
Yup, Team Wood, they have to reset, they have to group up right now, force Wahochi and the boys back. They will be able to take down one. That's a trade, and it's going to be resetting the whole map itself. So both sides, they will try to gather more spaces, try to gather more side. OJ moving in. Will pay with his life. CZK all alone. Can he pull it off against Wahochi? He will be punished and will be sent back to respawn.
And it's a very tough situation for Team Wood right now because as much as they were able to at least breach through the defenses of Rising Sun Esports, that did not hold on for long. And look at what is happening, right? The Stu has broken through, has gotten the full control of Team Wood's hot zone, and all that's left right now is for Rising Sun Esports to take down the Cloud, get that progress on their own side of the map. And this is going to be set number 1 for Rising Sun Esports.
Yep, definitely set number 1 into the back for the side of Rising Sun Esports. But can Team Wood pull themselves up and into the game? They start off in a good step, but later on they just fall short to the side of Rising Sun Esports. Can Team Wood continue to pull themselves up? I feel like they have the right strategy, they have the right mindset for this. Execution-wise, I feel like they were lacking slightly. Maybe it's due to communications for them, but if they just brush that up, I feel like Team Wood can give Rising Suns. I still believe in Team Wood. They will be able to give Rising Sun Esports a run for the game.
Yeah, before we go into set number 2, we gotta take a look at the draft, right? Because what Rising Sun Esports brought was actually pretty smart, right? They not only want to prevent Team Wood from recovering once they get the lead, they also have all of these summons. They have the Lola Eagle, they have the Eve summons. They make the lives of Team Wood so hard because now you're not only dealing with 3 brawlers, you're dealing with the brawlers and their minions. And this was what allowed Rising Sun Esports to slowly wither down the members of Team Wood. And I do agree, they did look good on certain instances of the set, but we start to see a big problem when we take a look at what they brought to the table. You have a Max that wants to go fast and furious, run in your face, get the kill. You have a Bell that wants to stay behind and shoot long range artillery. And then you have a Spike that needs to control area but was not able to do so effectively. So this disjointed synergy that Team Wood were not able to get together. Whereas for Rising Sun Esports, it felt like the ease of execution is there for the draft.
It's just pure on pressure from the side of Rising Suns Esports. They are able to just put on pressure and say numbers just beat the opponent, and they show it in numbers. Rising Suns Esports this time we will be dropping into safe zone. Team Wood against Rising Suns Esports. This is gonna be the pick and ban phase. What can Team Wood bring on to the table? They are bringing in.
Yeah, and I think for Rising Sun Esports, we look at the Piper pick right from the get-go. The most interesting, the best part about when you play on, I believe, Heist, is that all these long-range brawlers give you a good access to the enemy save, and you can just keep pelting that save with this bullets, and it allows you to not only fire for a safe distance, but also allows you to continuously, whittle down the enemy safe and still win those fights. And this is why we see Team Wood respond so quickly, I believe, with the Brock, and that's the Nina, if I'm not mistaken. So you have this I would say reply from Team Wood. I get the Brawl. It's kind of a very direct answer to the Piper, one of the few super long range brawlers that does a lot of damage, and you have the residual damage with the incendiary. But the Nina is the one that I find very interesting with the super. Sure, you get this self-destructive bot that you can drive straight into the enemy save, but to reach there, it's going to be a bit of a problem, especially with Rising Sun Esports. Not only you have the Piper, they have the Max, they have the Colette. And for me personally, I think Colette is the scariest in a mode like Heist, because you deal a load of damage with that super. If you get both instances true, I believe that's a total of 6,000 damage. You can one-shot literally anyone on the side of Team Wood with that super.
Definitely agree with you. Team Wood bringing in the B, Brawl, and Nani into this. Rising Suns Esports lineup is also not that bad. It's really small about firepower matchup. It's player against player matchup right now, because everyone will have to carry their own weight. Everyone has to match up their own side. We have to see as we jump in to the second mode. Rising Suns Esports in the lead with 1. Meanwhile, Team Wood, can they recover? This will be their chance.
It's a good start. They'll trade 1 for 1, but the super from the Piper is just enough. Though Team Wood was able to stop the initial siege, he took a bit of damage on that save, but look at Rising Sun Esports. They've already got control with that Max, pushing on forward. These chip damage are going to start hurting. And sure, you have Brock, we have X9J with the residual damage to incendiary, but that's where the Colette super we have talked about is. You use that super to get the shield, you instantly do a chunk of that save's health in terms of damage. So every time while Hoshi gets that super online, he's just gonna run at your save, and there's nothing you can do about it. You have no one to body block it because you just get one-shotted. Rising Sun Esports once more just using the power of their brawler to give themselves an edge.
Yep, definitely Rising Suns Esports. They are just, focusing on just doing cheap damage. Just whenever they have their skills available, they are gonna throw it out. Team Wood suffering damage slowly and surely. They are sitting at 52%. Meanwhile, Rising Suns Esports, yeah, still up and healthy, clean as a whistle. And there you go. That's a team wipe onto the side of Team Wolf, and the Piper will finish things off. Rising Suns Esports. I feel like the first mode, the first build tree, it was a bit more of a challenge. The second, when we come into here, is, you know, it feels like Rising Suns Esports, okay, it's a cake in the walk right now. It's like we can do what we want. I think we have inserted the mind games. We have asserted that the aggression that we have. Rising Suns Esports have their foot on the pedal to the metal. Team Wood, they have to respond.
Yeah, and one of the things that, you know, Team Wood lacks is also that durability, right? You're dealing with a Piper, you're dealing with a Colette. They can literally one-shot you, especially the Colette, especially while Hoshi, if he gets on top of you with that super. So Team Wood have to constantly play this tug of war, this counter-strafing game where they need to outgun Rising Sun Esports without letting them get close to the save. And Team Wood so far in the second round is doing a slightly better job. They finally get access to Rising Sun Esports side of the map, but let's see if Rising Sun Esports can at least stop this offense. So far, that Nina super finally put to good use, and that's where CZK gets to use those long-range artillery alongside the Brock, alongside Jay, to pelt the save of Rising Sun Esports. But once that Super Pro Max comes out, Rising Sun Esports might be looking to go in for the push. And so far, they get the trade-off, but Team Wood, they're holding their ground well.
Yup, this is what Team Wood should be doing, and they are executing it the right way. But Team Wood taking in some damage. They have to be a bit careful. CZK will be able to trade one off, but the damage output coming in is still on chipping onto the save of Team Wood. Is down to 59%. Team Wood, they lost the momentum. They have to reset.
And he's gonna go super, and that's 10% of the save's health. Team Wood, they want to go for the trade, but I don't think you are going to have enough damage. The Brock Super laid out, they are bombarding the save of Rising Sun Esports, but again, you just don't have the damage. And then all Rising Sun Esports needs to do is to get rid of the Brock, well, we get rid of the Nina, or maybe just shoot the save of Team Wood. Rising Sun Esports just got the second set in the bag.
Yep, Rising Suns Esports, they recovered good against Team Wood. Team Wood gave them a bit of fight this time, but then just still fall short for them. I think they have to dig deep right inside, call out the best of the best that they can put on the table, because if they drop one more set, that's it. They are going down to the lower bracket. But I still feel like Team Wood still have something in them. They might be able to pull it off, but Rising Suns Esports, they are sitting at the right strategy. If it's not broken, don't fix it. And they are not fixing anything because there's nothing to fix if they have a perfect plan to go up against Team Wood. They are slowly chipping and chopping the team of Team Wood.
Yeah, and I just want to quickly quote something that I heard from, I believe, Zeta Division. Zeta Division 0, if I'm not mistaken, from Split 1 Finals, right? We got to talk to them after their victory. And, to these guys, it's always about how they themselves can improve rather than how their opponents played. So I think that's one thing that kept the region so competitive, because they're always looking back at the performance and thinking to themselves, yeah, we might have won this trio, we might have, walked over our opponents, but what can we do better? And I think Rising Sun Esports is one of those teams that stuck together for the longest time ever, and this is a good reflection of that. There's great control, great recovery, and just completely outwitting Team Wood. It didn't felt like it was close at all. Like, if you tell me that Team Wood was some other team, I would not doubt you for a second. But this is where I question your faith. Question 1, has it been shaken a bit?
It might be, but I still have my belief, I still have my trust in the boys of CZK and the boys. They will be able to do it. They just have to persevere against all these challenges. Well, as we all been saying all this time, the teams from Japan, the team from the Rising Sun, there are some team that you should not, take it easy. You have to give a lot of respect, as well as their mechanical skills that they have, the understanding, the experience that they have. They're a team to be reckoned with. They're a team that, you have to be taking your steps carefully. You have to really strategize what are you going to do, and if you fall upon one of the opening that you can find against them, capitalize it. They have to capitalize it. But this time, this is my favorite mode. This is actually a mode that I would say it's not really going to be too crazy, but it's football, it's Brawl Ball, it's something that I believe everyone enjoy while playing Brawl Stars.
I agree. I think for me, my personal favorite mode is also Brawl Ball. I think there's nothing else that can top that. It just looks very fun, right? And I always make this suggestion. I feel like I might sound like a broken record right now, but to a certain extent, if down the road there's resources to redesign the arena, well, the football field in this case, the Brawl Ball field, there should be an alternate design that makes it a football, American football, rugby field, right? Because sometimes people don't shoot the ball into the goal. Sometimes people walk it in, right? So in rugby, we call it a touchdown. So that's always something that I wanted to see. It might remain a dream for the rest of my life, but the idea always sounds pretty interesting. Anyways, I'm expecting a max to be picked up at some point. I feel like in this case, Team Wood might consider that because they do have the Sandy, they do have a front line, they have the Rosa with them, and I feel like that max could be a good addition, right, to allow them to not only have the safety net of the Sandstorm, but also have this Rosa run down into the goal. Whereas for Rising Sun Esports, they take the max away for themselves.
Picking up the max, Team Wood is still able to collect. They can pick up the stew, because I've seen them play stew quite a lot. The way how they can play is quite aggressive, and it also gives them a time where they can recover if they need to fall back to their defense, hold the ground. But clearing the site is going to be really important on who is able to clear opponent's side, because that opens up the map, that opens up the field, that opens up more opportunity and more spaces that they can hold on to. But looking at the line up, I kind of favor into the side of Rising Suns Esports, but I have to see what Team Wood can do to bring the game onto the table, because Brawl Ball, it's something that is, how to say, I can't say player matchup, I can't really say game team matchup. It's even for players, I feel like they kind of want to have fun in this mode.
Yeah, well, for Brawl Ball, at least in this case, I mean, we see the bow from CZK, right? So a lot of zone control from the side of Team Wood. Yeah, trying to push it. But we see the surge from Rising Sun Esports, and that's the interesting pick for me, right? They took the match, they took the spike, but the surge is a brawler that ramps up over time. So the longer this round goes on, the stronger Hoshi is going to be. But Team Wood, they recognize that power spike. They put on the pressure early on. They force Rising Sun Esports back off. But you see Rising Sun Esports, the moment they see a window, they go straight for it. And the most important part is to get Wahochi to ramp up on this surge. And he's gonna get that first upgrade and instantly just obliterates Aaron. And Team Wood, they just like that, they lose control of the entire round. And Rising Sun Esports now gain possession.
Yeah, they do have position of the ball. They are playing from the left flank itself, but I feel like Team Rising Suns Esports, they can play possession. They can just hold on to the ball. They don't need to score both goals. They can just score one, forcing them to by the timer itself. But it just feels like Team Wood, they have to respect, they have to recognize that they are running on a timer. And Rising Suns Esports, they're clearing up the map slowly, and definitely want to make sure that they are able to get a clean goal from their side. One should be good enough, but Team Wood is going to be a tough one for them.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely difficult right now because we see the spike didn't take the curve attack talent, so it does make those angles a bit more tricky for Team Wood to navigate. And sure, you have all those landmines from CTK, but you have to always remember that this surge is always ramping up. And now they've cooled down a bit. They brought down his power level by 3 notches. But Team Wood, they're looking for the second chance to break right through. Max gonna use his body just to block a couple of shots. But while Hoshi, this is where he starts to shine. And alongside his buddy, they take down X9J. 15 seconds left. We're definitely going into overtime. But Team Wood are getting pushed back. One more speed surge for the side of Rising Sun Esports. Let's see who's gonna score that goal. Because I think Rising Sun Esports, this is a closer game and Team Wood are making some pretty good progress.
And they are waiting for the overtime. The field clears up. Team Wood does have the ball on their side.
Oh no, Jace.
Rising Suns Esports pushing in. They are gonna go for juggler. That's the ball. That's the goal. And there you go. Rising Suns Esports scores, and they are in the lead one more time. They just need to repeat the same thing. Play the time. They just need to force it to overtime and score the goal. They don't need to put the pressure by scoring a hit and just, you know, make Team Wood have a comeback. They are gonna play the time, and I really like how mechanical Rising Suns Esports is.
And I think in this case for Team Wood, everything was going well, but we saw towards the tail end during overtime, Team Wood got kind of pulled apart, right? The Rosa X9J, he was incredibly far away from his team, so you kind of lose that goalkeeper on your side. That's why Rising Sun Esports was able to find an opening, but X9J is trying to at least get the breakthrough. That's defense. Oh, he's not going to hold on. X9J is going to try to run it down, but you have the Spike Super to slow him. So Rising Sun Esports at the end of the day still retains possession of the ball, and in fact, we're back to a neutral state.
Yep, the ball is back into neutral state. Does bring up by Hochi. He's gonna force Ironman to be a bit careful, because on both sides there will be a team member of Rising Sun Esports holding and forcing you to, you know, bait him to take the ball. But there you go, Wahochi going for the push in. X9J will be able to go for the trade-off, and Kenny scores. That's one goal from the sides of Rising Suns Esports. Here's the pressure right now. This is the time for Team Wood.
Oh boy.
Oh, they can't slack.
Yeah, that's wow. It's already done. It's done and dusted. Rising Sun Esports, just a quick breakthrough. They use Wahochi as kind of like the shark bait, a bit of bait and switch. Team Wood, let the guard down a bit. Rising Sun Esports with their last goal, not only secured the set, but also they have just won the series 3-0 and they advance to the upper bracket finals, which also means that Rising Sun Esports have effectively qualified for Mobile Challenge.
Yep, definitely congrats to them, but they still have more to play. Team Wood, they drop down to the lower bracket. It's going to be a tough run from there on, because whoever that drops down, it's all in for them. There's no more second chances. There's no more, oh, I still can drop one set, I can still drop one round, but it's not the case. The moment you drop down to lower bracket, that's it. It's all in for you. You have to put the best that you can. You have to put all the strategy, all the mind juice, all the mind that you have into the game, and make sure that you are able to pick up points and win as much as you can, because the moment you drop out, that's it.
Yeah, and I wonder, you know, the result from the other upper bracket series between Winter and Sang, because I want to find out who is going to be the eventual victors of that, right? We came into this evening seeing how dominant Winter was, and now we saw Rising Sun Esports coming in hot as always. It would be great to see those two teams clash in the upper bracket finals. But like you said, Team Wood are not out of the competition just yet. There's still the lower bracket run for them to go, but at least for Rising Sun Esports, they can breathe a sigh of relief. Now it's just now the rest of the competition for them is just for glory and pride and bragging rights. They've secured the same prize pool as everyone else who makes it to top 4, and they've secured the slot in the Mobile Challenge. The rest of it, the rest of the evening, is just to see who's the better team.
Yeah, definitely the remaining of it is going to be history, but it's going to be in the future. But we have say our thanks to Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. This is what all the players, all the brawlers are doing for. They are gonna win as much as they can to proceed towards the end and they're able to claim the title as champion.
Absolutely, and alongside that, we also have Monster Energy that allowed them to unleash the beast. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming for more information. And if you guys want to be a part of the community, do remember to go on discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Join the Discord, join in the conversation, let us know your thoughts, tell us we're wrong, tell us that you think you are right. We will always agree, but the point is, we want to hear your ideas. We want to see you being involved with us because that is what it is all about. But we still have a long evening to go. And when I say long, I mean an evening filled with amazing Brawl Star matches. And until then, we're going to go on a short break and we will come back for more amazing matches for the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like Brawl. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high rises, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, now you alone. Nah, get out of my zone. Nah, 'cause they don't wanna with me. Look, you gotta ride with me. Look, 'cause y'all don't wanna with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, 'cause they don't wanna with me. Look, you gotta ride with me. Look, 'cause y'all don't wanna with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Alongside me, Husky, is Adrian, or known as Uwu the Magical. We still have a lot more games coming up, but I'm excited for the next one because we have Winter taking on Rising Sun Esports. We've witnessed these two teams had an amazing game. They won both their Series 3-0, and now only one of them will make it into that grand finals after this. And we'll get your thoughts on that in a bit, because we still need to talk to the winner from that previous series, Rising Sun Esports.
Yep, definitely Rising Suns Esports going up against Winter is going to be very interesting. But they have to celebrate for a slight moment right now. They have a small window of break.
Yeah, and they definitely do, and this is where to talk to Aaron from Rising Sun Esports. First of all, welcome onto the broadcast. Second of all, congratulations on your win. And I want to get how you feel right now.
アーロン選手、試合の方お
はい
疲れ様でした。先ほどの
お疲れ様です
試合終わって、
はい
感想を一言どうぞ。
やっぱりそのマップごとにちゃんと編成をね、こうしっかりやってきたんで、こううまく相性でも有利取れて、いい感じで試合運びできたんでね、よかったと思います。
Yeah. So we're feeling quite positive about the result, and we've had some tactics with depending on which map. So I think we could show our strength in all the series that we won.
I see. So I think this is where we talked about this, right? We want to see them take on Winter.
Yep.
So I'll let you do the honors.
Yep, definitely. Aaron, your next matchup is going up against Winter. Are they a team that is going to pose a threat to you guys, like to move on to the grand finals, or it's going to be something that you guys are really anticipating? Do you guys really want to know? It's a good matchup. It's going to be a fun one, and it's definitely going to be an experienced one.
次の試合が、ウィンター e スポーツ
はい。
だと思うんですが、そちらの意気込みというか、かなり視聴者も、すごい面白いマッチアップだと思うので、チームとして、意気込みをお願いします。
相手ももうめちゃくちゃ手強い相手なんですけど、やっぱり毎シーズンそのギリギリ負けちゃったんで、今回はちゃんと1位通過して本戦に向かいたいんで、頑張って勝ちます。お願いします。
Yeah, we know that Winter is a really strong team, and we've been struggling to win against them, and so we are really hoping that we're able to win the next one and move on to the main tournament.
Also, I think this is really setting up to be how do I put it? Exciting? I think this could be the grand finals that we're waiting for, right? But, we're not going to hold your time any longer. You have a big series ahead of you. Thank you very much for joining us on this interview, Aaron. We're going to send you off, and good luck for your next series. And there you have it from Rising Sun Esports as they buckle up, as they load up their ammunition, as they ready themselves to take on Winter. And before we came back onto the broadcast, you were saying that they are going to take the series against Winter. And I want to hear your odds. Do you think it's going to be a 50-50, or do you think that Rising Sun Esports are just overall a better team?
Well, we have seen Rising Suns Esports take down Team Wood. It was going to be a swipe and an easy one just now. It was not, okay, I'm not going to say easy. It's just something that, they are able to do it with. It's not going to be a super high pressure game for them. But for this time, against Team Winter, Yotan, Battleman, and Manmi, this is the three person that they have to, respect the opponent, take it step by step, analyze the opponent, how are they going to play it out. And I feel Rising Suns Esports, they might have a 60% chance of taking it into the bag for themselves. Meanwhile, Winter, they really have to play it slow, play the long game, play the long ball itself. Just hold on, see what's being thrown out, because I feel at one moment it's just going to be really a stalemate of back and forth between two, where they are not conceding any grounds at all. But Rising Suns Esports, I believe Aaron, Rohi, Wahuchi, and Aero, they are able to pull it off. It will be a bit of a challenge. It will be a challenge for them.
Right, and I think coming into this, we also have to quickly, throw back to how these two teams qualify, or at least the first look of both Winter and Rising Sun Esports on broadcast, right? Let's take a look at the updated bracket first and how the storyline has progressed so far. Geek Fam took down Baby Bear Cubs in the lower bracket 3-1, which means that next up they will face off against Team Wood, who just lost to Rising Sun Esports. Whereas for Fluffy against FA Rocket, Fluffy came out on top, and that means they will be taking on Sang in the second lower bracket series. Winter once more a clean 3-0 in their respective upper bracket, and this is where we are at right now. Upper bracket finals for the first slot into the grand finals. Winter and Rising Sun Esports have already qualified for Mobile Challenge. This is all for the bragging rights, all for the pride. Your money is on Rising Sun Esports, but we have to remember, Winter, when they face off against Baby Bear Cubs, they did flex a bit of their muscles, right? They did toy around a bit, even though it was a great victory. It was very dominant, but you can see a bit of that, how do I put it, cockiness? Or not really, confidence in the side of Baby Bear, in the side of Winter. You think that this is a chance for Rising Sun Esports to kind of give them a taste of humble pie in the series?
I feel yes that this is this matchup is going to be Rising Suns. You know, I'm going to show them like how the big boys are playing, how the veterans going to play it. If you want to play that play style, you know, that confidence you're going to bring it. You know, if Rising Suns had that opportunity, I feel like they will flex it.
All right, and this is where I think it's best for the teams to show us in that series. But if you guys have something else you want to flex on social media, which I think all of us do once in a while with our amazing gameplays or memes or hot takes, do remember to do so with the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series. You can have a chance to be featured on our official broadcast. But regardless of where that is, I want you guys to share the joy with us. It can be joy, can be sorrow. Enter your match predictions in the Twitch chat, because that is what we want to know as well. Who do you think is going to take the series? If you are still on the track of 100% prediction rate, keep that going. But if you're not, just do your best as well. But at the end of the day, it is the thoughts that count. Right? It's really, it really comes down to, you know, the participation. How much you support your team. How firmly do you believe in a team to win? It's like how firm you believed in Team Wood. Even though they didn't make it, you still think that they can make it through the lower bracket.
Yep, I still believe in them, but you have my hot take, you have my stats between Winter and Team Rising Sun Esports. What do you think, and who do you think will be able to get this matchup? It's all on you.
I'll play the devil's advocate, right? I'll go against you, right? I think like back then I would say Rising Sun Esports, but I really want to see Winter put up a good fight. I'm looking at a 3-2 series, and I'll give my justification why. We came into this with a narrative that maybe a new face would topple the Japanese region, right? Maybe a new face would give us an upset. Now it doesn't have to be a non-Japanese team. Winter feels like that new face, and if you are, you know, new bloods with that much confidence, it can be a double-edged sword. But I think Winter knows how to utilize it well. They know how to push that limit, and maybe that is what's going to give them the advantage over Rising Sun Esports. It's not an easy series, but I think they have a chance to win it.
I think we have to watch this matchup, and I think it's going to be down to the end itself to really split between, you know, the veterans, the experience, and the new face, the young blood, the creativity of the new players. Is between old and new. It's between veteran and the protege itself. It's something I believe everyone's gonna keep their eyes glued, because this is going to be really, it's going to be very down to the line, to the finishing line itself.
Yeah, and that is what we've been setting up for, right? A potential grand finals right here before the grand finals, and if there's a chance, we might see that rematch happening. So far, the brawlers that we saw, we've seen a couple of Brox, we've seen a couple of Max, we saw Stu getting a bit more active, Colonel Rubs, you know, we saw the Byron, even Colette got picked. The latest addition, I think Jeanette, I think that one is probably the most interesting one for me. It's great to see that brawler kind of finally showing herself. We didn't get that luxury in the Split 1 finals, and hopefully we get to see that flair from Winter, because that is exactly what they did. That last round, I remember Colonel Ralph, Jeanette, and Lola, massive flex on Baby Bear Cubs. Maybe this is another chance for them to showcase you know, some of those flashy picks.
Yep, definitely we want to see the lineup, the compositions that they're gonna bring to the game itself. But before that, we have to see what kind of modes that is going to be played in what sequence. But just thinking between two teams that's from the land of Rising Suns, the Japan, how they are playing it against different countries, they have a meta, they have a gameplay that they have in mind. But going up against, the own players from the same country, definitely they have something in mind, and definitely it's something to be interesting about as we start with Brawl at Pinhole Pun. Meanwhile, we'll go to Crystal Arcade, Shooting Stars, Kaboom Canyon, and lastly we'll be visiting Ring of Fire if this matchup goes on to the 5th round.
And right off the bat, we see Rising Sun Esports go with Sandy. Jeanette still banned out, but for Winter, immediately picking up the Gale, one of the few brawlers that I think has has incredibly strong utility. The super, they can get you off the ball, you can take your possession away, but the best part is it can stop you in your tracks. And Winter now topped that up with the Byron, and I think we've seen this before, right? If Winter wants to go for that front line, that Ashe looks like a very juicy pick. But we can also say the same with the Rosa, we can say the same for the Edgar if they still consider that an option. But one thing is for sure, for Winter, no brawler is too flashy for them to pick up.
Yep, definitely the two brawlers that are gonna sit right in front for the side of Winter, and gonna position Byron at the back itself, just healing all the heals and all the supports that he can do. Meanwhile, Rising Suns Esports, they are gonna bring their own brawlers in. They are gonna bring as much as they can to show off that they are a better team, and it's going to be interesting. Ooh, they pick on the Leon, they pick on Colonel Ruffs. What do you think about Rising Suns Esports lineup right now?
I think this does make it does look interesting, but you can see the rationale behind it.
Yeah.
Colonel Ruff's just a general good support, brawler. You have Sandy that provides you the invisibility with Sandstorm, but Leon can also be this very mobile, this lurking assassin that not only can easily get you possession of the ball, but by flanking Winter's lineup, it does open up a lot of opportunities for Rising Sun Esports to kind of get the drop if Winter isn't paying attention. But this is where the Tara comes into play, right? You have that shadow, you have that gravity well, that black hole that vacuums everyone in. So Winter actually have multiple ways to retrieve that ball for themselves. They have the Gale super, they have the Tara super, and it comes down to the execution. Pinhole Pun is going to be the map to go. Rising Sun Esports takes on Winter, and right off the bat we see Rising Sun Esports going for a 3-way pincer attack. Ooh. And they've already done it. The bottom and gets the pass and actually scores. Rising Sun Esports getting a bit ahead of themselves, and they lose out on that first point.
Yup, Winter, they are able to pull one ahead with a surprise goal. Meanwhile, Rising Suns Esports, they are sitting at a very, very dangerous position. Levi once again!
And Winter just starts it off hot. And right off the gates, round number 1 for Winter. Did not see this coming at all. I mean, right, we said that they got a bit too ahead of themselves, but we can also say that Winter, they just pulled a fast one, and they snuck the round away under the noses of Rising Sun Esports. But there's no time to breathe, there's no time to rest. Winter again, back on the drawing board, and I'm not liking the looks of this because Levi scores again. Just sneaking those shots in. I mean, what can you do? This is a surprising start.
This is a speed run from the side of Winter by this red part. Rising Suns Esports, they are trying to defend this. They will be defending on the left flank. Meanwhile, Levi, the leading score player, still coming back in. They will be able to set up once again for the side of Winter, means Rising Suns esports, they have to be careful. They have to be aware of the situation. Oh, Battleman will be able to take one down. Wahochi will go for the trade-off.
Oh, no, not again!
No! What?
It does it again! And, well, what just happened? Set 1 is already done.
Yep.
The Winter takes the first set. Probably the cleanest fashion, the fastest Brawl Ball round that we've seen. And then, well, I don't know what to make of this though. I looked at Winter's lineup and I thought, yeah, well, it's a very defensive lineup, a lot of ways to get control of the ball, but I didn't expect Winter to just run it down.
Yeah, I do agree with you. Like, Winter just came in like a blizzard and it's going so strong and just, you know, blow in one goal. And then within a blink of an eye, we have the second one and they're able to score 2 up. And then they repeated the same thing again in the second one.
Remember, confidence,
Yes.
right? We say that these guys come in with brimming confidence, it's just radiating, and you know, they know how to make use of it. And it's very surprising to see them just come in, start the round, and they just went right for. It kind of makes us feel like that Rising Sun Esports are not prepared for that pace.
Yep. Definitely.
What a revelation.
Definitely, it feels like Rising Suns esports just, you know, open up the door and then they got surprised by Team Winter. Just, you know, the speed, the confidence that they have in their plan of letting Levi score. You look at the lane, if you can have the replay, you look at the lane itself where they were pushing on the left slightly. And then the moment they saw one of the players out of position, and then 2 players from the side of Rising Suns esports, they are flanking on the right hand side towards the back line. That was the signal, that was the green light for them to gun it, and they went for it, and they repeated the same thing. It feels like Rising Suns esports, they just caught off guard, really off guard in the first and the second one.
Kind of like what we saw in that first series between Winter and Baby Bear Cubs on Bounty, right? Where the round starts and Winter just ran them down, spawn kill them. This kind of feels like the same. So, well, Rising Sun Esports got that work cut out for them, but that was just the first set, right? We still have a lot more to go, and Rising Sun Esports, they gotta talk about it. They gotta talk about it quick, right? We asked them, how did they feel about the upcoming matchup, right? It's gonna be very interesting. We set it up so much, and this, I think, is the best way to drive that narrative, because you say that Rising Sun Esports are gonna win this. I say that Winter will win it in a very, you know, in a slugfest. But that first set did not feel like it, right? I think the combined time of the first set is probably a minute.
Yeah.
1 minute and 10 seconds.
A bit around that, but then again, it's Brawl Ball. It's a mode that we all. I'm not sure about you, but I kind of, as I said, Brawl Ball is always a fun game. Or Brawl Ball is just a fun mode. Like, I don't take it seriously, even if I'm gonna play it, you know, competitively. Brawl Ball is just something that, you know, I will enjoy. I would love to play it. But on the other modes, it's gonna be, you know, game phase.
Well,
serious mode.
You say that because you're not playing for prize pool, right? You're not playing to qualify for something, right? These guys are playing for something.
True, but then I don't know, it always, because I asked some of the players before this, they always come back and say, you know, Brawl Ball is something, you know, I'm gonna chill, buy time, because it runs on a timer if you don't score, and it goes into overtime. I always felt like if it goes into this this mode, Brawl Ball, it's always a situation where players, they will love to take this this advantage to use it to think, because basically you don't really put 100% focus, because you know you're kicking the ball around, or you're just hogging the ball, putting on your corner. Because I've seen teams, they will take the ball, they will run it to that corner, and then they will defend the ball from the enemy, and they use that time to think of what is your strategy.
That could be a good approach, right? Because if you don't score by the end of overtime, you just draw and you replay it. Yeah, I can see the approach. But you know, Brawl Ball is done. I'm just sad that it didn't last any longer. Crystal Arcade is coming up next for Gem Grab. Again, this time Rising Sun Esports will have that first pick, which means that Winter gets the last pick. We see the Tara instantly grabbed by Rising Sun Esports. You see the priority shifting. It wasn't a brawler that Winter did get in Brawl Ball, and it dealt massive damage, a huge annoyance. Rising Sun stole it away. Let's see what Winter will respond with that.
Yep, Rising Suns esports, they implement, if you don't ban it, we're gonna take it away from you guys and, you know, play it. But could be a double-edged sword. And there you go, the signature Byron once again for the side of Winter. Could be a 2-1 formations from the side of Winter. Rising Suns Esports, they are still, I feel like if they're gonna play on the same tempo and the same momentum, they're still gonna figure out what Winter is gonna do. And by that time, Winter has just passed by.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see the sun soon, right? It feels like the season is well, it's getting cold in the studio right here, just based off of how Winter has been rolling over their enemies. We get the Colonel Ruffs this time, going back onto the Winter side. So Rising Sun Esports, they still want one brawler from Winter. Winter will do the exact same. A more standard lineup for that team. We see Colonel Ruffs and Byron very often, especially when we look at most like gem grab, where you need someone to kind of establish a frontier. That's where Colonel Ruffs becomes so much more effective. But Rising Sun Esports, they amp up the gear. They decided to, you know what, we're gonna remove the brakes. We bring in the max. We're gonna play it fast and furious.
Yeah, just talking about Rising Suns Esports removing the brakes, feels like, you know, they got down the car. It's a full blast Winter. They just put on a bonfire. All right, take off the brakes, push the car. Let's go full force into the fight. And Rising Suns Esports is spear hitting themselves into this.
So we get to miss the P now for Rising Sun Esports, but well, guess what? Guess who's in the house? It's the Ashe again, and this I feel like is a genius pick from Winter, and just if we just put aside the draft, right, with the properties of what Ashe does in the draft, the fact that this Ashe can be so effective in the hands of Winter will make teams rethink how they want to draft. Is this Ashe suddenly a priority? And if it is, who do we let through? And I think that options are very limited, right? Because all of these brawlers are so important. Look at what they banned. They actually banned out the Gale because it was one of the brawlers that gave them a lot of problems. But they unlocked this Ashe. So I feel like Winter are off to a good start, but we'll see if they can overcome Rising Sun Esports on Gem Grab.
Yeah, definitely Rising Suns Esports, they have to take advantage. They are sitting up in the lead 3-0. Winter, on the other hand, they are on the back end. The Ashe able to jump onto Wuhochi, will be one man down for the side of Rising Suns. That's 2 from Ashe. That's on a roll. Winter solidifying themselves to be able to sit on top of the gem spawner.
As long as Wahochi, well, as long as Battleman is alive, it's going to be incredibly difficult to take on this Ashe. You have to, you know, put in so much resources, but you just have this Byron constantly topping him up, and the more you damage him and he doesn't go down, he's just going to come back and one-shot you. And look at this, he's in! But they do blow him up, a bit of an overextension. He eats that black hole from the Tara. So Rising Sun Esports were able to buy a bit of time for themselves and get that hard reset. And still, they're not out of the water just yet. They need to rely on that max to keep grabbing the gem, keep buying time. Don't let this Ashe get control of the gem spawner.
Yep, definitely agree with you. And there you go. Once again, they jump on top of Ashe. They are pushing on. Battleman has to fall back. Levi has come in to help out. He will be taking the left hand. Meanwhile, Rising Suns Esports, they just need one more.
They got him.
Oh no! They drop all the gem. They pick one more out, and Red Team Rising Suns Esports starts the countdown. This is Winter time to respond. Put on, and they managed to take him down.
And they're gonna grab the gems again, but it's gonna be Ashe. He runs in now. He gotta escape though. The Byron topping it up, doing such an amazing job. And they get the reset, but the tick damage is proving to be such a problem. They did buy a bit of time for the team, but that Mr. P utility, that super, finally putting a bit of a wrench in the plans of Winter though. They gotta stop this countdown once more. Levi is running in, doesn't get the shot off. Rising Sun Esports, one sidestep brings them that win in this round 1, but it is very, very close.
Yeah, Rising Suns Esports, as you said, they took out the bricks from their car. They got down, hit up the car, and pushed all the way, and they put on the hit against Winter. Oh, this time they got a game on hand. They got an opponent up for a fight.
Yeah, we say that, and we see Winter now just run out get 2 kills, 3 gems in the back. And we did see Rising on Esports, right? They found kind of an idea to stop this Ashe from functioning, right? Just throw the Tara super, vacuum him in, and burst him down. And now Winter making some minor adjustment. They send this Ashe forward. They find that Battleman collecting all the gems, but most importantly is the Ashe again sucked in and destroyed. But you have Levi in the back line pulling out the sandbag, and this Max out of position. He has to fight his way out. Drops the super. Battleman is gonna hold his ground. The Ashe, the Max escaped, but they still were not able to get control of the gem spawner.
Yep, Ashe is back. A different approach, I would say, by Winter. They are playing a bit more aggressive. The positioning of Battleman sits up in front of the gem spawner. He will be the one to collect all the gem. It will be a safe zone being created, but Ashe being brought down. Battleman has to go for the retreat, cause the push coming in from the side of Rising Suns Esports. Levi trying to go for the flank. Meanwhile, the players, the brawlers from the side of Rising Suns Esports, they are going in, they are thinking about it. Levi is up in the open. Ashe getting chipped on. Oh, there you go. Brought him down. Rising Suns Esports, can they go for the push?
Again, another great gravity well. Just use it on the Ashe. If this Ashe goes down, you open up the entire backline for yourselves. And I love what Rising Sun Esports is doing, the adjustment with the utility. And they have tied out the gem score. You have the Tara coming in for the flank. Battleman, his back is exposed, and the constant pressure from Rising Sun Esports is making things a bit more complicated. They've already taken down Levi. This Ashe is running forward. He wants to clear out this Tara, but then you have the Mr. P Penguin, the mini penguins, forcing this Ashe to go away. And the one last gravity well to get the kill. Levi, he needs to retrieve the gem right now. Or maybe if you are Rising Sun Esports, you can just run away, reset the timer, just constantly make sure that all the gems drop. Rising Sun Esports, last minute adjustment, the adaptation is so well, but all Winter needs to do is to grab that 11th gem. They might not have the time to do so, and Rising Sun Esports ties it up.
Yeah, Rising Suns Esports tie things out. Winter slowly defrosting as Rising Suns Esports. The Suns are rising as they pick up this set. This is going to be a really neck to neck. I feel like, okay, Rising Suns Esports, the first mode, they dropped the ball. They dropped the ball.
Yep.
The second one, they picked it back up. They rev it into high gear. All right, this time we have to play it much more strategized, you know, a bit more aggression. Respect the enemy, also respect how they're gonna play it out, and they're able to pick it up. Can they continue the same thing? Or Winter, I'm a bit afraid of Winter, you know. The reason why I say I'm a bit afraid of Winter is the unpredictable gameplay, the unpredictable things that they have in their mind. They can just throw it out and, you know, execute it as a Winter pass by. It's very fast.
Yeah, and they're also pretty fearless, right? And yeah, sure, well, they lost the second set, but we saw the way that they played. They still went on the aggressive. They still were trying to, you know, fight Rising Sun Esports head on. But at least we have a series on our hand. No longer a 3-0. I think so far we only have 1-3-1, and that was between Team Wood and Fluffy, if I'm not mistaken, in the round of 8. But right now, what we are seeing is we are guaranteed a 4th set. Now, the question is, for Winter, can they keep up? And for Rising Sun Esports, you know, have they kind of found a solution? One thing is for sure, though, the veterancy on the team, they showed us how fast they adapt to situations, right? We went into the second set thinking that Ashe is going to be a complete problem for them. They have no way to deal with it. And they figure out, oh, well, all we have to do is to kill the Ashe. And, you know, we just throw the Tara in, we separate the Ashe from the Byron, we burst the Ashe, problem solved.
Yep, definitely. They figure out what to do with Ashe. They rectify it instantly in the game itself, and they just move on. They have an objective. Take out Ashe, go for the backline, go for the push Tara, go for the Byron as well. And it forces Winter into a very, very odd position. It forces them on playing on relying on the Ashe. You know, as you say, if when the Ashe is gone, there's a time when Rising Suns Esport prospect. They go in and grab the gem. They go in, go for the kills, try to solidify their positioning, get back what possession that they have lost on the map itself. And Rising Suns Esport rectifying every single situation that is being thrown out by the side of Winter. This is the third set. This is the third one, which is going to be on Shooting Stars. This will be interesting as Rising Suns Esport took Byron.
And right now we see Rising Sun Esports again switching it up. Right, we've talked about how Rising Sun Esports. We talk about this new blood versus veteran. Now we go to Bounty. It's all about those kills. And Winter, well, they did flourish in their first series against Baby Bear Cubs, but we know that Rising Sun Esports, they are no pushover.
Yep.
We'll see what kind of composition does Winter want to go for. Do they still want to run it down? It feels like they are kind of refraining from that. They're not going for this direct confrontational draft, but they do have some utilities that allow them to isolate targets. The Genie Grab, that has always been the focal point when you pick this brawler. The isolation, right? The last minute pick that can turn a bounty round around.
From the side of Team Winter, I feel like they have something in mind. They have a strategy. Picking up two brawlers instantly. Rising Suns respond. First, they are trying to see what Winter is going to pull out from the back, what kind of trick. They definitely do not want to get caught off guard as what happened in Brawl Ball itself. But Winter, it feels like they have something up their sleeve. They're definitely going to try to pull it off. And Rising Suns Esports, they have to be careful. They have to really read what is being played.
And I think for the side of Rising Sun Esports, we are seeing this incredibly offensive lineup with not just the Byron. Now we put the Jeanette in, which has been a very big focus of bans, and probably either picked or banned so far, 100% rate. So now you get this bird's eye view over what Winter over the entire battlefield. And Winter, well, you still have the loader, right? You still get some sort of offensive capabilities. That ego, that extra firepower can definitely come in handy. My concern is that how can Winter kind of push that advantage? This lineup does seem a bit slower compared to what Rising Sun Esports can bring to the table.
Yep, definitely we have to jump into the game to see between Winter and Rising Sun Esports. I feel like positioning will be very important for the side of Rising Us if they're going to put on their foot onto the paddle, because they want to put the pressure. Meanwhile, for the side of Winter, they want to see how things is gonna be, and will be slightly, as you say, slower, but they are going for the pokes.
Right off the gates, Winter have already got themselves that initial kill. The spread projectiles from Genie. It might not hurt much, but it does chip away at your health. And it's a very patient push from the side of Winter, and Rising Sun Esports getting slowly picked apart. But you always have to remember that Genie does have super though. And one grab can really turn that game, turn the round around. And I think for Winter, they are not in a rush, right? Just wait until the last second. Use that as the Hail Mary attempt. Jeanette with the super is not going to start dropping that airstrike. He's trying to pick up Levi, but that ego from this Lola still proves to be a bit more superior.
Yep, definitely. For the side of Winter, they are in the lead, 7-0. Oh, Rising Suns, they have to pick themselves up. They really have to push this if they want to take the lead. But Battleman will be able to take down Byron. That will give them one-man advantage, but Byron is back in the game.
Yeah, this wall of attrition is definitely not favoring Rising Sun Esports as Winter picks up 2 more kills for themselves. It's 13-0 so far. Rising Sun Esports, despite not facing the same aggressive grab as Winter, is slowly succumbing to this immense pressure. Just getting outgunned left, right, and center. Winter are up 17-0, make it 19 as the clock takes down 15 seconds. And it's safe to say that this round 1 is already done and dusted. One last attempt for Rising Sun Esports, but the discrepancy is just way too much. And Winter knows it. This round 1 is in the bag.
Yeah, definitely Winter knows this round 1 is in the bag for themselves. But Rising Suns Esports, what do you think that they have to pull out with the lineup that they already have to like come back? They've been seeing that they have to respond after one of the rounds. Only they can come back and be strong. But what do you think? What do they really need to do to dig deep inside?
I think for this one, it's just you somehow have to win those fights, right? But unfortunately, there's not much alternative options for Rising Sun Esports. We talk about this draft being a bit aggressive. You have some sort of control, but Winter always have that ace up the sleeve with just the Gene Super. And to all of that, Rising Sun Esports finally get the first star, which is the blue star. They're playing a bit more safe. They realize that they can easily get outranged, they easily get outpoked. So they're gonna take a step back, have that bow super to clear out some of the terrains to open up, those line of sight. But again, Levi with that Lola is just incredibly devastating to deal with, and he turns it around, takes the blue star, 4 for Winter so far.
Yep, 4 stars for the side of Winter. They do have the blue stars in hand. Meanwhile, Rising Suns Esports sitting at 1. Battleman able to take the lead, push it more, put more of the pressure onto the side of Rising Suns. That's 1 more. Meanwhile, turn around for the side of Rising Suns. That's 7 stars in the blink of an eye for the side of Rising Suns Esports. Positioning will be reset from both sides. Winter, they do have to catch up a bit, but oh, that's a good one from Battleman. Once again, pinpoint accuracy, able to land his shot. Levi as well.
Man, the ego is so hard to deal with. I mean, Rising Sun Esports, look at that, the amount of resources that they need to funnel in just to take out a clone from Levi is kind of costing them a lot. And I say cost them a lot, but it technically has costed them the set already. As Winter just makes it look so easy. They still have that Gene Super. They can throw it out as a last hurrah. They grab Wahoshi in. Not that it matters too much, but wait, they give they pull him in and they give up their life. So we now get a round 3. A careless move from Winter got too ahead of themselves, and that means that we get to play 1 more round.
Do you call it a caster jinx? Do you just jinx it to them?
No, I blame it completely on the Gene. She grabs Wahoshi. Wahoshi comes in. They didn't burst in, and Wahoshi just pelts him with all his explosive arrows. Winter, you gotta calm down a bit, because that was the set-winning round. Well, the set-losing move. We talk about how you have that super to turn it around, but apparently that super turned it around for Rising Sun instead of Winter.
Yeah, definitely Rising Sun. That was surprising, because it was in the blink of an eye. Rising Sun, they were at the back foot, but they were able to turn things around. A Hail Mary from that side. Just, give it a shot, give it a try to be able to take them down. They are able to take the lead. It was 17 to 15, if I'm not mistaken. But this time, Winter, no more mistakes, no more of this, playing around, careless mistake. It shows the difference between, veterans and new players. Like,
you're playing around too much, right?
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you're having so much fun. What do we call it? Like you go into overheat,
Yep.
and you just end up losing the round. It's like, oh well, I should have done that.
Yep.
This one does look a bit closer though. Just a 1-star difference.
Yep, but Blue Stars is in hand for the side of Rising Sun. They just need to collect a bit more. Meanwhile, for the side of Winter, they are putting on the pressure. They are pushing back the side of Rising Sun.
Looking a bit grim. Still should have one more Gene Super towards the very end, but Winter, do not grab the wrong target. And then surely this is gonna be it, right? Well, it's just a utility. But yeah, this one is still a deal. 11 to 3. Not as fancy as we thought it was going to be, but hey, makes it work. Winter with the second set, and that means they're up 2-1 in this best of 5.
Yep, 2-1. Winter sitting up ahead, 2 points. Meanwhile, Rising Sun sitting at 1. They have to really dig deep and really pull something off to force Winter into game number 5 itself, but can they hold on to game number 4? We have to find out. But Winter, small mistake, a bit too playful, a bit too cheeky right there. Just, they could have secured a 2-0, but end up like,
A win is a win. At the end of the day, sure it's a competition, but you still gotta have fun, right? Having fun is the most important part of any game, and I think that shows that sure, the Winter they're goofing around a bit. They're still winning games and they're having a lot of fun. Yeah, they threw that one round, but you won the set. And as for me, I'm a result guy, so it doesn't matter how you win it as long as you win it.
There's still one more set itself, so we have to see, can Winter close things down, or Rising Suns, put back the hip, get out the car, rip the brakes off again, and
You only have one brakes. No, you can't rip the brakes off 2 times. I felt like they were still going. They're still going with the same way, but they finally hit a wall, right? It's the unstoppable force versus the immovable object, and I feel like the Winter right now is the unstoppable force.
Yep, we have to see. I definitely have to not agree on that, because it feels like Winter is too confident. I feel like what veterans, they get triggered by this. Like, I'm gonna show them like how we play. You see a veteran player coming into the car. Say, we're gonna teach them how it's gonna be played and how everything should be. And Winter, I feel like Winter is gonna come over the moment Rising Suns is, but pick this set up and tell them, all right, calm down. We're gonna claim the second one and we're gonna claim the 3rd point and able to move on to the grand finals.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. That's the veteran mentality, right? You want to show these guys how it's done, but that's the exact mental warfare that I think can be detrimental to a more experienced team. And when I say that, it's because you feel so desperate to prove a point that it gets to you and you play worse. Which is why I think if you play freely like Winter, you might have a better chance. But we see the bans right now: no Max, no Gil, no Lola. For Winter, as Rising Sun Esports, give a lot of respect. But this is Heist. It's all about the save. And we know what Winter did in that in that round of 8, where they run the amps and they just spray Baby Bear comes down. Rising Sun Esports, they up the ante, they take the Byron away, but Winter will just trade it for a Piper.
Yeah, definitely a Piper pick. Normally I see for this kind of heist, they want to secure onto the Piper. I can see the ult itself able to relocate, able to move out of danger with the ult, able to drop the bombs itself. It also can be used as an offensive play, where go in, drop the bombs, drop the ult, and just move out into safety, or move in, able to kill one of the brawlers from your opponent team. But they are picking it up with a Crow. It's a bit scary from the side of Winter. Means that they are gonna go all in, full force, Hail Mary style into the save of Rising Suns Esports. Rising Suns Esports, they need to pick brawlers to be able to maintain the line, to able to keep the brawlers on the side of Winter in check.
Yeah, and now you have 2 kind of long range brawlers on the side of Winter, and this is where the Jeanette comes in handy, right? You use that super, you go on that airstrike. What Crow and Piper loves to do is that they poke you from afar, and they both have supers that allow them to disengage, to get far away. What does Jeanette do? Ignore that and go straight to the back line. And now you top that out with a Colette. I love this. Both Crow and Piper have very low health pool. Colette can easily one-shot them with that super if she lands it. And sure, Piper and Crow have an escape mechanism, so if you can time it right, you can still avoid the damage coming up from Rising Sun Esports, but at least there is always that insurance policy. And we saw what the Colette can do, not only to take down these squishy brawlers, but also to damage the save. And this is what I want to see, right? Colette can do it with the super, Jeanette can do it with her super as well.
Yep, definitely keeping the brawlers on the side of Winter in check, especially Piper and the Crow. Colette is a good pick up from the side of Rising Suns. It feels quite well balanced on the side of Rising Suns Esports. Meanwhile, for the side of Winter, they have two brawlers that I feel like, you know, it's a bit of a glass cannon, I would say. They are able to jump in, low health pool, and if they are able to disengage, that's great. That's what they want to have on the side of Winter. But the moment they jump in and, you know, they made a mistake, that's the window. That's what Rising Suns want to capitalize.
So Winter, you gotta win those long-range fights, and Batuman has already won his. It's you know, confrontation. But getting to the side of Rising Sun Esports is gonna be the challenge. Batuman again, just doing such an amazing job on that bell, but you know, it's all about the Piper. Keep Wahochi away. This Colette is going to be a big threat, but not if you just two-shot him. With those long-range fight, I mean, Winter, they're just winning on all fronts, and now you get rid of the terrain. You don't let Resistant Esports hide in the shadow, and you start pelting that save with those ammunition. I mean, oh my God, Wahochi just did not stand a chance.
Yeah, it just feels like a buffet line coming out from the side of Rising Suns Esports, and Winter, they are just picking one by one. They are taking one objective after another. Take down the brawlers, take down the terrain, and, you know, do all they can, and it's an open range for them, and they are slowly chipping onto the Rising Suns save.
Levi doing such a good job. While Hochi ults in, Levi was like, I'll trade my ult, gets the exchange. And this is not just about the draft. This is how Winter, they are playing those fights so well. They are out-aiming Rising Sun Esports. This is peak mechanics check from Winter. I mean, we don't care who you are. We're going to mechanics check you. We're going to beat you. That Airstrike not doing such a good job. And sure, Colette finally picks up the Piper, but there's a lot of resources. It's going to be a 2 versus 1 on that save. And Winter, they're still taking their lead.
Yeah, Winter still sitting in the lane. Meanwhile, it's going to be ticked down. Oh no! That's 2 from the side of Winter being brought down, and they are going all in onto the save. But meanwhile, in the backline, Crow is still sitting there. They did not rectify the Crow.
What are you guys doing? Your save is in danger. And Levi just sneaks it away. Rising Esports and not paying attention. I'm not sure about that. But with a carelessness coming up from Rising Sun Esports, they just left the Crow to do whatever he likes. I guess it's like a buffet for him. Winter 1 round away from knocking Rising Sun Esports down to lower bracket. And then everything in round 1 was just about the aim war. And right out the bat, Rising Sun Esports lost to one of their members, loses the second one, gets wiped out. And Winter just showing us that they are here to win.
Yeah, definitely Winter. They are here and they are staying as they are able to take the first one. Meanwhile, Rising Suns Esports, they have to take the response. They have to put the response out, but
Colette missed!
What a miss, but oh no, there is going to be a cleanup crew coming in from Levi, able to clean up one of the players from the side of Rising Suns Esports, but Wahochi, determination in himself to go for the push. He is sitting low. Oh, that's a good job from the Crow.
What a super from Levi. They still couldn't do much damage to the save just yet. Levi playing in the bushes. And sure, you have the Byron for the heal, but Levi has the damage over time with this Crow, so it kind of nullifies that healing by a bit. Batuman wins that one now, the Bell Shield being so useful, and again the airstrike coming out from that Jeanette. Being put into good use, put a bit of pressure on Levi, they finish him off. Rising Sun Esports having a way better round. As now they finally get a bit of control over the map, 55 seconds left.
They just need to keep the players from the side of Winter in check. Nice ulti coming in from Wahochi, able to chip on, and here comes the side of Rising Sun, just healing down. This is what they need to have to, you know, tie things off. Able, it feels like they are playing, you know, just playing around, playing it a bit much more safer and passive, giving Rising Suns Esports a glimmer of hope right now.
Yeah, and this round is definitely in the hands of Rising Sun Esports. Winter can't even get close to the save. do lose the Piper, and unfortunately Battleman just does not have enough damage. So Rising Sun Esports, they hold themselves in this set. In the series, we're gonna get a third round to determine who takes the cake. It's Winter 1 round away from advancing into the grand finals, and for Rising Sun Esports, it's one round away from staying alive in the series.
Yeah, definitely. Rising Suns Esports, they need this round, they need this point, and definitely I feel like Winter, they have something up their sleeve, they have something hiding, because it feels like that round was way too easy for Rising Suns to walk away with. And here you go, once again, Battleman able to take down Brawlers, and Levi as well taking down for Hochi.
Yeah, that's the focus fire from the side of Winter. The target identification is on point from the members of Winter. Still have Levi though, he's trying to at least escape the Colette, does get picked up by Wahochi, but an instant trade comes back, and at the end of the day, it is still Winter winning out majority of that encounter, clearing out the midsection, just to make sure that it Rising Sun Esports, even if they get control, they can't hide themselves within those brushes. And this makes it a bit more complicated as Wahochi wins his one, they get a trade back, and Levi has been able to consistently maintain control and is forcing that Byron from the side of Rising Sun Esports to, focus his attention and keeping that Jeanette alive. But even then, it's going to be a bit more complicated because Winter has isolated the Jeanette, get him to finish him off, and they get that full reset.
Yep, a full reset coming in. Winter real smart taking out the chunk of the wall in the middle, able to leave it open for them where he can come in all three corners. Meanwhile, Levi at the back end got taken out. That means it's a free for all from the side of Rising Suns. They are going in. They are trying, but Byron trying to keep it alive, but Byron has been taken down by Levi. Wahochi will be able to go for the trade-off, but it's a 2v1 to the save, and this could be it. There's still 35 seconds on the clock for Winter to respond. That's 20% in difference, but Winter, they are dealing damage as well.
They gotta clear out the Jeanette at this point. Wahochi doesn't take down to the Crow, but he still finally goes down. It's gonna be pretty close though. Someone needs to clear out the Jeanette, and finally Winter got rid of her. Well, actually, they haven't. They're gonna bomb rush this. Wahochi, he has the super though, he just needs to buy a bit of time. It's gonna be really close. 10 seconds. Slam. Winter going in for the final blow. They're safe. He's going down.
Oh my god!
They have done it. And Winter takes down Rising Sun Esports. They're in the grand finals.
Yep. I just can't believe what happened at the last moment. Winter, what a dramatic and what a climatic one, as they were holding everything at the end, just going in Hail Mary onto the save.
It was all planned.
Yeah.
You can see that. You can sense that Winter they were like, all right, with Jeanette on the save, doesn't matter. All we gotta do is to make that one final push. Take out Wahochi. Don't let the Colette get close to our save, and we're good. Jeanette will not be able to finish the job. And they just completely ignore her. They went straight for the other two members of Rising Sun Esports, and when they see the chance, they went in full force, guns blazing. And I would say they just snatched the round away.
Definitely, I will agree with you. The new boys in town, the new kids in the block, they are able to catch the veterans off guard and definitely catch Rising Suns Esports off guard. They move into the grand finals. They move in with a very, very strong confidence that, they are able to take this away from everyone. Because the way how they're playing it, I'm a believer. I'm a believer right now that, Winter, they might be able to do it, but it feels like Rising Suns Esports, they have to rectify some of the issue that they have. They have to, bounce back like how they bounce back in the game to itself. They just need to make sure that they are able to rectify it in time, because they play a back-to-back game. They just play that, so they do have slight time for them to take a breather, but they really, really have to be careful because they drop down into the low bracket.
Yeah, Winter has just drawn blood, and what an interesting series. What an amazing one for sure. It kind of sets up for a grand finals, all made possible by our sponsor Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. And we just saw the Titans getting handed their first series loss by New Kids on the Block. But we also have Monster Energy with us that allows them to unleash the beast. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And if you guys haven't joined our Discord just yet, what are you waiting for? Log on to discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series and join us in the conversation. I'm pretty sure that upset has brought a lot of new thoughts and outlook on how the rest of the this open finals is gonna go. We still have 3 more series coming up, including the grand finals, but we've already gotten our very first grand finalist, which is going to be Winter. They're gonna be waiting there with their legs up on their throne temporarily while we see who makes it into the grand finals to challenge them. And to find that out, we will only continue it after our break. So do not go anywhere. We will be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series for Brawl Stars. This is the Split 2 Open Finals. Ms. Husky alongside me is Adrian, aka Uwu the Magical. We just witnessed a jaw-dropping series between Winter and Rising Sun Esports, where Winter beat them 3-1 in total. It's a pretty emphatic and interesting manner that would go down in history for a while, which means that we get to talk to Winter again.
Yeah, definitely have to talk to Winter, and definitely I have a couple of questions in my mind for them, like to know like what do they have in mind, like taking down Rising Suns Esports. You know, we have here the troll from Rising Suns Esports about Winter. This time we get to hear Winter doing it back to Rising Suns Esports.
Yeah, and for Winter, the best thing about winning that series just now was that they get room to breathe, right? They get to chill in the grand finals for a while they watch all the other series play out, and then they get to study their opponents. They finally get an actual break. But for all the other teams, they gotta keep on playing. They keep on playing. Well, maybe except for Rising Sun Esports, these guys will be waiting in the lower bracket finals, so they also get a bit of breathing room. But most importantly, they get some time to think. You know, if they make it back to the grand finals, how can they change it up? Because I think Winter definitely got that boost of confidence. Let's take a look at the updated bracket first. How it has transpired so far. We just witnessed that a crazy upper bracket finals. Winter in the grand finals waiting. Team Wood, they just took down Geek Fam 3-0, and Fluffy was able to 3-2 Sang. So now we get Team Wood against Fluffy. This is what I'm waiting for, right? You say Team Wood, kind of the last hope to perhaps do some blows to the region of Japan. But we gotta congratulate these guys first, because Team Wood, Fluffy, Rising Sun Esports, and Winter have already locked in the spot in the mobile challenge.
Yeah, definitely we have to congratulate them. But will we see a redemption game coming from Team Wood up against Rising Sun Esports? Or will it be a different? Because let's see how Fluffy play out. They drop the ball against Team Wood. This is gonna be redemption time for Fluffy, because they dropped 3-1 to Team Wood in the first 8. Then they are going up against Team Wood. Can they do it? But they managed to defeat Sang with 3-2. They are able to take down FA Rocket with 3-0. Can they have their redemption arc story? You know, the anime redemption arc from Fluffy coming out. Are they able to move on to the final to meet up against Rising Suns Esports? And I feel like Rising Suns Esports, they want to do, you know, their own redemption arc to make Winter again and give them what our strategy that they have in the back. But beforehand, Team Wood, X9J, Aaron, Rezel, and CZK. That is the lineup. We have seen them previously. Right now they are fighting for that chance to go up against Rising Suns Esports. Can they do it? Or the next team, the team that has a very, very cute name, Fluffy.
Yep, I think it's not. Same, like, I feel like, you know, cute names are the scariest. Like if you think of it like a let's see, what is it, like a Chihuahua, right? Some people don't find Chihuahua attractive. A poodle, right? Some poodles look very adorable. Well, I mean, actually all poodles look adorable, but they are actually very ferocious. Because recently I made a trip to Singapore. My friend had a toy poodle, and she was not friendly to her owners. She was friendly to me, but not towards the owner. And then apparently they're pet bird. So it kind of reinforces the notion that cute things aren't necessarily the best. Yeah. So I went to, I'm gonna go sidetrack a bit. So I went to this cat cafe that I accidentally discovered recently, and one of the patrons brought her pet Chihuahua,
Mhm.
and that Chihuahua disliked all the cats there. But maybe because the Chihuahua was just anxious around different animals. The point is, Chihuahua, I don't like Chihuahuas. They're cute, but I don't like them. I think they're very annoying.
Oh,
Very
that,
noisy.
it's just confusing seeing a dog in a cat cafe.
Yeah, well, true.
Tell me, when do you see a dog in a cat cafe?
I don't know. Good
Yeah.
question. I don't remember. I don't remember seeing. Well, well, we don't get those places often.
Yeah.
Yeah. But okay, just to clear the record, right? For anyone who has Chihuahua or who loves Chihuahua, I'm not sending any hate. I'm just saying that I cannot deal with a Chihuahua because
Okay.
I think Chihuahua is way too energetic for me. I feel like, you know, if I had to coexist with one, I think they'll get the better of me. I'm more of a. Now that I think of it, what am I?
A husky.
I'm more a husky guy. Yes, exactly. But anyways, Teamwood against Fluffy. You say
Mhm.
that it's a redemption series for Fluffy. You say that, you know, Teamwood is kind of like the veteran team led by CZK.
Mhm.
And last time they met in the round of 8, Teamwood won 3-1. Do you think that it's going to change in this lower bracket quarter or lower bracket semis?
Well, I did say that, you know, it's a redemption arc for Team Fluffy. I didn't say that they are winning. Because I still have my hopes, you know, my hopes and dream in the hand of Team Wood. They are able to go, you know, repeat the history, you know, repeat history again against Team Fluffy. 3-1 for the first 8, maybe it could be 3-0 or with a bit of respect 3-2 to Team Fluffy. But I feel like this time Fluffy do have something up in their sleeve, but it's still going to be 3-2 for me for Team Wood.
So we are still going with Teamwood, but it's a bit closer.
Yeah, it's a bit closer.
Well, we're gonna find out a bit, but that was his prediction. I predict a 3-1 in favor of Teamwood, but I want to hear your predictions as well. So remember to drop all of those predictions and opinions to get the conversation rolling with the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series and have a chance to have it featured on a live broadcast, because I'm pretty sure you guys watching might have your own takes on how the series is going to go. And if you do have your own takes, remember to vote in Twitch chat and tell us who do you think is going to proceed further into top 3. Will it be Team Wood or will it be Fluffy?
Yep, definitely. It's going to be up to everyone, but it's most importantly up to the players who is able to make that 3 points, because they definitely need that 3 points to go up against Rising Suns Esport, and they need another 3 on top of that to secure themselves in the grand finals against Winter. Winter so far undefeatable. They didn't really, you know, drop that much. I think just one mistakes against Rising Suns Esports, but who will be, you know, Winter's opponent in the grand finals? We have to watch the 3 teams. That is going to be Team Fluffy, Team Wood, or Rising Suns Esports. If you have to, you know, predict on one of the team out of these 3, let's give them a 3-way.
Rising Sun Esports.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I still think that Rising Sun Esports has the upper hand. You're right. Sure, they dropped to Winter 3-1. We can say, you know, Winter made some mistakes. They were goofing around. But if we look at the track record, right, Rising Sun Esports, they did beat Team Wood, and in a very convincing manner. I would say that end of the day, we might still see that grand finals rematch.
Okay, we will have to see that. That's what the odds is around 60%, 70%. It's around 70% because Rising Sun is already at the finals. They just need like 3 points for them to move on.
I feel like it's a 85-15.
For them to move on.
Yeah, I feel like the odds could be a bit higher. I feel like the probability of them progress. Oh, okay. You know what? Scrap that. 95%.
Oh, okay.
Rising Sun Esports.
Rising Suns Esports 95%. That's pretty confident, but I feel like it's 33%. Everyone has a chance into this, but the odds is slightly higher for the side of Rising Suns Esports because they only play one matchup to move in. Meanwhile, for Team Fluffy and Team Wood, they have to play this matchup. Then they have to go up against Rising Suns Esports matchup, and just thinking of that is just draining because you're gonna play back to back and back. whoever is gonna play, just say Fluffy or Team Wood, wins this matchup, move on, wins Rising Suns Esports matchup, and move to the grand finals to go up against. That's 3 matchup back to back, especially for this Fluffy Team Fluffy and Team Wood.
Right, quick question, right? So how long? Well, what was the longest duration that you have played a game consecutively? And well, not just any game. I'm not talking about single players, you know, dungeon crawlers. I'm talking about games that can be competitive, right? Like, for example, Brawl Stars, right? You are playing for that rank. You're playing for those trophies. What was the longest duration that you have played in one sitting?
In one sitting, it's definitely going to be 4 to 6 hours.
Oh goodness me! Whoa, yeah, sounds good enough. I think my longest sitting, playing a game, including Brawl Stars, I think it has been what, 8 to 10?
Wow.
I can't remember, but like excluding the fact that I need to use the washroom and eat food. Yeah, 8 to 10.
You must pardon the old man
No,
here.
you trust me. After that, I feel my mortality. I can't. It's yeah. I feel like that is way behind me. But you know, let's look forward to what's coming up. Hard Rock Mine. We get the gem grab to start things off. So we get Team Wood. They ban Eve. No Poco. No Jeanette. Whereas for Fluffy, it's no Colin, no Ruffs, no Byron, no Stu, and it's a Bell first pick.
A good pick up from the side of Fluffy. Team would have to respond to this, and that's just looking at the modes itself. Hard Rock Mine, that's the map. It's be jam grabs and moving on to dueling beetles on Hot Zone. Then third mode itself is going to be Brawl Ball on Super Beach. These 3 modes are confirmed. These 3 modes and maps is confirmed. But the 4th one onto Dry Season, who if they are gonna force it into the 4th or possibly the 5th one, it's gonna be interesting because they are gonna run out of steam. But Team Wood instant response, they have what they have in mind. Fluffy, they have to sniff this out. They have to, you know, approach this lineup from the side of Team Wood carefully.
And can we just take a moment to appreciate Team Wood's logo? It's basically a sprout.
Yeah.
And it looks very adorable, and I like it.
So who's the fluffy one?
So who's the fluffy one? I don't think Sprout is quote unquote fluffy.
I mean like the cute one.
The cute one.
Yeah.
Well, of all the brawlers, I don't know. Perhaps Mr. P. I'll have a couple of options. Mr. P is one. Sprout is one. Well, Squeak is considered cute. Or Tick. I think Tick is pretty cute. I think a lot of people don't like Tick, but I think it's really cute. Well, what was the last one? Well, definitely not Crow. I feel like Crow is a horrible. It's a horrible answer. Nina. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool.
I'll agree with Nina for that. I think Ash for me.
Yeah, well, yeah, true.
Ash. If I have to pick one more, I'll see Colonel Ruffs itself.
Oh, Colonel Ruffs, yeah, that's pretty adorable.
But
anyway, yeah, Colonel Ruffs. I think that's pretty much it. The extent of it, I can think off the top of my head. I feel like everyone else is just a humanoid, unless people think that Frankenstein is cute. Then probably Frank. But we get a Lola last pick for Team Wood. So we have Lola, Squeak, and Leon. All about their skirmishing potential. We saw how effective Lola was in the hands of Winter. Now we want to see if Team Wood can replicate their success.
I'm sure Team Wood is just like not pulling strategy out from the book of Team Winter, but Team Wood will try to do and replicate. If it's not broken, don't fix it, and they definitely not gonna fix anything that is broken. Meanwhile, for the side of Fluffy, they are losing ground on the right flank, but X9J, that's the punishment for moving out of position.
Yeah, Jay just being a bit too far forward on that Squeak. You want to get control of these areas, but you also have to be careful to not overstep. Can be easily punished, and look at where Muriel is. Already infiltrated that backline as a Mr. P. And in a blink of an eye, Team Wood completely loses control of the map. And There's nothing that Aaron could do. There's nothing that Jay could do. And CZK, he has his hands tied.
Yup, Team Wood, they are sitting so far away of the gem spawner. They are not able to even hook the brawlers from the side of Fluffy. Meanwhile, Fluffy, they are just, they're gonna sit on top of the gem spawner. They're just gonna wait for it. And Team Wood, they are running on time. 2 more gems for the side of Fluffy, and that will start the countdown. Let me say again, 1 more gem. Miria will be able to take down.
Oh, they grab it?
Oh, no, that's it.
Yeah, they grab him with the Gene super, right? You have to always pay attention. If that Gene has his super, then you have to, be aware that he can grab you out of position. That displacement is always a big threat. And Team Wood just one careless step, and they give Fluffy, hand them that first round. And it felt like Team Wood had no answer to what Fluffy wanted to bring to the table, right? You have that Lola on your side, and you gotta use that ego to push forward. But unfortunately, that was not the case. And I've never seen a Mr. P survival so wrong. Miro did an incredible job playing on that right-hand side of the map.
They're definitely Team Fluffy. They are able to hold everything. They are able to look at the windows of opportunity and capitalize it. But this time, Team Wood, they will be in the lead to hold on to 2 gems in the lead. Can they grab the third one? X9J, he is gonna give himself some redemption as he did the same thing and able to take the brawler from the side of Fluffy. They have control, but in the trade of X9J's life, CZK has to go for a retreat. Arrowman has to go behind a bit as well while they wait for X9J to come back into the game.
And this is where we see Miro drop down that super, so those remaining penguins are gonna be a big nuisance. And unfortunately for Team Wood, they don't really have the best means to destroy that super, so it's gonna keep spawning those penguins. And CZK left with his own devices with the help of that ego, was able to kind of push Fluffy back, but CZK can't do this all on his own. He needs his team to be with him, but unfortunately this Mr. P pick might have just sealed the deal. Again, another empowered penguin just giving CZK such a hard time, and even with the invisibility, he just did not have breathing space to recover.
Yep, definitely breathing space.
That penguin's gonna hunt him down, look at that.
I was trying to ignore the penguins and then I'm just looking at the penguins. Oh wait, that's what X9J is doing, but it's a bit close. We are sitting at a tie. A bit of stalemate coming in, but CZK will be able to pick up 1 gem, give them the lead. That's the second one. Can they start the countdown? CZK has to back up, oh wait, Fluffy side, they dropped the gem right now. CZK just need to build, just need to run. Miria is on the chase, and Fluffy, they are sitting on a time of 5 seconds left. Team Wood will be able to close things down as CZK is the one who to have all 12 gem.
A good one from Team Wood, a very good hold, and a special mention, I believe, to Aaron. That Leon pick was able to get the flank off, and that was the perfect opportunity, right? Use a super, go in invisible, flank that Mr. P super, take out that spawner, and open up some space for your team, and that's exactly what Aaron did. So round number 3, right off the bat, both teams are getting trading gems once more. X9J pushing forward, CZK doing the same, and they do get control of the map, but again, they cannot overstep. X9J, he knows his job is to get control of that map, but he has to play around his team, and he's able to do a good job at that so far, but he's going to trade his life, and that means CZK is now in a very vulnerable position.
Yep, CZK has to be a bit more careful going for the reset, has to fall back. Meanwhile, waiting for X9J to come back. X9J is in position, has to, respect the opponent a bit, but has to be careful. Ooh, that's a survival from the side of Team Wood, but CZK has to tank the damage. 2 gem on the side of Fluffy, meanwhile 5 for the side of Team Wood. Oh no!
The bell bounce! The attack ricochet, and it actually takes out CZK and now X9J. The fact that he's holding the gem meant that they gotta switch that responsibility a bit. X9J can't walk forward to get zone control, and this is bad news for Team Wood. They need CZK to be on the offense, and he was able to clear out some space. But that means that X9J now has the responsibility to collect the gem. A bit of a tall task for Squeak. CZK gotta provide that backup right now. As Fluffy, they do have one extra gem, and you can see that they're pushing Team Wood back. X9J completely pressured by Miria. And just throw out that super to get a bit of that control down mid. But Aaron was not able to finish the job, and Fluffy are slowly gaining more and more ground.
Yeah, Fluffy will be able to gain as much ground as they can. One more gem being spawned. Can they go for it? Arrowman going for the left flank, trying to jump in. Will be able to knock the gem down, but X9J has to be a bit more careful. 9 gem to 9 gem. They have to fall back. Miria has nothing to lose. Will be able to push up, but this is going to be an important gem. Can they push it? CZK wants it, but Fluffy starts the countdown.
Oh, good
Can
cancel.
they jump back? Oh, they have started the countdown on the side of Team Wood, but if I'm not mistaken, Fluffy has the...
Yeah, they can stop the countdown, right? They just got the gem. And now the 12th one goes over to Fluffy. What do you have left in the tank, Team Wood? They can't get the gem away to reset the countdown, but X9J had control his life for it, just buy a bit more time.
Oh,
but
no.
they lose CTK. Miria once more on that right side might have just sealed the deal. Fluffy takes everything away from Team Wood. And this will be set number 1 for Fluffy.
Yup, sad number 1 for the side of Fluffy. I thought Team Wood will have one last hurrah in them to go for the Hail Mary, but they recognize that they dropped the ball at the last second. It was a good fight from Fluffy, but Team Wood, they still have chance to climb back. They still have 2 more to defend and able to collect the points and force into game number 4. But Fluffy, they just need 2 more points and they move on to go up against Rising Suns Esports.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Aaron on that Leon, we didn't get to see the Leon be as effective as we would like. You know, normally a Leon, you want to be able to go up close and personal, deal damage, and just instantly burst someone down. But to get close was the problem for Aaron. And even with the super, it was very hard for him to do all the task alone, right? And you only are relying on a Squeak to get the zoning. And the biggest downfall was when the Squeak was forced to take the gem. Right? It really takes away a lot of that pressure that he provides for the team. So a bit of that mishap towards the tail end of that round, giving Fluffy that first set.
Yeah, I definitely agree that the moment when X9J able to, he has to pick up the gem. He can't just leave it on the ground for the side of Fluffy to pick it up. So the situation got a bit awkward for the lineup because they were thinking of just putting X9J on the right flank, just continue go on to the back line, try to deal damage, try to go for a player matchup, try to go for the brawler matchup itself. But the moment when X9J picks up the gem, as you say, it forces CZK into a very awkward position where I have to stand in front right now. I have to go in front, and it gives him a very, very tough decision. Where do he want to swap the position? Because put X9J into the middle, you put CZK on the right. Maybe CZK have to play the much more aggressive flanking on the right hand side, and Arrowman playing on the left hand side, regardless of what's happening in the middle south. So CZK, I think he held the decision. Okay, I'm gonna hold on to the middle. X9J gonna play on the right, but you have to play a bit much more safer. So it forces Team Wood into a very, very awkward situation. I would say awkward situation where they have to think, okay, we can go aggressive, but at the same time, X9J can't die. But his whole objective is, I'm going to dive to the back line. My objective is to dive them, kill them, trading my life for it. That's my whole objective. But now I'm holding on to the gem. What do I do?
Yeah, and that's where we kind of see the unfortunate, the sudden change of pace for Team Wood. And early on, we were talking about, can Fluffy kind of bring this back, right? I mean, we saw Team Wood take them down 3-1. Fluffy now drew that first blood. So it really comes down to, has Fluffy adapted to Team Wood? Because these two teams have not gotten a single break at all. They were playing consecutively round through round after especially not getting knocked down to the lower bracket. But unfortunately, after the series, only one team will make it through, and I think Fluffy are off to a good start.
Yep, Fluffy definitely on to a good start. You know, the redemption arc from them. But we can't count out Team Wood. You know, dropping one to the opponent side, just deja vu once again for Team Wood. But Team Wood, they just, you know, they have to pick up the momentum, they have to pick up the discipline, they make sure that, you know, whatever situation that they are thrown in from the side of Fluffy, they have to, you know, adjust. They really have to adjust. They can't stick to a plan like, oh, it's foolproof that, you know, only like this is it, we can't change it. There's no flexibility or adaptability in it. Like they have to make sure that the plan that they are gonna execute, there's still plan B, there's still plan C, there's still like aftermath of that, there's still more options, not only one option that they have in their mind. So definitely I feel like Team Wood, they have to adapt a bit to the situation. So they have to really read what is being played. I know it's a bit hard because the game is very short, it's quite condensed. That it's hard for people to switch, just flick off the switch, they adapt, they turn around. It's something that they have to really, you know, address. They have to address it, especially for in-game leaders. They have to address that. Okay, we have this issue. As what most of the Japanese players say, it's more on how they're going to improve themselves. They have to improve themselves by looking at the game itself. All right, so we have this kind of situation. It's not going as what my plan is. So what do I do? Do I, like, you know, stick with it, be confident with my plan that, you know, it will stick through to the end, or I adapt? Adapting on the fly is something, it's a tall order, definitely a tall order to ask everyone, but they have to do it. They have to pull something up in the mind, think of something and do it. They can't just, you know, just let it be and not addressing a problem that they have.
Yeah, and I think we've seen a couple of examples of that, right? We saw how Winter dealt with Rising Sun Esports. Even in the set that Rising Sun Esports won, it all came down to adaptation, right? How they dealt with this menacing Ash on the side of Winter. And at the end of the day, I felt like what really gave that set one away to Fluffy was just a bit of the draft, and also how Fluffy identified their win conditions. And in that case, it's just, well, CZK is the main damage dealer. You know what? Get rid of the Squeak. We just keep this Leon in check. As long as he doesn't get to run around with his super, as long as we keep track of where he is, then he will be ineffective. And I think they did a pretty good job. But let's see what's gonna be coming up in the second set. And this time we go to Hot Zone. It's dueling Beatles. And a bit of a switch up for Fluffy. They started off with the belt again. And this time we get the Stu and the Colonel Ruffs band alongside the Eve.
Yep, this time Team Wood, they're gonna do what they can in Hot Zones on dueling Beatles. Fluffy, they are picking up the same lineup if they want. If they need to, they can pick it up. They recognize Stu, Colonel Ruffs is an issue, especially into the hands of Team Wood players. They have the experience for that. So Fluffy, they're definitely rectifying issues that they know personally Team Wood can put on the table. And picking up the Byron from the side of Team Wood, that's the first option, going for the second Brawler as well. This is going to be one that I feel Team Wood is going to put on the pressure, but they have to make sure that they are able to sustain, they're able to outlive the opponent.
And I think that is one of the few common compositions that we see, right? You have the Byron, you have Byron to be that support brawler, but you also have Bo to control those areas with their super and also with your basic attack. And this is why we see Fluffy bring out the Sprout. And in the Split 1 Open Finals, Sprout has been a huge pickup for most teams, including the Zeta Division, where they use that super to create this impossible terrain that allow them to control that hot zone. And I want to see if, you know, Fluffy will do the exact same. They top it up with the Leon. Kind of an unexpected one for me though. I get the idea, Leon, you want to run around with the super, but for Team Wood, these brawlers are not hard to catch out. So Leon might be that trump card that can get Fluffy their win.
Yep, I agree. The Leon pickup Rock from the side of Team Wood. That means, oh, I'm gonna finish out on Fluffy's side. It's like picking up Sprouts and Leon. Feels like they are a bit more of like, okay, we can poke, we can zone, we can block, we can hold, but they have to play the long game a bit. Meanwhile, for the side of Team Wood, they have damage, they have support. They can break through, but are they able to, control the tempo of Fluffy? It feels like from Hard Rock Mine, we have seen how Fluffy is controlling the tempo, setting up an issue, setting up an thing where Team Wood unable to answer, and they went into a very stagnant position. And see, Fluffy, they went a bit aggressive. They clear out the left flank of the barrier. They clear out the right flank of the barrier, leaving us with only a small tall grass in the middle. Meanwhile, for
Mira! And look at this Mira, he just runs in. He draws the attention onto his side, and suddenly the rest of Fluffy, they just power in onto that hot zone. And now with the Sprout, the Super again blocking out all of these shots with that man-made terrain. Fluffy getting so much control. And although they have that Leon utility, right, the talent that allowed them to go invisible on their side of the map, this is looking to be very rough for Team Wood. They finally clear out the bell, they establish some control, but Mira, he's invisible. Oh, Aaron, you got a juicy target. Survives the Leon, but does not survive the Sprout. And Fluffy at the end of it was able to basically force Team Wood out of that hot zone. And sure, X9J survives thanks to CZK, but the progress is also ticking for Fluffy.
Yup, it is ticking for Fluffy, but Team Wood will be able to reset stuff. Fluffy on the other side will be able to regain and take the side of the hot zone, but Aaron will be able to go for the trade itself, but it is closer for Fluffy to grab the point. Is this like the momentum breaker? Is this what Team Wood have in the tank left? Like they have gas out.
Yeah, I really felt like Fluffy did an amazing job in there, right? We talked about how you have the Sprout to control the zone, and you have this Leon that's gonna run around, assassinate the backline, and they did it perfectly. We saw how Miria, just fearless. He plays that Mr. P in a previous set, like how he plays Leon, just gets so much control, and I love the usage of the Sprout Super. Sure, you don't block off entry point, but you create this terrain that prevents the Team Wood from flushing you out of the hot zone, and that is just brilliant from the side of Fluffy.
Yup, and look again, Fluffy repeating the same thing that they've been doing. Okay, we're gonna take out your middle barricades, we're gonna take out the informations and everything, your resources, and it forces Team Wood to play out in the open, and X9J have to go for aggressive. CZK will be able to take down one. Here comes the aggression of Team Wood. They are awake. Might be too late, but still there is chance if you have hope, and they are believing it as they are charging and getting the percentage of the hot zone.
Yeah, and the Brock Super used just to get rid of the Sprout's terrain, but that means that Fluffy gets control. Look at Miria, he's just running straight at CZK.
Wow.
Trace Aaron back, and Fluffy in a blink of an eye assumes control of that hot zone again, but you don't have all the terrains to work with though. Fluffy needs to get the Sprout Super up and running. They have the Bell Shield, so that is a good start. Miria once more doing work now. Turns his team invisible as Miria continues to slaughter the members of Team Wood, and Fluffy have just caught up in progression. To win this round means it's set 2-0 for them. And you can see the Sprout Super again creating that impossible terrain. Miria just playing in the shadows so well as they wipe Team Wood. And I think Fluffy has gotten this. They're about to send their series scores to a 2-0 lead, and there's nothing the Team Wood can do to stop them.
Yeah, Fluffy, just 1 more percent, and they are able to take the lead. They are able to take their revenge and their redemption against Team Wood. Team Wood sitting in a very, very dangerous position. They are at the edge of the cliff. One more push, it will be over for Team Wood. But for Fluffy, they dig deep. They pull out the anime comeback.
Yeah, Fluffy did such an amazing job, and I just love how they approach that hot zone round, right? The hot zone set with this idea on how to run a draft with Leon, just kind of rubbing it in Team Wood's face. And the best part is that they turn it around so quickly. So now the question lies is this whole redemption arc, right? It felt like Fluffy are now. It feels like Fluffy are now in control.
Yep.
But the adaptation that they bring to the table, this new outlook, from the fact that they didn't really get much time to study Team Wood and they had to keep playing to even get to this rematch, is amazing. But now the question lies on Team Wood's shoulders. What can they do to bring this back? Are we looking at a draft change? Are we looking at how they are just not adapting as fast as Fluffy?
It feels like since they have a 4-man team, they can use go for a sub, but also composition alignments also quite. They have to change things up. They have to make sure that CCK. I'm not sure. Maybe the reason why they are putting CCK in the middle, it's a bit just to make sure that he's able to dish out all the damage, dish out all the opportunity, and create that space for X9J. But it feels like why not replicate what your opponent has? Replicate how they are playing it, playing as two of the brawlers going up in front. One of it could be a distraction, the other one could be the one that's dealing out damage, where they go in, they do the job together. Teamwork makes the dream work. I feel like Team Wood might need to put a bit more of the teamwork, aim for the one brawler, focus onto one. Just tunnel down, just tunnel into one brawler, move on to the next target and move on to the next target. I feel like Team Wood, they are quite all over the places. Like, CCK has its own fight, X9J has its own fight, and then Aaron doing his own stuff. Like, Aaron is like trying to, alright, I'm gonna handle one brawler, I'm gonna handle one player, you handle the other one. It's like, do the teamwork thing. Go aim one, ape together strong. That means, they just need to hold hands, and I feel like they can do it. They just need to focus onto one, get to the next objective. But just to recall myself, the next mode is the Brawl Ball.
Right.
Right.
So we're in for a treat.
Yep.
Okay, here's where I throw the question back to you, right? You said that most teams when you play Brawl Ball, it's all about having fun, it's all about enjoying. And I say that, yeah, well, if there's something on the line, then you can't really play around. So Team Wood are one set away from getting eliminated. It's still fun in games for Brawl Ball, or
I feel like they still can have fun. They still can have fun for the side of Team Wood. The enemy can't score when they don't have the ball. They can just hop onto the ball, wait for the overtime, and go for the last minute score.
Yeah,
they can play it super safe. Team Wood can just play it super safe. They brought out corner routes. They're gonna create more walls. They're gonna create, a barricade up in front of the ball. They're not gonna let Fluffy touching the ball. They even brought in the stew.
I want to see a max right now for the side of Fluffy. You have the M's, you have the max. It's gonna just run down Team Wood. And sure, right, we have the stew, corner roughs, but they aren't really the best into an M's. She pops super, Stu gets slowed down, and you just run him down. And the best part is that now you've seen the two cores. The Tara also does a decent job to stop the Stu in place. Likes to dash around. Tara says no. I'm gonna vacuum you in with the gravity well. The good news for Team Wood is that they have the last pick, so they get to see the full hands of Fluffy before they decide how they want to play this. But that last pick needs to be super impactful, and there we go, the max brought up by Fluffy.
Max pick up from the side of Fluffy. I don't know, is this cheese or is this something that's still viable for Team Wood to pick up, where they can just pick up Frank. I've seen how CZK and the rest, like they picked up Frank in Brawl Ball. It might sound like the most impractical brawler to bring into Brawl Ball, but I've seen how they play it, where they clear the whole obstacles. They create a pile, but no, Team Wood have something else in mind. They're gonna try to hold. They're gonna play speed as well. Let's see what can Team Wood do to handle Fluffy, because this is the last opportunity for themselves to survive, to crawl and get the points back, to survive and move on to the next set and the next set, and eventually if they pick up all last 3 sets, can they move on? Or Fluffy will have the opportunity. We have to see. Team Fluffy does have the advantage. They are sitting on top of the ball. They
there we go.
have possession
That
of
is gonna
the
shoot.
ball. X9J, what a good save! Not today by X9J. CZK just gonna sit. Ooh, has to be a bit more careful. He's gonna throw the ball. He's gonna force CZK. Will bring one down.
Yeah, a very cheeky move from Fluffy. They try to go for the bomb rush, but it doesn't really work like that. So again, Team Wood pumping on the brakes, but again, you see Max just clearing out the entirety of that midsection. You have Mira running in. X9J switches target, able to stop Fluffy in place. They have CZK doing very good control. They're slowly inching forward towards Fluffy's goal. This one last push would do the job. Let's see if Team Wood can make it happen. The spike is making it incredibly tough for Fluffy to hide in those small corners. You have Aaron coming up the side as well to climb around. One last hurrah. This should be the first goal. Ems is the last person to go through. Shoots the ball back, but CZK will send it in for the first goal.
Yeah, first goal for the side of Team Wood. Right now, they just need to hold on to the ball, or they can force for another goal. It's all up on Team Wood. Meanwhile, Fluffy, they are set on the back foot. They have to climb back up. There's 55 seconds on the clock for them to score one, equalize, and go for overtime. But looks like X9J and CZK, they have something up in plan. They are pushing up in offense. Take one down. Miria
misses.
Goes down.
Yeah, and that is terrible revelation. The fact that that gravity well missed. You see Team Wood getting so much control, and this is where the spike really shines. And Mira unfortunately forced out into the open in that this round. It's pretty much done so. Viral. X9J one last shot. They've done it. So Team Wood gets the first round.
X9J able to score the final goal itself. Right now, actually, I'm quite curious. Like, what's the rotations of the modes between Team Wood and Fluffy in the first 8? Did they make a difference there? Cause like, what was the rounds that Team Wood win against Fluffy? Maybe it was the modes that Fluffy was in not really prepared, or maybe in a different strategy itself.
Yeah, it could be that, right? Or it could be just the map itself, right? Fluffy is a bit more well-versed. It could be just Fluffy just adapted better. But one thing is for sure is that Team Wood are not willing to go down without a fight. They are still bringing it straight to Fluffy. You can see that Fluffy is finding it very hard to get past this stool, especially with Aaron supporting him. And even though they were able to find some ground, they just could not get close enough. And I think Team Wood are not ready to go down just yet. They're ready to push this into a set number 4, and there's little that Fluffy can do about it.
Yeah, definitely Team Wood crawling and running for their survival. This is the chance. They just need to score 2 goals. It will put them 1 point on the board, but it will be another surviving chance for them, for Team Wood to survive in the run to the finals.
And this just looks like a very suffocating round for Fluffy. Team Wood with that final pick onto the spike kind of changes everything. We see Fluffy confined within their own territory. They don't really have enough damage, and that's the biggest part. As Team Wood slowly clears out all the terrain, and with the spike as well, making sure that Fluffy can't really hide in those corners. It's only a matter of time before Team Would find an opening in. One gravity well, not even getting a trade back. And I think this round is pretty much done, right? Team Wood looking for that set number 4.
Yep, Team Wood definitely moving into set number 4. X9J is just gonna hold on to possession. It will be across to Aaron, and Aaron will be able to score the goal. That's 1-0, but Fluffy, I think they know it's over. They have to go for the 4th mode itself. Team Wood buy times for themselves, for them to crawl back in. Maybe it was Brawl Ball 1 of the game in the first 8 where they able to defeat Fluffy.
Yeah, very important set for Team Wood. This is tournament life for them. So running that out in a very convincing manner, just give them a bit of a morale boost against Fluffy. Though, for that being said, Fluffy still in the lead in terms of set, right? It's a 2-1 score right now. For Team Wood, they get to live a bit longer. To get more time to kind of come up with to strategize, perhaps go against Team Wood in that 4th set. It's getting closer than I thought it would be, and exactly what we predicted it to go towards.
Definitely, it's going to be really, really close if Team Wood continues with this momentum, with this strategy that, you know, they have confidence. They this time it feels much more confidence coming from Team Wood. Just looking at how they play, how they position, how they move around. It feels like, all right, they have that confidence in them. All right, we can do this. We can win. We can score. We can grab one from Team Fluffy. And Fluffy maybe just got surprised, like, okay, they are here to play ball. They are here to fight. This is game, and we have to go for the 4th mode, and then maybe there could be the 5th mode if it goes, it's forced into that, if it's 2-2. So we have to see Team Wood, can they bring everything to a tie and force to game 5.
And whoever wins the series ends up going up against Rising Sun Esports again, right? If it's Team Wood, then we get that rematch. If it's Fluffy, then it's a new contender. Regardless of that, we still feel like Rising Sun Esports has the best chance of making it into the grand finals for a rematch against Winter. So far, I think, you know, the progression this evening has been pretty much surprising, right? For starters, Winter beating Rising Sun Esports, and now we have Team Wood kind of falling behind in this arms race against Fluffy. Can't wait to see what the 4th set is going to bring. I feel like it was a minor oversight from Fluffy, and the fact that Fluffy got the idea that I had envisioned for them just did not work out because Team Wood had a countermeasure for that.
It definitely feels Team Wood is bringing up the countermeasure, is bringing out whatever strategy they have, but it feels Fluffy. They still have gas in them. I still feel like, okay, maybe that Brawl Ball round itself is just, you know, getting pressure. The moment you start getting pressure and your brawlers are sent to the spawner to spawn out, and then you get spawn kill. It feels like it's just, you know, a momentum breaker, morale breaker. Just okay, alright, I'm gonna, you know, respawn, gonna get pressured, and then gonna get sent back to wait for the respawn itself. So it feels like maybe Fluffy, they like, alright, this time we're gonna drop the ball, but we're gonna move on to the 4th game itself where they might be able to pick it up. It's all on Fluffy decision right now. Are they gonna play much more aggressive? Are they gonna, you know, drop the possession, drop the map control itself? And definitely the players are ready. They have started with their band, and right now they will go for the pick up. We will be at dry season.
And right now we see the bans, right? Eve again. So no Max. We get the Piper being removed. No Leon, no Jeanette. So instantly Fluffy goes straight for the Jean. Very classic pick when it comes down to bounty. With that super, you can again turn the fight around. But we saw how it worked against Winter. Then again, they were fooling around a bit. So Colonel Rouse for Team Wood, Byron up as well. Standard opening for Team Wood. Fluffy will get the and Team Wood, they even will get the last pick again. So once more, they will have the opportunity to come up with a counter to whatever Fluffy brings to us into this round.
Yep, definitely Team Wood. it's all on their hand for the final draft because they will be able to see the lineup from Fluffy. And Fluffy, they have to make sure that the lineup, the composition that they bring, it's solid. And just looking at the Byron and the kind of rough on the side of Team Wood, it feels like they have something. All right, it's not broken. Bring this composition, bring this lineup back, and try to run it, give it 100%, and it just give Fluffy the opportunity. All right, they could be bringing the same lineup back. We could be able to defeat it. We have a better chance, a better probability to go up against Team Wood and capture this mode and move on to the final to go up against Rising Suns. But that will be the last pick. Frank will be picked up from the side of Team Wood. That is it. We will be jumping into the game. Will it be Team Wood or will it be Fluffy? I call it 3-2 to Team Wood. What do you think, Husky? Do you think can Team Wood bring it back, or Fluffy just gonna call it an upset?
I still think 3-1 Fluffy. I think Fluffy can get an upset out. Though the Frank is the interesting one. For starters, I think it's a pretty decent pick. I personally would have went El Primo over Frank because you can easily access the backline.
Yep.
But overall, they both do the same thing. You have Byron to keep them alive, and what just he just one-shotted. Well, I was about to say that it's very hard to take down the Frank because he has the only brawler that has 5-digit HP.
Yep.
Secondly, is because he has incredible damage. He has the stun and he has the Byron to top him up. And Fluffy, they will struggle in the damage department. And I think we just saw that in action.
Yeah, and there you go, Frank.
And you don't want to grab the Frank with the G.
Yeah, definitely you do not want to grab the Frank because
running
it smells trouble and he looks at him. He's just gonna walk up to you and bonk you and X9J.
Get rid of CZK. Get rid of the Byron. Here's the problem. No, not the Frank. It's the Byron. CZK needs to go. Fluffy, kind of in a really tough spot.
Oh, it just feels like Team Wood. They have all of these planned. They were expecting the lineup, and they are just waiting to pull this out. And they brought it out here right now. They are putting Fluffy in a very, very awkward situation. 9-3, Team Wood, 6 stars in the lead for the side of Team Wood. Can Fluffy turn things around?
It is so annoying with X9J alive, but if they can take out this Frank, then suddenly this round becomes winnable. Man, I say that it's unwinnable because they cannot kill the Frank.
Yeah.
It is impossible to take on the Frank because CZK is doing an absolutely incredible job of topping his teammates out. And Team Wood wins the first round.
Yeah, that's classic of CZK, bringing that out, looking at the Frank, looking at Byron. It's just I say one of the few cheese that they have in their sleeve, you know. Finally, they pull out the cheese and say, "There you go. Let's go. Let's bring it home." Can they do the same of Fluffy? Finally, they are getting bonked.
Well, when CDK survived that, I think that's the worst part of the scenario. X9J now has the super. Oh, watch out, Fluffy. X9J he's waiting for an angle, and Fluffy, they all come together, and that is exactly what not to do against a Frank. But then again, they are just, oh man, you just look at his HP is just getting topped up. And they're running out of damage. Fluffy, can they do it? They grab it back. No, into the hammer. X9J still survive, and now he's back to full health. And all the effort that Fluffy has done into the drain, they need CZK did, but it's just not doable. It's not doable. We're going to a full series for sure. X9J having a field day with this Frank.
That's it. The Frank is the tank.
The Frank freight train.
That is how you take down cuteness of Fluffy. X9J once again taking one after another. CCK keep on topping up the health. Even though CCK is sitting real low. But oh, finally they bring down Frank. But the lead is so wide in the open, 19 to 12.
They need 7 more.
Can they do it?
XIJ, oh, the super connects. They need some backup. No, can't do it. And I think this round is pretty much done. The set is pretty much done. And it all came crumbling down in the hands of Mr. Frank, X9J, the hero. They grab it back. They need to finish him off. X9J finally goes down, but it is just a bit too little too late. Team Wood forces us to set number 5. We are going the distance.
Yup, we are going for distance. This is the marathon. Can Team Wood bring it home? Can they defeat Fluffy and move on to meet up against Rising Suns Esport? Can they pull out the anime redemption up? We have to see Team Wood. Just one more set. This is it. Can Team Wood or Fluffy? This is really, really close.
Yeah, we again, we had a series on our hands. We wanted it to be close. I honestly think that Fluffy is gonna take it, but Team Wood, under the reins of an ex-world champion, of someone who has been to the pinnacle of Brawl Stars before, we see that adjustment coming out, right? Having that last pick really benefited Team Wood. 2 sets in a row, set 3 and 4, all came down to that last pick, and it was the perfect choice. It was the perfect solution to whatever Fluffy had in mind. And now it all rests in this final mode. And I think Team Wood, I'm starting to believe a bit. Maybe we might see that rematch between Team Wood and Rising Sun Esports.
I believe like this is it. The last 3 rounds itself, it's just gonna decide who moves on, and we are not even at the final yet. We are not even at the final. Rising Suns Esports, they are enjoying their break because this is taking quite a long time. They are gonna utilize this because this is where they have to study which of these 2 teams is gonna face up against them.
You know who else is enjoying their break? Winter.
The season haven't arrived yet. I believe the season haven't arrived
now
yet.
it's spring. Now it's spring. It's gonna be summer soon.
Yep.
Right. Winter is just past. You don't have to deal with it. They also don't have to deal with all these teams. So we get a full seasonal rotation.
Yep.
But regardless, right? I mean, Winter they are just chilling right now.
Definitely.
Watching what is happening, getting prepared. We talked to them, early on after their first series, and you can see that Winter, they are pumped and ready for this, and I think it is setting up to be just that. But we're going down to knockout. Bells drop. This is all for the marbles. Unlike Bounty, if you go down, you go down. No revives in this mode. And judging by how things have been so far, I think Team Wood are on the right track.
Yep, this is Team Wood. It's all up to them. Do or die, lose or win. It's all on their hand. Fluffy, they have to pull all they can. They have to summon all the energies that they have deep down inside, cause they were so close of clinching it, going for redemption arc, but Team Wood were able to tie things off, and right now this is gonna be the one that decides who moves on. Team Wood or Fluffy, who will move on to go up against Rising Suns Esports. I'm still gonna stick to Team Wood 3-2. That's my prediction from the start. I will still stick to it because there's only one round outcome. Who will get the 3 and who will hold on to the 2? Team Wood, Fluffy for me is still Team Wood.
Well, I'm just gonna stick with Fluffy. Right, we see Leon once more. That was what got Fluffy the one of the best wins in Golden Beetles, because Mirai was so good on that Leon. We also saw the Bell on that side. I know what you're looking at. We're looking at the tick together. Very very interesting pick, but I can understand why that tick can be so valuable, right? You have that super, chase someone down, blow them up in one go, and that's basically it gives you another advantage. And now you give yourself the Piper, just heavy damage dealing brawlers that can do it from a long, safe distance, from long range, and have an escape mechanism. And at the same time, you also have Jean that can displace the members of Fluffy and give yourself an edge. The Sprout once more comes into play, and that is good against the Piper, but against the Tick, it doesn't really matter.
Yep, definitely agree. Against the Tick, it doesn't really matter. I'm just looking at the top process coming in from both team, especially for the side of Fluffy. They are gonna play a bit much more aggressive. I want to say, predict they're gonna play a bit much more aggressive in the first start itself. Just take 20 seconds of the time where they try to gain much momentum, much of the space onto Team Wood. Meanwhile, for the side of Team Wood, they're trying to find that empty spot. They're gonna try to find whatever time that they can go for the kill. So Fluffy, if they overextend and make that mistake, it is onto Team Wood to capitalize.
And remember, no revives allowed, no revives available for knockout mode. So it really comes down to who gets the initial drop first. And I say that Team Wood, they've already got a control, and Mirai is not in a good spot.
Oh.
Doesn't get the takedown to Aaron, and yeah, he is completely trapped by the tick. Not able to escape in the shadows. And round number 1, most likely in the hands of Team Wood. And Fluffy just cannot find any avenues.
It's so hard for Fluffy. They have to play the patient games against Team Wood, especially with the lineup composition. Oh, this is just hard. But they really have to play the time. They have to wait for either X9J to make a mistake or CZK to really open up that window and just give the Leon the opportunity to jump in. So it's going to be really a lot of patience coming from the side of Fluffy. Meanwhile, Team Wood, they just need to put on this pressure because they have the advantage. They have the map control. They have the...
Oh no, the Sprout is trapped. Oh, he is trapped.
Wait,
he survived though. They just need to get the help ticking.
No.
Again, the tick is proving too big of a problem. Miria, invisible, walks on forward, gets the trade back, but he gets grabbed. And Miria, he's gonna lose his life. It's gonna be 2 versus 1.
Wow.
And, 2 versus none. So set 1, well, round 1, in fact, going over to Team Wood.
Yep, that's round 1 goes into the hand of Team Wood. They just need to replicate once again, and that's it. That seals the deal. Can Team Wood do it? They just need 2 more to go, and they have to replicate. Fluffy, on the other hand, they are gonna play a bit much more aggressive. You can see how Miria it feels a bit of desperation pushing out. He is low right now. Has to press the super to force himself into very recovery. But meanwhile, there's a trade-off. CZK will be able to pull one off. Miria will have to be a bit more careful. Quite low.
They can't find him. This is great for Miria. Tries to go in for the backstab, but Aaron has that super. So there is still a lot of ways for Team Wood to turn this around. Miria, he's separated from his teammate CZK, picked off. Aaron, he does have a chance to turn this around, but he needs to get his health back up. Miria's not going to allow that to happen. They run Aaron down as Fluffy keeps himself in this set.
Yep.
But still got to win one more.
Yep, keeps themselves alive, but how long we have to find out. CZK throwing down, it does forces Fluffy to respond, and Fluffy, they are playing a bit more aggressive. This is what they should be doing from the get-go. Play aggressive, go up, and it kind of shut down X9J and CZK, but Team Wood, they're still holding on, they are still playing with composed and patience.
Fluffy is again finding it very hard to get close to the members of Team Wood. X9J getting pressured backwards. So some progress made by Fluffy. Mira did use his super just now, but was not able to find anything. And Team Wood, if they pull the trigger right now, they do have the super on both Tick and Gene. And as the Poison Cloud closes in, Fluffy, you gotta make a move right now because this is not favoring them. Team Wood pull the trigger straight away. They get Mira down, they grab that belt back. And this is gonna be a tie. Team Wood pushes us to the very third match of this round.
Yup, it pushes into the third match. Can Team Wood do it? Patience is the virtual, is the key for them. Can CCK do it? We have to see. Oh, they have to be a bit more careful for themselves. Fluffy, Miria out of position. He might be stuck, but will be able to back off. He have to be careful of his health.
And they have the Sprout super, right? It is doing a decent job of funneling Team Wood into the side areas, but you still gotta be careful of the Tick. Again, the Sprout just does nothing against the Tick as they lose him, as they lose the Sprout. Mira super again once more finding no value. And it's a very tough round right now. The Gene still has a super. I mean, Aaron can go for the pickoff, but they might not even need it. And I think Team Wood has done it, right? The reverse sweep is gonna be a reality. And Fluffy goes down. Team Wood gets a rematch in the lower bracket finals later on against Rising Sun Esports.
Yep, definitely. Team Wood, they dig deep, they persevere, and they are able to come back for a reverse sweep, and they are able to move on to the finals to meet up against Rising Suns Esports. That means they still have a chance to crawl up to the grand finals to meet up with Winter, but the obstacle is going to be Rising Suns Esports. Can Team Wood capitalize and do it? I feel it's close because just thinking on the stamina game, the energy that you spend playing, the amount of matches that you already play, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's gonna be very tough. It's gonna be tougher for Team Wood simply because they hardly catch any break in between, and you know, Rising Sun Esports have beaten them once, and now they get to see more of their strat poke, and they get to be more prepared for the lower bracket finals. You can say the same for Winter as well, who will be watching over what is going to be transpiring soon. But it's a favorite victory for Team Wood, completing a reverse sweep over Fluffy, who came out, came into the series looking so good, but we're just not able to close out the deal.
So close, but yet so far for Fluffy. But I believe they got the experience, they got the understanding, they see how a lot of teams is playing, and it's definitely going to be a good exposure for them.
Yep, and of course this was made all possible by Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters, and it certainly mattered to Team Wood because their tournament lives stay alive. Alongside that, we also have to thank Monster Energy for allowing these guys to unleash the beast. So do check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming and join our Discord server at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series because you don't want to miss out on the conversation that we have. I find it very interesting, and I want you guys to be a part of it. Regardless, even though Fluffy have been eliminated, they still qualified for Mobile Challenge as they were able to make it to top 4. Their journey ends here in the Split 2 Open Finals, but they will have another journey in the Mobile Challenge. We're gonna go for a short break, and we will come back for the lower bracket finals between Team Wood and Rising Sun Esports.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're about to get ready to go into the lower bracket finals between Team Wood and Rising Sun Esports. My name is Husky alongside Adrian, the Magical, as we dust off the crumbs of our past, of the past series where Team Wood, an emphatic reverse sweep over Fluffy, 3-2, came in with 2 clutch last picks in set 3 and 4. And set 5 was kind of a walkover with a draft difference. Now I'm looking forward to this rematch.
Yeah, definitely gonna look at the rematch between Team Wood versus against Rising Suns Esports. But now, the stamina, do they have that in them now?
Well, I guess we will find out because here we are with Aaron from Team Wood. First of all, congratulations. You guys have qualified for Mobile Challenge, but most importantly, you guys are now in the lower bracket finals, a rematch against Rising Sun Esports. What are the emotions running through the team right now?
I mean, honestly, we're just happy that we qualified. We're mainly taking the games now as practice. Yeah, so we're just like all calm and cool. We're just gonna try our best.
Okay. Just a question. Right now, you're gonna have your rematch in the finals against Rising Suns Esports. Are you guys gonna change something up in the strategy or lineup, or are you going to approach them in a different way?
I think for the continue what we're doing the same way, but like focus a bit more on the teamwork and trying to get the drafts and the game plan sorted out so that we can have a more convincing win. Yeah.
Alright, so before we send you off, I have one last question for you. So, as you know, we have 2 Aaron. One is you, and one is the Aaron from Rising Sun Esports. How do you fare your odds in a 1 versus 1 head-to-head matchup?
To be honest, we never really played against him. But I think we played a long time ago. I don't know, he improved a lot in the past couple of months. So, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see until we actually have a 1v1.
Yeah, I think we'll find out pretty soon in the upcoming series. But thank you very much for joining us. You gotta go off and get your prep ready. And all the best for the lower bracket final.
Thank you.
Yep, definitely something that we have to find out who is the better Aaron.
The better Aaron. It took me a while, like halfway through, I was like, wait, we actually have 2 Aarons, and now they meet again. I mean, to be fair, like he did mention this is gonna be a bit confusing, right? So Team Wood's Aaron mentioned that they hardly play against each other. Well, they actually did in the upper bracket just now, but now we get to see that rematch, right? A proper 1 versus 1. And now I think my attention has shifted. It's no longer about Team Wood or Rising Sun Esports. It's about Aaron from Japan.
Okay.
And Aaron from MYSG.
Okay. Who do you side on? Who do you support? Who
No.
who do you gonna put your your support on?
You can't pull this nationalistic thing on me. Okay, statistic-wise, I still think that Rising Sun Esports has a better chance, right? But maybe that could change, right? Because we say that Rising Sun Esports has some time to do prep, but you can say the same for Team Wood. You know, the more games you play, the more warmed up your gears will be. Maybe Rising Sun Esports cool down a bit, and that's something that Team Wood can take advantage of. They don't need no more introduction. Xnij, Aaron, Razel, and CZK. And if they can pull off a reverse sweep like they did just now, I think that this upcoming series will be a bit more interesting.
Definitely Team Wood. They do not need more introduction because they just played just now. But Rising Suns Esports, for those that just joined us, we have Aaron from Japan this time, Rohei, Wahochi, and Arrow. They are the lineup that is be comprising of Rising Suns Esports. Normally the lineup of Aaron, Rohei, and Wahochi is the 3 main. They have Arrow for the sub. But just seeing this between those 2 teams, I don't know, it feels like the first matchup between Team Wood against Rising Suns Esports, I had my support onto Team Wood because I have a feeling that, they have all it takes to bring them down. But looking at the performance, and then you have to put in accounts for the duration that Team Wood has been playing, and then finally they come back and go up against Rising Suns Esports to even get into the grand finals. And we are not even at grand finals to talk about it, but I don't know. For me to back out of Team Wood, nah, just joking. I'm gonna put my money and my support into Team Wood. I feel like they can do it. They can do it.
And just remember that this is a team that almost made it in the Split 1 finals, the open finals, but that journey was cut short. And now that they finally qualify, I think it's understandable, why they feel so happy, right? Because they missed out on the first chance, but they were able to at least get their foot through the gate. And you can say that they barely made it through, but they persevered, right? Top 3 guaranteed. Not that it matters too much, it's all about the pride. And for you guys, I think, after all of these interesting matches, you might have some opinions, some thoughts that you want to share, some memes you want to make. Do all of that with the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series. You stand a chance to be included in our official broadcast, because what makes it more entertaining than to have the community on board and in part of the competition? And it is all made possible by our partner Snapdragon Elite Gaming. And we also have the match prediction. If you guys are watching on Twitch chat, do remember to drop your predictions there and tell us who you think is going to win the lower bracket finals. Will this rematch go in the favor of Rising Sun Esports once more, or will Team Wood, as mentioned by Adrian, make a comeback?
But I think, can we have the moderator, create another, prediction between Team Aaron from Rising Suns Esports, and then we have Team Aaron from Team Wood, who will be the winner, and who you guys support? Because definitely want to know, like, most of the viewers who are watching, like, where are you guys from? Because definitely supporting the players and also the team itself, it's important. But oh my god, I just got caught myself. I was surprised just looking at how the rotation of the modes is. Am I looking at the right one?
You are looking at the right one, right? We start with Bell's Rock, that is what ended the previous set. And now Team Wood, this is a very fresh territory, right? They just came off of that with a win, but of course you get a bit of mix-up in terms of the draft. In fact, a very drastic one. We see the E being that instant first pick. Rising Sun Esports, they go with the Bell, they go with the Sprout, they get the last pick. So Team Wood needs to decide on how they want to approach this, because again, there's no revive, so they stick with the Piper once more.
Yeah, I feel like Team Wood can just run back with the last 2 brawlers with the same lineup. If they want to, Rising Suns Esports, they're gonna run with something. I'm not sure. I feel like Rising Suns Esports, if they play into the hand of Team Wood, it's kind of be a bit tricky for them. But if they are able to, force a positioning, force the time onto Team Wood, I don't know, it feels like Team Wood upfront confrontation fights, it's not the strength that they have, and Rising Suns Esports can sidestep this and ooh.
Okay, the Nina. In fact, I do like how Team Wood pick that last 2 brawlers, right? We see the Piper and the Brock. Again, long range is definitely a given. You have ways to destroy terrain, but you also take away 2 of the longest range brawlers in the game, right? You don't want to give Rising Sun Esports the option to even consider the Brock, and the fact that there's no Gene means that you can't go for that gotcha pick with a super that displaces your members. And Tara doesn't feel like a brawler that Rising Sun Esports wants to go to with the draft that they have, not as a last pick, because then they would lack damage. So with all these considered, Team Wood right out the gate make sure that they clear out some of this terrain to give them a better firing line of sight to take on Rising Sun Esports in these long range fights.
Yep, definitely for the side of Team Wood, they want to open up the map. They want to make it so easy for them to land their shot that there's no obstacles to take away their shots. Definitely this is what's the strategy coming in from Team Wood. Meanwhile, for the side of Rising Sun Esports, they just need to hold it out. just ensure that the map closes down smaller, and that is the opportunity and the time that they have to jump in and do what they can. But at the same time, they are playing. Oh my! Oh, there's a trade.
Hochi sneaked the super in and was able to find, get that pick off onto Jay. So it's a very sneaky one. In fact, now with the zone closing in, Aaron constantly getting pushed.
No.
CZK left to his own devices, and then Eve doesn't really have the necessary damage to close out any round. And Rising Sun Esports, just like that, gets the first round.
Yep, that is the opening for them. Rising Suns Esports. Now this time they don't need to clear the terrain, as the terrain has been cleared, but it's wide open. It feels like an empty field. Can Team Wood do it, or Rising Suns Esports have their way into the grand finals?
Yeah, you gotta watch out for that Nina. That's more about Hochi. If he can pilot that pesky little super towards the backline, it's gonna be really tough. Aaron getting blown up. CZK forced to send out that super, but now X9J is completely isolated. Look at where the Sprout is while Hochi chips in. I think match 1 is gonna go over to Rising Sun Esports.
Yep, match 1 going into the hands of Rising Sun Esports. It feels like it's a tall order to get Team Wood, as what Aaron said, make sure their strategies are being brought in, everything, communications, teamwork, all just make it better, make it into perfection. I feel like it's a tall order to even ask them to do that, and they are trying their best. I can see them trying their best to pull it off, but Aaron versus Aaron. It looks like Aaron from Rising Suns Esports is still in the lead.
Yeah, it definitely seems like so, but Team Wood, they're off to a good start, right? They get the initial pickoff onto the bell. So it's gonna whittle down the numbers of the Rising Sun Esports. Yep, while Hochi gets picked off. And that's gonna be a quick one for Team Wood, winning that first round. Almost no contest. And they do have that super for Aaron, for the Brock, so this makes it a bit easier for them to destroy the terrain, especially if they need to deal with the Sprout super. There's a lot of options for Team Wood to go with.
Definitely for the side of Team Wood, they have to make sure to keep Hochi in check. They have to make sure that they have vision onto him, because the moment when Hochi goes missing, they have to be careful. Something could be up.
Perfect. CGK was able to take out Wahochi. So no Nina available. No Nina for Rising Sun Esports. And the team will just go in for the final push. And they win the second match, so we're going to go into the very last match to determine who will win the first set.
Definitely for Team Wood and Rising Sun Esports, they want to start with a great foot into the score, but Team Wood, they are biting back, they are pushing back, going back with the same strategy: clear the terrain, clear the obstacles or any of the barricades, and it's just gonna leave Rising Suns Esports into a very, very open up space.
Yeah, you can see that Rising Sun Esports, they try to gang up on Aaron, but unfortunately they just could not finish the job. And that means that Team Wood would push on forward a bit more, and CZK, he is incredibly low. And this all comes down to how Rising Sun Esports wants to kind of hold the line. I think they're doing a pretty good job with the bell, and Jay decides to push on forward, gets away, and even picks up Wahochi.
Yeah, that's a good play coming from X9J, but recovery from CCK and Ironman, it's back. X9J just need to get some of the recovery, but they are gonna go into the middle of the map. The cast is coming and it is pushing every single one out. That's one round for the side of Team Wood. They just need one more, and that's the first point of the set for Team Wood. Can Team Wood do it? They are so close, but yet so far.
And two supers available. Aaron uses his, and with the terrain completely open now, Rising Sun Esports find it very hard to find a hiding spot. They have the Sprout super to work with, but that is pretty much it. The incendiary from this Brawl is gonna make it even more complicated.
Whoa.
Oh, the Bell gotta get away. Just walks out with a Slither of Fell, but no, guess who is trapped? It's the Sprout.
no.
Forced to use the super to block himself, to protect himself, and while Hoshi providing decent backup. And the same with the Bell, they force CZK back, give the Sprout some breathing space.
Yup, definitely Sprout needs to reset, but oh, what?
No, Aaron.
Field, but Heron goes down. X9J was able to jump out, but CZK just gonna jump, gets taken down. That's 1-1 for the rounds. It's a tie to the tie. Who will pick this round up? This is do or die. Who will pick up the first point or the first set?
It's gonna be very close. I mean, again, the Sprout trapped in the middle. While Hoshi needs to survive this, trying to navigate around all those shots, but Aaron ends up being the one that picks him up. And now he has the super as well. They're going on the offense. Sprout is down. And in this first set, in favor of Team Wood, the Bell, X9J first to go, but he doesn't have time to recover some health and actually gets a second kill, but CZK just wins it for Team Wood. First set for Team Wood.
Yup, first set for Team Wood. There is one step to the grand finals. They need 2 more sets. Slowly but surely, Team Wood, they are growing up from a small plant to a big tree, and I believe they can do it slow and steady. The pace it goes, Team Wood, I feel like they have it in them. They just need to dissect the strategy, dissect the momentum of Rising Suns esports, and I believe they can do it.
It's definitely a way closer, well, a way better start compared to the first time they met in the upper bracket, right? Team Wood just got crushed 3-0, but now they drew the first series. They took it away from Rising Sun Esports, and it's kind of like a reverse sweep in a sense, right? They won the last 2 matches, but no, with that being said, Team Wood, they're not out of the water just yet. Rising Sun Esports are just getting started, just getting their engines warmed up. But you know, we talked about how Team Wood came so far. Rising Sun Esports, I believe, in that first season, also didn't qualify, right? So in the first split final, also didn't qualify. So we are now looking at 2 teams who didn't make it on the first time qualify in the second round, and now it's just to find out who is the better team overall.
Definitely, we will have to see Rising Sun Esports or Team Wood. I feel like, I said, Rising Sun Esports warming up. Sure, we take that in account where they just got into a long rest and then come back for the game against Team Wood. Maybe the expectations from the players was different because they know they were able to manage to defeat Team Wood 3-0. It is definitely a morale booster knowing, alright, I can take them down 3-0. But the thing is, Team Wood, they already have to play game after game after game after game. And definitely, they have the momentum and everything. You will gas out a bit, you will like have a bit of fatigue, but I feel like Team Wood, they still can go the distance, they can force this to a win. And if they keep on with the momentum, keep on with the way how they are looking at the enemy and just analyzing what game plan that they have and just respond to that, I feel Team Wood could be able, especially the mode rotation itself, the game mode itself, it feels like it's in favor of Team Wood.
And now we go to dry season, right? It's a bounty, and Team Wood once more prioritizing that Eve again. So a very interesting approach from Team Wood, right? Completely switching up what brawler that they think is of utmost importance. Probably kind of a takeaway from Rising Sun Esports as well, but the fact that Team Wood are willing to go for it 2 sets in a row is definitely kind of a different outlook for them. But that means that Jeanette is now let through and Rising Sun Esports grab it instantly.
Yeah, Rising Suns Esports recognize opportunity, and obviously they would love to have the advantage, and they did pick up the Jeanette. It is a respawn, and Team Wood will have to see how are they gonna approach this, because they know that Rising Suns Esports, they are able to exfil, they are able to rotate themselves, and definitely this could be a surprise from the side of Rising Suns Esports if they're gonna take the momentum up a notch and force Teamwood into a position where okay, they might be playing on the first set, second set is something like they go more aggressive, but Teamwood, they have to be a bit more careful.
And I do like the Byron ban from Rising Sun,
Yep.
right? They if you ban the Byron, you disable the entire Frank strat from Team Wood. So it's a good approach from Rising Sun Esports. Although now they have the max, Team Wood, they're looking for someone to do actual damage, and it's gonna be the Piper again. Play that long range. I expected Team Wood to maybe pick someone to stand in front, right? Maybe not the Frank, maybe the El Primo, someone that can run fast with the max. But they decide to take a step back. You know, we're just gonna play long range, win those aim wars, and you know, and take it step by step.
Yeah, it is surprised to see Team Wood going up against Rising Suns Esports, knowing that Rising Suns Esports is from Japan, and knowing that the mechanical skills of Japanese players it's high. It's just beyond what they can. Because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, when I talked to CCK previously, he did say that he do acknowledge the skill gap between Southeast Asia players and players from Japan. The skill gap it's just two different level, and they are gonna go and give it a try to go for the long range. It's something that they have in mind on a mechanical base, or they just gonna challenge what Rising Suns Esports have.
Oh, we'll see if that's gonna be the case. Rising Sun Esports starts off, grabs the blue star, takes out CZK, and right out the gates, Rising Sun Esports have already gotten themselves a decent lead. And unfortunately, Team Wood just does not have a way to take out that utility from the side of Rising Sun Esports. The Stu utility is going to allow Rising Sun Esports to have just that little edge. And remember, that Stu was the last pick, right? Someone that can provide a utility that allows the team to function on a higher level. And if you are on the side of Team Wood, you got to find a point of entry. And even with the Max Super, you got to start with the Stu first. Unfortunately, he dashes away, and Rising Sun Esports keeps that advantage.
Yeah, Rising Suns is a good exfil form that's still able to fall back. For CZK to go for a reset, X9J as well will have to wait for the opportunity. Aaron is gonna push up with CZK. They're just analyzing right now, like what can they do and how are they gonna approach this. CZK pops it. Can they go for victim? And nothing is being done.
I know the shoe. Wahoshi just a clutch shoe to protect himself at the very end. Could have been a bit disastrous. Rising Sun Esports, Jeanette, Super unleashed. It's time to go for the aerial bombardment. Buy some space, separate the members from the side of Team Wood. As Rising Sun Esports just with a minuscule lead, it can still go anywhere. But the fact that they have that Stu utility online means that Team Wood will have to fight into them. And Wahoshi gets a snipe onto XJ as they try to take down the clock. Jeanette escapes away. They get a pick up. 6 more seconds to go. Team Wood can get the final kill and not lose anyone. It seems to be a tall task. They go for the Hail Mary attempt. But was not able to get it at the last second. Rising Sun Esports wins out. The 2-star advantage.
It's so close. I was looking at CZK position. He was on top left itself. But we got blocked by the kill feed came out. I was like thinking, did he manage to shoot out one of his projectiles? Because I believe it is just shy away from 1 to 2 hits.
Yeah, and that's, again, super unfortunate for the side of Team Wood and Rising Sun Esports. Going straight in. Even gets a trade-off. CZK able to dodge that. But look at the amount of pressure from Rising Sun Esports. They are literally at the doorstep. Well, not at the door, in the house of Team Wood. CZK tries to flush them out, exterminate this pest. So able to temporarily do so, but now he needs to recover and look at Rising Sun Esports. They're setting up shop. And even use the Jeanette Super. Just dropping some packages on
Oh,
CCK.
no.
Jeanette now a bit trapped, but has that getaway card. And Team Wood finally assumes a bit more control. Is able to clear out some space for themselves, but Rising Sun Esports have the lead.
Yup, Rising Suns Esports does have the lead, but Team Wood managed to get back some of the map control. They are able to push out from the spawn, and they are going to try to go for a bit more aggressive. Meanwhile, for the side of Rising Suns Esports, they just need to play it safe. They don't need a big lead. They are in the lead already. They don't really need any big lead or anything fancy. Just play it safe. They know, okay, this the discipline game. They just need to make sure that they win. A win still a win. And Rising Suns Esports gonna keep it that way. They are gonna keep the brawlers from the side of Team Wolf at bay. Team Wolf would have to, reset, and they are going in the last 15 seconds. This is the moment, this is the opportunity, this is the Hail Mary. But Hochi will be able to take one down. Aaron as well will go down. And X9J will be able to go for the trip, but it's not enough as Rising Sun sits at 11. The score is 7-11.
Yeah, and Rising Sun Esports wins the second set. Very convincing manner, right? It's a very disciplined set against Team Wood. No overextension. Just get the lead, no matter how little the lead is. As long as we can force Team Wood to be the one that makes the move, to be reckless, we've already won. And I think Rising Sun Esports understood that assignment. That means that we get a 1-1 tie, in terms of series, in terms of the scores that these teams have in the current series, setting up to be a really close rematch.
Yep, it could be all the way towards the fifth set itself. But we have to see. It's definitely going to be a fourth set. Will it be the fifth set? We have to see from the players. Definitely something that is going to be exciting. But just looking at how Rising Suns Esports been playing it out, I feel like alright, after the first set, they kind of turned themselves into a bit much more disciplined. As I said, get the lead. The lead is not that big. Anyways, like the first lead was 2, the second lead was 3, and then they only won by 6 because Team Wood had to jump in. They had to force an answer. They have to force to get the lead themselves, but they were unfortunate to do so. But I like how Rising Suns Esports is doing it. Just alright, we got a small lead, we're gonna keep it, we're gonna hold it until the end, and if we get the win, we get the win. We're just gonna walk away. We're gonna conserve energy. I'll conserve all they have. They are going for efficiency. They are like the Tesla, They are going for efficiency, to make sure that the moment they go into the grand finals, go up because it's winter, that is where they give 100% output. That is where they put everything that they have. Because it feels like right now they play it super safe. They play it. I would even call it passive a bit.
Yeah, I think it's a fair assessment, right? Because we are not seeing Rising Sun Esports do something as extravagant as Winter, right? They run at you, they emote you, they give you the thumbs down. Rising Sun Esports not like that. They're a disciplined bunch, right? They get the advantage, and they just hold on to that and not make any reckless moves. And we saw how they capitalized on any advantages that they can get, any openings, right? That second round of the set just now, they kick off the set, when they kick off the round they get one kill, they instantly push Team Wood all the way back. They try to milk as much as they can, and once they decided it was enough, they just fall back, just held their ground, and was able to win it out. So I think that is a very fair way to look at how Rising Sun Esports has played that bounty round. But what if we switch it up a bit, right? What if we go to Heist? What if we go to Hot Zone? I want to see how Rising Sun Esports deal with it, because I think that Team Wood would be a bit more proactive, taking initiatives against Rising Sun Esports, because last time they met in the upper bracket, it was the passiveness that cost the Team Wood the series.
Yeah, definitely agree. Team Wood definitely have to put themselves in the high gear, but jump in, go into the back line, try to go hit the save, and also they need to make sure that they rectify their save, because we have seen like a couple of times they just leave their save alone, and then the crew just hit it for free. any of the brawlers who had the opportunity, they can hit it for free. So I feel like Team Wood, if they really want to go for the Hail Mary, I think you leave it for the last few seconds where it's all in anyways. So why go back to defense? But the moment that you go in and no one's gonna rectify the issue that is in your save. The save is getting cheap, and while you're just gonna push up in front. So Team Wood, I feel like they just need to make sure that even though the focus is in them, they are tunneling into the objective. They have to make sure that they realize that there's other issues that could be present.
Well, at least for the side of Rising Sun Esports, they don't have to worry about reliving the High's mishap against Winter, because we won't have Highs at least for this lower bracket final, right? So I mean, they know the feeling all too well. They were the one who got backdoored by Winter. And with that being said, we now see the Stu and we see the Pam as well. And I want to quickly talk about this Pam because Pam is a brawler that has decent HP, great utility, AoE heal, doesn't deal spread damage, well, has a very widespread pattern, but deals incredible damage at close range. Where do you think this Pam fits into?
Ow! It feels quite weird that they brought out a Pam. If I'm not mistaken, Pam is somewhat out of the meta, the brawler itself, and the way how they are bringing this Pam feels like they have something in mind. They feel like they can constantly provide the damage, constantly deal out the damage, and make sure that they are able to lock down. And ooh.
Okay, we see the Mortis.
Yeah, it's like Rising Sun is what's pulling out some unorthodox, brawlers. Not in the current meta. It's like some them. Even though they drop on the tier list of brawlers, but it's still viable. But it is very situational on how you're gonna look at it. But I don't see. You start out with Stu, then Pam. What is the thought process that they have, that they are bringing these two brawlers that is a bit unorthodox?
I feel that the thought process for Rising Sun Esports right now is just to be in your face, right? Squeak doesn't like people to be in his face. M's good from medium range, but if you have someone diving to the backline like that, this M struggles a bit. And look at Wahochi, this Pam is very hard to take her down. She just goes in, destroys the M's. She's gonna start healing back up, and no, Aaron, you gotta get out. Wahochi doing so much work, and Rising Sun Esports gets a cleanup, and that is what the Stu and the Mortis bring to the table, just right there in your face. And because Double Swish is a map that has so many brushes, it favors Rising Sun Esports draft. And for Team Wood, they have no way to get rid of these brushes, so you always have a Mortis hiding in the shadows. You always have a Stu who is nowhere to be found, and Team Wood, they can't even get close to the gem spawn. Look at this Rising Sun Esports with 9 gems in the bag. And Team Wood, they are just trapped at the spawn.
Oh, okay. I think I kinda get it. They opened up with the Stu, right? From the side of Rising Sun Esports. Guys, this lineup, this composition lineup coming from Rising Sun Esports is actually quite familiar. It used to be run last year where yes, the Mortis is there, Pam is being used. It's, I would say, 3-4 seasons back where people use this kind of lineup, and instead of being a Stu, they normally pick up maybe a Barley or Byron, Piper, Brock, this kind of long range to just keep poking the zone, and they had the Mortis and Pam just stand in front and try to soak as much as possible. I see where they are coming from with this. That's why I got a bit confused, but the Stu was the one that threw me off. But I think I did expect this lineup. Yeah,
well, it's a pretty close round. In fact, I mean, Team Wood almost got the steal at towards the very end, but unfortunately, Rising Sun Esports was able to make the recovery. So unfortunately for Team Wood, they are now down 1 round in this third set, and Rising Sun Esports in this composition is a big menace. I mean, I honestly don't know how Team Wood can do with it better, especially when you have so many things to worry about. And Rising Suns Esports again doing the same thing, straight to the back line. It's going to be the Mortis to get a kill. Hughes back up. The Pam Super not there in time, but it doesn't really matter. CZK loses his life, and while Hoji gets back into the safe havens of that healing aura. And you know, the Squeak just had to expand the Super to take it out, but even then it was not enough. Rising Sun Esports already up to 5 gems.
Yep, for the side of Team Wood, they definitely have to, you know, tunnel into one brawlers and just focus onto that and move on to the next objective. But the Mortis just creates a lot of there's so much issue and thing that is being presented to the side of Team Wood from the side of Rising Suns Esports. Like they can't answer everything at the same time. They can't answer every single problem that is being presented to them. CCK trying to hold himself up. Aaron trying to carry himself. X9J just trying their best. This just feels like the bad. They just got countered.
Oh, the Squeak! He was able to take out the Mortis. This is great. This is great for Team Wood. They cashed Mortis out of position. What a super! And he just heals back up. He's full health.
That's it.
That's it.
It's Mortis, the Pam, the lineup. They just need a brawler that can go long range, just sustain, and that's it. That is the lineup that they can pull. This is a lineup that I don't really miss. It was here for a couple of times, not now, but it was here for 2-3 years back. It's just something that, you know, it's so unkillable. But the reason why Pam and Mortis being dropped down in tier, because there's new brawlers that comes in to game. There's new meta. The way how it's, the game changed is slightly different, and feels like Mortis and Pam fell out. But if you know how to execute the old way, you know how to execute the very, very old cheese, the lineup, sure, it works. But the moment you pull it out, you can't pull out the same card anymore.
Yeah, I just want to say that, you know, 2 rounds in a row, it was the Mortis that stole it, that stole the show, right? Like, first round, Team Wood almost made the comeback, didn't happen. Second round, able to get the countdown going, and then the Mortis show up and stole everything. So, heartbreaking loss for Team Wood. Now they're put on the back foot. It's a 2-1 in favor of Rising Sun Esports. How can Team Wood recover, right? Because they got off to such a great start. And now 2 sets in a row, Rising Sun Esports just told them, no, you're not going to beat us. We've done this before. We'll do it again.
Yep. I feel what Team Wood can do since that they're at the back foot is 2-1. It's Hail Mary this time. They can pull the reverse sweep if they can. They can just dig deep and pull the last 2-1, because the last 2 mode, if I'm not mistaken, is somewhat in favor for them. Especially if you're going to look based on the previous series itself, could be in a momentum favor. It could be a morale advantage for the side of Team Wood, but they definitely have to make sure that no mistakes that is from their side. They have to make sure CZK is able to keep up the damage. They have to make sure that X9J is able to go for the push. They have to make sure that Aaron is able to keep the brawlers from the side of Rising Suns in check. And it's definitely going to be Ring of Fire on Hot Zone and Brawl Ball. That will be the last one if we are forced into that set. Ring of Fire. This definitely is all on Team Wood. The brawlers could make a factor, but it's all on the player. I would say this is going to be on the player. How are they going to communicate on this? Because it's all on them right now.
And this is where we see the Jeanette finally, making it through. And Team Wood instantly pick it up, right? Jeanette's been a pretty popular pick today, at least this evening in this open finals. Rising Sun Esports, they go straight for the Squeak. It's kind of a contested pick for these 2 teams, and we'll see if it can come to fruition this time. So Team Wood did pick the Squeak, I believe, in the previous set, double switch, but it didn't work out. Ring of Fire though, the Pam once more for Rising Sun Esports.
Yeah, Team Wood, they have to reply this in perfection that they can't let the aggression from Rising Suns esports be repeated again. It's like if Rising Suns esports can run with the PAM and maybe they bring in the Mortis for this, it just feels like Rising Suns esports, they are gonna chase their way in. They're gonna chase their way into grand finals and do the chase again, and hopefully they are hoping that they are able to chase Winter into winning. So Teamwood,
Okay.
that's a steal.
I mean, they just take the Mortis away, I suppose, and that's one of the ways to prevent Rising Sun Esports from getting their hands on it. But how efficient can you make it work? I think that's something that Teamwood needs to answer for this fourth set. But they do have the Lola. We've seen them make it work. I think CZK will be playing on the Lola most likely. We'll see what Rising Sun Esports have in mind. This is the last pick for them. Now they get to see the hands of Teamwood. What would the solution be? I'm looking at someone that can do substantial damage. And well, the Crow doesn't really do burst damage, but the sustained damage is nice. Crow.
Yeah, agree with you. The Crow is good, but I don't feel like it's the favorable probability brawlers to be bring into GI. Even though you have the PAM in play, but surviving for the Crow might be a bit high, even though it does have the escapability to get into safety. But I feel like Teamwood will just focus onto the Crow the moment the Crow jumps in. But we have to say this is only one hotspot. PAM sits right on top. CCK will go for the push. They will try to go and make it hard for the side of Rising Suns Esports to take this.
Yeah, and they instantly find XJ. X9J just sniffs him up. They know the assignment. They're like, how dare you pick the Mortis? We were the one who played Mortis. You want to pick it away? We'll show you how to deal with it. And the Squeak is doing a fantastic job. Rising Sun Esports find himself on that hot zone. You have Wahoshi just running circles around X9J, but does not have the health to deal with it. So X9J able to find an opening through, but it still doesn't solve the problem that Rising Sun Esports is making a lot of progress on that hot zone. They finally get rid of the PAM, but X9J now has a lot of work that he needs to do. Gets the super up just in time. He moves back up, gets the reset, and Wahoshi is now his turn in the back line, not able to deal with CZK.
Yeah, CZK staying alive. That is fortunate for him. But they are super low, both of them. Aaron and CZK leaving X9J all alone. But they are back. The damage has been done. For the side of Rising Suns Esports, they are sitting at 90%. They are closing this down. Teamwood, they are just one away to be eliminated.
Yeah, Rising Sun Esports, they really want the rematch against Winter in the final. And they believe that they're better than Winter. It's just a small mishap, you know. Now they've gotten used to their aggression, and they're one run away from accomplishing that. I mean, Rising Sun Esports is doing such a phenomenal job. And this is PAM working out marvelous for them, but it's also how they were able to shut down this Mortis, right? We talk about the coordination from Teamwood, it needs to work out a bit better, and they were able to rectify that ever so slightly to get rid of the PAM early on. But Rising Sun Esports have already got the control of both sides of the map.
Yep, definitely it's in advantage of Rising Suns Esports, but X9J will be able to go and get one. Will be traded off by Wahoshi. Wahoshi and PAM, they are just going to sit on top. They are gunning for it, and it's quick. Oh no, it's just the Crow jumps at the back line. Aaron stays alive, but no! Wahoshi! Once again, will be able to go for the trade. PAM still alive, will be brought down by CCK. This is just all out brawl, but Rising Suns Esports sitting on top of the hot zone. They are sitting at 64%. This is just going to be hard for Teamwood. Can they come back from this?
Yeah, X9J, he's really trying. Good super alongside CZK. Just retrieves the site for themselves. Aaron now puts himself in a decent position, but Rising Sun Esports knows that they want to flush out this Jeanette. No, can't do it though. Not with the Crow. This Pam also not in a good spot. But look at that. The Squeak, he just walks in, clears out the side. CZK's out. And they blow up X9J.
No!
And a quick turnaround from Rising Sun Esports. They know they've gotten this done. And Team Wood, they hang on the white flag. They're throwing the bucket and throwing the towel. They kick the bucket as Rising Sun Esports take them down, teasing them a bit, and I think, yeah, we gotta finish the job. Rising Sun Esports, they eliminate Team Wood, and it's off to the grand finals for them.
Yup, congratulations to Rising Suns Esports as they move into the grand finals so that they themselves can have the redemption, the revenge that they need to put on to Winter. But did Winter take all the notes? We have to really see later on that matchup when Winter go up against Rising Suns Esports. But Team Wood, they did their best. They gave all they can. But Rising Suns Esports stands tall, stands proud, and they are able to move on to the grand finals.
Yeah, it's lovely stuff from the side of Rising Sun Esports. A good attempt from Team Wood. We kind of saw this coming to a certain extent, knowing that Rising Sun Esports is the more experienced team, more mechanically sound. But Team Wood were able to draw some blood from Rising Sun Esports, and that's what matters, right? At the end of the day, we wave goodbye to Team Wood, but they still qualify for Mobile Challenge, so they will have something to look forward to, something to prepare for in their journey in competitive Brawl Star in the Snapdragon Pro Series. But for Rising Sun Esports, they have unfinished business in the grand finals with Winter.
Definitely agree with you. Unfinished business. It is, once again, we will have, this is going to be the second rematch.
Yeah, the second rematch.
The second rematch that we
what-
have.
This is the third rematch of the day, of the evening.
Third rematch. Yep, definitely
Yeah,
the
right,
third
the rematch that we saw. So yeah, very interesting. But of course, this is all made possible by our partner Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. And it comes down to this one last best of 5 Winter against Rising Sun Esports. But we also have Monster Energy with us that allow them to unleash the beast within. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. But if you guys are a fan of Brawl Stars, you guys are a fan of any mobile games, to be honest, just join our Discord at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, because that's where all the conversation will be going on. You can talk about Brawl Stars, you can make plans for the upcoming seasons. We still have a lot more mobile Open Cups to go, and it all starts with a click of a button. And to join the server, comes to one last best of 5, one fateful rematch. Winter against Rising Sun Esports. Let's see if Rising Sun Esports will be able to get that revenge. Find out after we come back from this very short break. Do not go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Welcome back, folks, to the Snapdragon Pro Series from Brawl Stars. This is the Split 2 Open Finals. We are down to one last best of 5 in the Grand Finals. And it's an epic rematch between Winter and Rising Sun Esports. My name is Sasuke alongside Adrian. A lot to look forward to.
Yep.
Winter was able to take down Rising Sun Esports earlier on in a 3-1 series. Do you think this is going to go any different?
On statistic, I would say it's gonna swing in favor of Winter, but I think I'm gonna stick to my original vote onto Rising Suns Esports. I'm gonna give them my final hope, my final, channel my energy, take my energy, go on and win. Like I feel like they could do it. They just won one series against Team Wood. I feel like they could be able to pull it off, but I think we're gonna get an interview with them and find out from the boys.
Yep, and again we have Aaron back on with us. Thank you very much for joining us again. You guys just won the rematch against Team Wood, and you're now facing Team Winter again. I want to ask, what is the emotion going into the Grand Finals?
先ほどの試合は、チームウッドとのリベンジマッチでしたが、また次の試合も、ウィンターとのリベンジマッチになりますが、今のお気持ちをお聞かせください。
はい、さっきもさっきやってなんかあんまり、いい内容でもなかったんで、次はもうちょっと挽回したいですね。
Yeah, so last series we played against Winter. We didn't feel like we showed our full potential. So the next series we'll promise to show our full potential.
Oh wow!
It's very scary. I like it. I like it so far.
I think I have a question for you, Aaron. I think this is the second time you play against Team Wood, Aaron. I'm gonna go back to the same question that you had during the last interview, Kazuki. If you were to go on a 1-versus-1 matchup between Aaron from Team Wood, do you think you are able to beat him?
そのチームウッドのアーロン選手と1対1を行った場合は、1対1勝つ自信はありますか？
いや、もちろんあります。やっぱ同じ名前同士だと負けられないんで、ボコボコにしていこうかなって感じですね。
Yes, I definitely have, because we obviously have a same name. He's a really, I consider him as a rival, and I think I could beat him.
Well, yeah, you already beat him twice, so that's a statement. But before I let you go, any quick words for your upcoming opponents? Anything you wanna, any fighting words you wanna say to Winter before you guys face off in the grand finals later?
決勝に行く前に何か一言いただけますでしょうか？
はい、やっぱりまたちょっと手強い相手なんですけども、さっきの前からちょっとさっきの負けを糧にしてちょっともう全力で勝ちに行くんで応援お願いします。
Yeah, we're definitely expecting it's gonna be a tough one, but we're gonna learn from our mistakes from last series, and we hope our fans and everyone will cheer for us.
Yep.
Thank you.
You have a fan right here. Adrian is definitely gonna cheer for you, and so will I. But we're gonna let you go and prep for that grand final, and we wish you all the best against Winter later on. So there we have it. They say that they want to unleash their full potential, right? They want to unleash the bankai within them, and I'm excited to see if Winter will get the message, right? Because they say that, and we talked about this, that the teams from the region of Japan usually look at themselves and they say, what can we do better? What can we improve? Doesn't matter how opponents played. I think we think that we ourselves can improve on certain aspects, and that's what Aaron had just told us. They are going to show their final form. They are going to adapt along the way. They're expecting a tough series, but they also expect it to be winnable in their favor.
Yeah, I it feels like Aaron giving me, the wise man, very deep lore of feel right now. Because the things that is running on my mind is like, to defeat your enemy first, you have to defeat yourself. And I feel like they are pulling it off. They are gonna, open up the bankai, as you say, just go in, unleash their full potential. Let's hope that they have some monster energy in them to unleash the beast inside them. And definitely I would want to see Rising Suns Esports be able to take down Winter. This is the grand finals between Winter and Rising Suns Esports. This is the updated brackets up to now.
And I think it perfectly encapsulates the entire journey of these two teams, right? Winter, kind of a new name. Don't think we even saw them in Split 1 in the top 8, and now here they are in the grand finals against Rising Sun Esports, who were in the Split 1 finals. They just didn't qualify. So this is definitely kind of a new face versus veteran, right? This whole storyline that we set up from the very beginning has come full circle. Now the only thing left to be answered is that can Winter overcome Rising Sun Esports 2 times in a row? Or is this the final form of Rising Sun Esports that will eventually take the win?
Yeah, definitely. That's the storyline that we have, and definitely see, can Rising Suns Esports do it or Winter? The cold-blooded killer coming in the block. They just kick down the dog, come into the block, like we're gonna assert the dominance. Like we are the new champ, we are the new guys in block. We're gonna take it away, we're gonna steal everything away. Your turn, Battleman, Man-Me, they had a long rest. Right now they have to fight for the title. They have to fight for this final series up against the opponent, Rising Suns Esports. Can Winter do it? This is the 3-man, the 3 horsemen from Winter. Meanwhile, Rising Suns Esports, Aaron, Rohi, Rahochi, and Arrow, can they do it? Can they unleash the beast inside of them and take out their final form and win this series? We have to find out.
Yeah, and I think the question is just, is it Rising Sun Esports? What are the adjustments that we're gonna see? Right, because the series, the set that they lost to Winter was, they were caught off guard by the extreme aggression, extreme proactivity, the creativity from Winter. But now they've seen that and they have played a fair share of games. I want to see how they adjust to it, right? What are the augmentations that they have made to the playstyle, to the draft, according to the game modes that we will have later on. But if you guys have some thoughts regarding that, if you guys think that there's a certain composition, a certain draft that gives you the best chance at winning, and you want to share those opinions, do remember to use the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series, and you have a chance to be featured on our broadcast, because we love those ideas. I love theory crafting. I feel like these are hidden technologies. This one make game competitive and also fun. And another factor that makes it fun is that if you guys vote on the teams that you think will win this grand finals, who do you think is going to take the cake? Will Winter emerge as the champions, or will Rising Sun Esports end up as the eventual victors?
Yeah, definitely. I'd like to see who is the victory team that stands tall. Could it be the old guards, or could it be the new kids in the block? It feels this is going to be the mode rotation with the map itself. Safe zone, parallel plays, flaring phoenix, pinhole punt, crystal arcade will be the map that is on the screen for you guys. The brawlers, they picked it up super fast. It feels like Winter has something in their bag. They are prepared for Rising Suns Esports. Meanwhile, I feel like Rising Suns Esports, when they say that they're gonna release the full potential, they're gonna release the science in them, it feels like they are pulling all the tricks back. They're going back to archive. They're pulling a big whole file inside of them, full of papers, with full of strategies, and just digging into the archive, bringing the brawlers that they feel has the best synergy, that works best for them and will work against Winter. This is going to be it. Rising Suns Esports lineup going up against Winter's Brawlers lineup. This is going to be a composition. We will be jumping into safe zone.
Yeah, and I feel like we have seen this before, right? The Piper and the Brock. Now we add in the Crow. It's a very, very long range composition. Rising Sun Esports, the Colette, the Max, run at your face, break your safe, but you gotta get past this long range artillery of Winter first. And right off the bat, a pickoff has already come true. And Winter is pushing forward. Rising Sun Esports trying to hold on. You have that Fang with you as well, Hochi, and that Colette. And that's one of the advantage that they get, right? Both the Fang and the Colette have ways to get on top of you and start dealing damage to not just the save, but also to take down the Brawlers. And look at him, Hochi straight to the back line. And the save is already under attack. Winter, you gotta find a way to do it while Hochi, because this Fang is not gonna be an easy brawler to get rid of. You still have the Colette to worry about. And this draft so effective from the side of Rising Sun Esports. They're dealing those initial damage, but Hochi is still alive. Finally gets taken out, but Rising Sun Esports will just need to buy time for them to respawn. Levi sacrifice in the crossfire, and now Rising Sun Esports have the lead.
Yeah, Rising Suns Esports, they went in super strong, and Winter, they have the aggression, they asserted the dominance on map control in the early phase with aggression, and that's a team why Rising Suns Esports, they have to respond to this. They are sitting in the lead with only 4%. They just need to hold on for 60 seconds. That's all they need. But percentage seats are the same. Wahochi will be brought down by Battleman. But there you go. Rising Suns still in the lead, but then someone was at the back.
It's the Crow again. They finally get rid of Levi, and Levi has done it before. Wahochi shows up, takes out the Piper, but the members of Winter have respawn, and again, watch out for the Colette. Can easily turn the ties around. Rising Sun Esports have 30 seconds to work with. As the Piper clears out some area, but ends up sacrificing her own life, and this is no time for Rising Sun Esports. Straight towards the save, down to 5%, 1%. No, they're not gonna block it with their bodies. And then meanwhile, it's over. Levi once more sneaks the win away. Winter, my goodness. It's deja vu.
All over again, all over again. It feels like Crow, the bad omen for Rising Sun Esports.
I'm starting to believe that.
Yeah, I feel like that is the bad omen. That's if I'm Rising Sun Esports, I'm gonna ban Crow at all costs. It's not just because he's in the meta or he's out of meta. It's just I believe in omens, and it feels like Crow is an omen to them.
Yeah, and the best part is that Rising Sun Esports were literally one shot from winning. Okay, he's down. They were literally one shot away from winning, and Winter just used their bodies to block all the shots. And with that being said, Rising Sun Esports have two guys on the save, and I don't think the same strategy is gonna work out, Winner. Not this time. Well, I say that Levi just wiped out Wahochi. Meanwhile, Battleman and the Piper is still going to work. Well, Levi went down. Yeah, it's done. It's done. We're gonna get a match 3 of the first set.
Yeah, that was a fast one, but I feel like Rising Suns Esports, they are giving Winter a taste of their own medicine, and it definitely hurts. This time they double the time, but the Crow, they have to keep Levi in check. They have to make sure that Levi at all costs is going to be in front of them, is inside. The moment that Levi is missing, then you need to start worrying.
Yeah, it's just get rid of the Crow. That's what they need to focus on. Once more to collide. No one has the health to tank it, so they just have to let the save get damaged instead. I say that, I mean, but to Battleman is making so much progress. The Colette in danger, trying to clear out this Brock, gets another charge of the super off, and the Max able to break through the defense. This is good news for the side of Rising Sun Esports, because now they need Battleman to deal with him.
Yep.
The round's really looking so much better for them.
Oh my god!
Just uses the members of Winter as a launch pads, and Rising Sun Esports gets themselves a great lead.
Yeah, Rising Suns Esports, it looks more shiny. It is the Suns glow onto them as they are able to do this. Can they take one away from Winter? Oh, Winter holding it.
Oh no!
Oh, so close!
He missed! Oh, he's gonna pay with his life for that, but they have gotten a substantial lead, right? 60% advantage.
Definitely a lead that no Rising Suns esports, they are much more comfortable holding on to this.
Colette has super.
Oh.
Not enough to clear out the Piper, but it was enough to buy time for the Max to come back to life. This is going to be really close. 25 seconds left. The Fang again.
Oh,
Dodged by the Crow
oh.
Super, and they trade it back. So well done from the side of Winter, but they end up losing the
it's
entire
open.
team. Rise on Esports, they get a free reign and Collide. Oh, stop mid super, but still, Max is in the back line. Winter, they only have 30 seconds left, half a minute to try and bring this save on the side of Rise on Esports down. Rise on Esports just need to buy a bit of time and come up with chip damage. Collide again comes through, get on top of the save, trace his life away, but I think they bought enough time. I don't think Winter can do this.
Rising Suns esports just needs to keep this in tempo, just need to keep some brawlers in check, because it was a bit dangerous, because 20 seconds could be enough for the side of Winter to go for the save, but this time Rising Suns esports, they are able to keep the brawlers in check, and they even try to go for last poke onto the side of Winter save. It's a reverse this time. Rising Suns esports, they really open up their bunker. They really open up themselves. Like they are in their final form.
And we came into this set, talking about the composition, right? Rising Sun Esports, you have both the Fang and you have the Colette. They both have great abilities to close the gap. They both do massive damage, and the challenge is just to get through all these ammunition from Winter. But once they get past that, it looks so easy. I want to give quick shout out to Ahoshi though, because he did such a fantastic job on the Fang. The maneuvers that he had on that brawler was absolutely stunning. But what a way to kick off the grand finals. Rising Sun Esports could have been a 2-0, but we saw how Winter could has the capacity to make clutches.
Definitely agree that how the way Winter played. They start off by having map control. They're having one of the anchors brawlers sitting right in the middle on top, it's somewhat right in the face for the side of Rising Suns esports. Meanwhile, they have two of the brawlers flanking from the left and the right, but they always make sure that there's two brawlers in the map in vision. There's one brawler that's always outside or out of position, so that they are able to catch. It's somewhat like a mind trick from the side of Winter, where they are doing it onto Rising Suns esports, giving them a cue like, alright, you guys can come at us. We are a 2-man. We know 1 man down. One of the brawlers is not in position, ready for any attack. But the moment when Rising Suns esports is being pulled out, we have seen this replicated so many times by Winter, where they pull out the brawlers out of any of the hiding spots, any of the barricades, pull them out, bait them out, and they go for the kill, and then they push in for the next objective. It's very, very smart looking at how Winter is playing it, but how Rising Suns is, but I like how they rectify it the next round immediately. The moment you say, alright, you're gonna pull that out, okay, that's a surprise again, but we are not gonna, keep our guard down and let you pounce on us. We gonna react to it. We're gonna make a push. We're gonna make much more aggression, and we have seen Wahochi utilizing whatever skills that he has, the mechanical capability from him to do as much damage. Just go for the save.
Yeah, and I really like Rising Sun Esports step up, right? So this is the true test for Winter. Can they take down the final form of Rising Sun Esports? Because these guys have been here multiple times, right? They have been on the highest level of competitive Brawl Star. This is just a minor step towards greater glory. And for the side of Rising Sun Esports, it means a lot to them as veterans of the scene, as the old guards. But it also means a lot to Winter coming in as the new contenders. We're gonna get into the ban and picks for the second map, in fact. And I can't wait to see how these teams perform on the hot zone, right? Because they both clearly have their own individual ideas on how to take on hot zones. For Winter, it's all about those flashy plays, those fancy maneuvers, those gotcha picks that catches Rising Sun off guard.
Rising Suns esports, I feel like if they really want, they can pull off the cheese. They can give it a try, but it's going to be very risky. But I say it's worth the shot for them to give it a try. I like how they respected Winter's side crow, especially Levi's signature's crow. Take out his crow, you take out the nuisance of having someone that jumps into the back line, clears the side itself. Max being picked up. Winter on the other hand, I feel like they are able to do it to pull a surprise, but Rising Suns esports, they are ready. They are don't wait for anything that's being pulled off. But I feel like Rising Suns esports, they can pick the cheese strat that they have. They can just go back and see what other cheese strat. It doesn't have to be the Mortis and the Pam. It can be something else. But if they want to pull it, this is the time that they have to pull it.
And we see the Lola now being selected by Winter again. Is a pick that they have been showing from in their previous series, right? We get the Max, so it means that for Winter it's all about that offense. But for Rising Sun Esports, they've pulled out the Stu, they have the Eve with them, and they have the Colonel Ruffs. So to break through that front line is going to be pretty tough for Winter. Luckily they have the last pick, right? So now they get to decide what is the gacha pick. What do we want to go for that can help us deal with this front line? Is it going to? I feel like the Bell could be a decent option for Winter, or maybe a Tara. But I'm more inclined to look at the Bell.
Yep, we have to see what could be, but it will be the Tara as you predicted. Even though you say you wanted the Bell, but Tara is still in the list. They will pick up that. They will go into parallel plays with the lineup shown. We haven't talked about which side. Did we talk about which side are we supporting? It's like, what's your prediction for?
Well, I still. I mean, coming into this, I think that Rising Sun Esports definitely would step up a bit. I think they have a better chance. But I want to see this go all the way. I want to see this go the distance. I think Rising Sun Esports will eventually come out on top in a 3-2 victory. Winter though, if they can do it once, I think they can do it again.
Yep, we have to see as we jump into the second set. Hot Zones, parallel plays. Winter, they are sitting in a back foot. Meanwhile, Rising Suns Esports, they are up in front, but the percentage right now, it will be in the favor of Winter.
And look at that, Stu instantly gets onto the hard zone. They even force Levi out of his own comfort zone. And those are sandbags from Wahochi. So clutch. And Rising Sun Esports, they get both zones going, and this is going to be a problem for Winter. Especially when Rising Sun Esports are getting so much control over the map.
They're definitely going to be a bit of trouble, but they're still trying to run. Still going. Still surviving. How is he still alive? But oh no. Max has been taken down. Feels like the side of Rising Suns Esports, they are lagging, but by percentage, they are ahead. They are going for the hot zone on the side of Winter, and Winter, they really have to stop that. If not, it's just gonna get out of hand.
It already looks like it's getting out of hand, because all Rising Sun Esports needs to do right now is to funnel resources onto the hot zone or Winter side map and just focus on their own. Look at the Wahochi finally goes down. But it seems like the damage has been done. All Rising Sun Esports, they are 89%, just a little bit more on both sides of the map, unless Winter can keep them completely away from their own side. Seems like it's going well so far. They have Levi playing guard here, comes to grabbing well. A good wipe on the side from Winter, and Rising Sun Esports force a hard reset.
Yup, a hard reset coming in for the side of Rising Suns Esports. Can they go and stop? That's 90%. Oh, but Winter have the lead. Battleman just sits on top. He will be soaking every single 1% that he can to make sure that his team is in the lead. Oh, that's a close one. What a what a turn around from the side of Winter.
Yeah, I mean, Rising Sun Esports got off to such a good start, but Winter was able to recover. I think it's very impressive recovery. And Rising Sun Esports now going into round number 2. So what the switch up is going to be, because for Winter, they definitely have figured out get rid of the Stu. Don't let him get close to the hot zone. But Rising Sun Esports were able to get some backup in. The Max trying to run through the entire territory of Winter. But Rising Sun Esports gets right through. Finally stopped dead in his tracks.
Yup, that is a bit in danger, but Winter sitting up in a lead, chasing down by Rising Sun Esports, but you can see push comes in. Wahochi trying himself to catch Battleman off guard, but oh, two players from the side of Rising Sun Esports sitting on top of Winter's hot zone. They definitely want to complete this hot zone as soon as possible and be to have the safety to retreat to their hot zones and soak onto that. But this is going to be a bit hard as the pressure mounts up. Winter, Battleman and Levi sitting quite low, but they just need a bit of moment to go for the reset. They will be able to choose to push any of the brawlers from the side of Rising Sun Esports after the hot zone.
Yeah, but they can't do it, right? Every time they trade one, they all end up going down. And we saw the utility from the Eve. Just so annoying, just constantly chasing down the members of Winter. And our Rising Sun Esports will have the safety of their own hot zone. They just need to sit on it. And this round shouldn't be theirs. Winter struggling to find any sort of footing. And this Eve summon, it doesn't make it any easier. Rising Sun Esports should be able to push us to that third round.
Yep, definitely could go into the third round as they close things down. That is it. That's the round points for the side of Rising Sun Esports. I feel like every single time we go into a different mode, a different map itself, Rising Sun Esports always take the first round as a testing phase, as to find out how are you gonna play this. Okay, if you're playing it on a very safe style, we're gonna play a bit much more aggressive. If you're gonna play very passively, we're gonna be more reactive. If you're gonna play aggressive, you're gonna play it safely. So it feels like they take the first round to analyze what the opponent has, and they try to implement what they have in mind in that round itself. But if it doesn't work, they go for the next round and they are able to pick up one after another. And I can see once again, Rising Sun Esports, it feels like they have a plan in mind. But Winter, they're not giving up, they're not dropping into the hands of Rising Sun Esports.
Well, a decent start for the side of Winter, but it might turn sour if they can't get rid of the Stu. And once more, the Stu is going to be the bane of Winter. He's now at the spawn right. They are able to keep him away from the hot zone. Last time he was able to survive for a really long time, but this time they focused him down with all their might, and they were able to cap their own zone. So a good start for the side of Winter. But the challenge right now is getting onto Rising Sun Esports side of the map.
Yep, this is going to be a bit hard. Battleman will be able to take down Wahochi. Levi will be able to take down one of the brawlers from the side of Rising Sun Esports, leaving last player from the side of Rising Sun Esports, but will be having the full lineup. Colonel Robs will drop the sandbags, but will be sent back to the spawn. Meanwhile, Winter, I feel like they're trying to win every battle. They're trying to hold on to every map control. They don't really need to force this, because if you win by 1%, it's still a win.
Stu trading his life for that, so Winter able to stop the advance of Rising Sun Esports. Rising Sun Esports, they're gonna have the advantage in terms of progress because they did make 25% of that on the side of Winter. Now they're again trying to get a bit more ground with the Stu leading the charge, but this Lola from Battleman is making it a bit tougher. Nonetheless, though, Rising Sun Esports, if they can run out the clock, they will still win. So Winter, you gotta make some moves right now. Levi can't even step foot on that zone. And this is starting to be a bit of a problem as Wahochi gets rid of Battleman. and Rising Esports finally make progress.
Yup, this is progress. This could be the juggler of Winter as they are sitting. Even though if Winter clears them off, it's not enough time for them to collect the percent that they need. They try, and that's it. That's 90% to 63, but it's a win, still a win for Rising Suns Esports.
And right now they are leading
Yep.
2-0 up in this grand
Yep.
finals. Seems to look like a home run for Rising Sun Esports, making sure that they make a statement in this grand finals. And Winter, they are struggling a bit right now. We are seeing those signs of Winter not really knowing how to take down Rising Sun Esports, but a valiant effort so far though, not enough.
Oh, Rising Suns Esports. I feel like, you know, their final form. How is? I'm just looking at from a perspective of Winter, like how long can this final form last? You know, every skill has a cooldown. You know, but I believe Rising Suns Esports Bankai or final form, they definitely have a cooldown. It's like, what does it take to bring them down? What does it take to, you know, break the morale, break the mentality? I'm looking from the Winter side. Just what possibility and what options do they have in hand to really even grab one set, so at least they can stay alive and think of, okay, what's my next objective? What's my next move? What can I do to bring down Rising Sun Esports? We have done it in the upper brackets, but now it's grand finals. There's no more losing. The moment I lose, there's nothing else. I'm number 2.
Yeah, and well, to be fair, right, number 2 isn't too bad. You know, kind of for someone that a team that we consider a bit a bit more fresh compared to, you know, someone like Rising Sun Esports. Again, this is just a fight for pride, fight for glory, to tell people that you are the best team, you know, and out of the bunch. But you know, we definitely would love to see how Winter can put up a fight. Right, this is potentially the last set of this best of 5, and it all starts with the picks and bans once more. Flaring Phoenix, it's knockout time.
Knockout, 1 life, no respawn, but you need to win 2 rounds of that match to able to collect 1 point. So you guys will get a bit confused by the numbers, but the moment we jump into the game, you will kind of understand. Winter all in right now. What can they do? What can they bring to ensure that they are able to break Rising Suns Esports? And Byron goes into the hand of Rising Suns Esports. If I'm not mistaken, don't really see much of a Byron play coming up from the side of Rising Suns Esports. I know that team would place a lot of Byron, but if I'm not mistaken, Rising Suns Esports don't really pull Byron that much. It could be a very old composition, because I see the Pam being brought in, so it feels like they might run something off meta up against Winter. And Winter, not sure are they well versed in going up against this.
And I want to see how Rising Sun Esports deals with this, because we see the Pam again. Pam and Byron, you know what that means? Double healing.
Yep.
I for some reason I smell a Mortis, though I am inclined to believe that it is not a Mortis. I hope not. I hope it's not a Mortis.
Oh, I do want to say it's a Mortis as well, but my mind is just gonna say something else. What? I don't believe. I believe that they don't run buzz that time. They don't.
Yeah, if
they
you
won't
run
pull
buzz, you're kind of like running low on damage, right? You still want to be Mortis?
They could run a frag.
Yeah, well, you're not wrong.
we have seen the Byron and the frag. Like, you know how annoying that is.
Imagine you have a Pam right now.
Yeah. You just constantly, you know.
What about El Primo? No, I don't. Suddenly Frank sounds a bit better. I still think the Mortis could be a make and break. Well, never mind. They go for the tick. But to be fair, if you play knockout and you don't die, you technically win.
True, but
gonna be a bit hard though
Yeah.
for the Leon to get close to.
I'll agree it's hard for Leon, but it's even harder for Rising Suns esports to even, you know, the damage output. I'll say it's fair. It's not like the greatest damage output that they can put, but
For them, it's just we just outlast them, right?
yeah.
If you don't go down, you technically win. They're just gonna
True.
tank the poison cloud at the very end.
True, we have to see what are they gonna pull off.
Oh,
Winter playing from the blue side, Rising Suns esports playing from the red side, and survival. We still have all
well, we saw
three brawlers from each side.
the Jeunesse straight went to the back line immediately. They're able to split the formation of Rising Sun Esports apart. Oh, this is gonna be pretty
Wow.
smart. A pincer from all angles. So well done from Winter. And suddenly the Byron is like, where did my team go? And Winter, they grabbed the first one.
Winter will be able to pick up the first point, but can they close things off? Oh, Levi, what a sick
Wow.
shot. Will be able to take down one brawler from the side, but I feel like Wahochik will go down as well. This is the thing.
Wow. They just overwhelmed Rising Sun.
Yeah.
I guess that's one way to do it.
They can't change lineup now. So what can happen? It's like what is the thought process for them now? Like they know, alright, Winter have all this damage output, their aggression is here.
Yeah, he's got to do some readjustments.
Yeah.
I mean, this again, Leon, able to make some progress. Pam putting her body in front,
Whoa,
sprays
okay.
it down, just face tanks it. And there's one way to do it. And Rising Sun Esports finds himself in the advantage, and Pam has the super, so he can start healing up the rest of the team. And Levi not
what?
long for the world, and I think Rising Sun Esports have kind of found a formula, right? Yeah, keep the super for the next round, because you guys will need it.
Is it me or Rising Suns esports? They just repeated what they did in the first set and second set. Just first round, let them have it. Let us read how they play. Second round, all right, this is where we come out. Pop the Bankai, pop the final form, Super Saiyan mode, whichever mode that they want to go for the final form.
It's those villains that you hit them with your best move, and then if you don't knock them out completely, they will just come back and they will memorize all your moves. They'll be like, haha, now it doesn't work on me.
Yeah, okay, it makes sense. It makes sense. We are looking at Rising Suns esports as the villain. I'm gonna say that you're thinking them as the villain.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably gonna lose this one, so Winter has kind of found a way, and Tick is definitely the worst when it comes to close range battle, so yeah, mercy killing. Come on, get the job done, come on. Oh, there we go.
But yeah, I feel like Rising Suns esports, they might want to take step by step. They're quite close to pick up the first one, but it feels like Winter they are able to adjust as well. But the positioning, I feel like the Rising Suns, the reason why they're able to collapse points, the way how they position
they're going for the
themselves. Byron. Oh, Byron is alive, but oh no, Batuman.
Oh, here comes the Tick super. Good one. But Levi, Levi is in the. Yeah, well, I thought he's in the back line, but they were able to clear out the Leon first, so Rising Sun East was still in the running. And this is bad news for Winter. If Rising Sun Esports have the man advantage, you are most likely not going to win. They have all these sustain.
Yep.
Get rid of the Tick first. That's one way to do it. Get an airstrike. Oh, they're going to chase after the Byron. Not enough damage to get it down though.
Oh, wow.
Sniped by Levi. Suddenly it's a 2 versus 1. Can they outlast the Pam? That's the big question. Pam has the super.
Yeah, Pam, he has to be careful, but no, it was
Doesn't get
way
it.
too late. And that is it.
That is it.
Yeah, Winter able to hang on. They are able to get one set. Looks like we are going for the fourth set. And if I'm not mistaken, it's Brawl Ball.
Oh, that's gonna be interesting.
It's
I
interesting when you have to end on the fun game.
Yeah, well, it's a fall series, so technically it's not the end just yet, unless Rising Sun Esports wins
yeah.
that one. Yeah. But you know, we wanted to see Winter fight back, and indeed they did. Again, you pointed out the tick. It feels a bit weird, right? Where's the damage gonna come from? And I think it really showed true, right? That the problem with the tick pick or just doubling down on double healers it didn't really work out the way that Rising Sun wanted it to, and that's why Winter was able to kind of punch back. That's just one step of a very long journey, right? It will be incredible if they can win this whole thing in a reverse sweep, but it's still too early to say, right? We have set number 4 coming up.
Yep, definitely agree with you. It's a bit too early. If I'm not mistaken, the previous composition, if you were gonna run the tick, it was tick. They substitute Brock for someone else. They play Primo, Poco, or Frank. Then they'll play Byron. Byron is still there, but if they're gonna run with the tick, that is somewhat the lineup. But I always forget who's the tanky brawler, but it always rotate between Frank, Poco, Primo. These couple of brawlers that they really want to send in front, because definitely they are able to sustain, they are able to move around, and they are able to just create space for the tick. But if you pick up Pam, you pick up the Byron, you pick up the tick, it just feels like the tick is just really underutilizing it. Really, like, the potential of the tick is just not being amplified at all in the lineup. But that is the past. We have to wait for the next mode. The players, they have to put a lot of the brain juice in play right now, because Winter, they know that, okay, looks like, you know, Bankai form can be taken down, final form can be beaten. What next can we do?
Do it again.
Yeah.
I think that's the best way to look at it, right? And I think also for Winter, it is one of the traits that we recognize them for this entire evening was the extreme aggression, right?
Yep.
They come out the gates, guns blazing, and they just run at you. They just run you down before you were even prepared. And that's exactly what they did in that previous set, right? They just started around, they realized that, wait, I think that Rising Sun Esports draft doesn't have much damage. You know what? We're gonna run at their face, jump towards their backline, take them out, and that's exactly what they did. But when it comes to Brawl Ball, you can't really, well, I say you can't really do that. It's more of like Rising Sun Esports are not used to that, right? That's what Winter did to them. And I wonder if that's gonna be the case again.
I don't know. For Brawl Ball, if I'm not mistaken, the next one is going to be Brawl Ball. We just have to wait for it. But if it's Brawl Ball, I feel like they can run Primo, Frank. No, he can't. Wait.
It has to have a max, right? Like if you're running a Juggernaut front line, you
max.
gotta have a max. It's gonna be Brawl Ball, pinhole punt.
Okay, so right now, if Winter wants to tie things off, they can go super aggressive. They can just go out of the door, go in, repeat what they did in Brawl Ball in the upper brackets, and I feel like they are able to do it. But if for the side of Rising Sun's esports, I'm just looking at this. They can run the stew if they want. Stew, corner roughs, and I feel like one more brawler. They can run the Crow. It's a very old lineup there, but they picked up the Byron, so okay, it feels like they might run something very tanky right in front.
I mean, if they run someone like a front line, right, with the Primo or Frank, I feel like it does make sense, right? Whenever you have the Byron around, you just get so much utility, so much healing. And Byron not only heals well, but he also deals a significant amount of damage, and that's what gives this brawler so much utility to work with. And they get the Gale And we've seen the guild before. We've seen how effective it is. It was, but it was in the hands of Winter.
Yep.
And now Rising Sun Esports take that away.
I'm just thinking, what's the line and what's the composition? Max goes into the hand of Winter. It just feels like Winter is gonna go hyper aggressive. They're gonna go damage. They're gonna burst you down, open up the goal, and just score like what they did. But Rising Suns Esports, I'm just trying to figure them out. Who else can they bring onto the table? Tower being picked up on the South Winter means that Rising Suns Esports, they have the last spot, they has the last chance to do something. And this brawler, it's gonna make it or break it for them.
Yeah, they need someone that can do damage, right? The Gil, not really the best damage dealer. Byron, not really the best damage dealer. Someone that can do damage. Someone that can do damage and also potentially frontline. They go for the spike, so it's another lineup where it feels like Rising Sun Esports are lacking in the damage department.
It really feels super lacking unless they're gonna take the ball. If they're gonna bring the ball to their half and just keep it as long. I've been saying this, but I feel like they might be pulling it. They might just play time, but our sustainability. It just feels like Winter just have to way too much damage, way too much escape capability. And Rising Suns, it feels like they are dropping the ball to the side of Winter.
Yeah, we're gonna see how this pans out. Rising Sun Esports again. Butterman is already right in the face of this Gale. But meanwhile, Hoji was able to actually get a pick off, trace his life back. You see Winter, they've gotten the ball slightly closer to the goal of Rising Sun Esports. The spike also not doing too hot. Fortunately, that super that's not gonna do too much. And Rising Sun Esports finds himself in a horrible spot. Kind of a deja vu while Hochi heals out by the Baron.
Oh my god!
But it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
The Byron heal was not enough. They just send the ball in, Winter getting the first goal.
Yep, that's the thing about for the side of Rising Suns, but they don't have enough damage. They can sustain, but damage output is not there from the side of Rising Suns Esports. And Winter, they might be
And they've
giving.
done it again. I felt like we saw this coming up from a mile away.
Yep.
Just off of the draft alone.
It just feels like the same thing. It's just deja vu.
Rising Esports are in a tough spot. Maybe you are right. Maybe they have ran out of Bankai. The ball in the possession of Winter. And Rising Esports, you just can't get close. But they get rid of the Amzu corner shot. Almost sent in. Finally, Rising Esports gets a bit of a ground. Spike having the super alive while Hochi leading the charge. They dropped the Spike super. Levi obliterated. But unfortunately, Winter just have no one that can take the ball and run with it.
Yeah, Winter, they definitely want to solidify this. They want to put the pressure on Rising Suns Esports. They're thinking of how. Oh, Levi, what a save by Wahochi! Out of position, these are wise. Oh my god!
Wahochi!
It's a cross and a score!
Well done by Rising Sun Esports, but it took a lot out of them.
Yep.
The game plan has to be perfect, and now Max Super, the Ems has her as well. He's gonna try to spray down Wahochi. The Gil Super pushes him away, keeps himself alive. Wahochi for a bit longer, but ends up going down to the max. They trade one back. Spy Super Troll now, they caught Levi with the utility and with the ball on their side of the court, on the side of the field. Winter will have to somehow find a way to retrieve it. They'll have 1 minute to work with, so that's a lot of time for Winter. And while Hoji is not going to take that chance, he's going to send the ball across the field, making sure that Winter will have to work for it.
Yeah, Winter, they do have the ball possession. They have the advantage on their side. Even though the ball is on the side of Rising Suns Esports, they kick it to the corner, but it is an open one because they
Oh.
only have one more brawler. All right,
Kick
that's
it
a good
away.
one. They kick it away to the corner. Once again, Levi trying to run for the ball, but has been zoned out as two of the brawlers on the side of Rising Suns Esports. Right now, it will be forced into overtime. 70 seconds left on the clock. Winter, they might not take this risk, but they are thinking about it.
Oh,
They're
they're looking for
giving
overtime.
all in, but Hail Mary not. Oh, they're just waiting.
Yep. Overtime it is.
Mhm.
Winter, they just need to score this to force us to that final set. Right, on Esports, what do you have? Max Super online, not able to retrieve the ball, at least for now. The Spike Super thrown out, heading Battleman, but they do not have the damage, they do not have the range, but they were able to take out the Max. Oh, Levi puts himself forward, the Gale pushing him away as Rising Sun Esports slowly escorts the ball forward, but they gotta get rid of Levi though. Levi, Tara, bit of a nuisance, but they did take a while.
Yup, it does take them a while as they are lacking damage. Battleman try to zone them out as much as possible, but Wahuchi trying to push up as much as possible. They do have the ball.
Oh,
It is right open. Wahuchi got pulled back. What? Unlucky
might
as
be able to do
it
this.
is an open one. 1-2 pass cross
Can they do it?
360 and the pulls itself as Levi scores.
That through the corner as well. Just great shot from Levi. And guess what? We're going all the way to the final set. Fitting
Set
for a
number
grand final.
5. Set number 5.
Set number 5.
Yeah, we are going the distance, and this is all up to the last set. This is Winter. Can they, as you say, reverse sweep, or Rising Sun Esports finally have enough energy to summon the final form one more time to close things off? Who will win it? We'll be seeing it the next few minutes, because it will be the end. That's it. There's no more after that. We can't force an overtime and overtime.
Look at calm down. We have mobile challenge, right? You're
Yeah.
saying this is
No, it is for today. It's just for today.
yeah, well, for today, sure, but it's not the end of the road
Yep.
yet. In
Yep.
fact, this is the beginning.
It is the beginning, but this today, just looking at how Winter and Rising Suns esports play out, it just feels like, there's so much rivalry. It's just like the history is long. There's so much, storytelling about this, and we are at the end, and we are just waiting who is able to pick up the last point. That one last point. Rising Suns Esports, they issued their final form. They were able to go 2-0, then they dropped it to 2-2. Winter, the cold, harsh new kids in the block, they are able to show that, we are able to play ball. We are here. We are going to solidify our legacy, and they might be able to do it. It's just one more set.
Yeah, it all comes down to this.
Mhm.
And I think it's on Gem Grab.
I believe so.
Yeah, I think it's on Gem Grab, right? So it's the El Clasico, right? The most classic game mode of Brawl Stars. Go back to Gem Grab to decide who is the best team, by the end of the Open Finals for Split 2. In fact, I think that for Winter, it would be probably one of the best runs that we have witnessed if they can win this Grand Finals, not only as a new face, but also in a reverse sweep fashion. Right? Who would have thought that they've gotten here? I honestly think that Winter adapted really well, but also Rising Sun Esports, maybe some of the ideas that they had going into the second half of the series wasn't really well thought out, or wasn't really as effective as they thought that it would be. But here we are, and the final set of this best of 5 is Crystal Arcade. We're going to Gem Grab between Winter and Rising Sun Esports.
Jam Grab for the decision. Winter or Rising Suns Esports. Can Winter bring things into a closure, or Rising Suns Esports? Could they run the cheese? Could they run something, Mortis, Pam, and Byron? But no, they will go with a different lineup composition. They're gonna play a bit more safer this time. Winter will take some time to figure out, okay, which brawler are they gonna pick up, because the brawler that they're gonna pick up will set the tempo, will be Max from side of Winter, and that is the cue for Rising Suns to know, alright, this is the lineup, this is the composition, what is the strategy. They do have some time to think about it before locking in the brawlers. And Rising Suns Esports definitely wants to think things through, needs to put all of their energy into it.
And we see the Max and the Fang out for Winter. And Rising Sun Esports, they did play the Mortis, right? The Mortis lineup, the Mortis draft went in the lower bracket final against Team Wood. So I wonder if that is going to be the case, and if it is, then will they go for the Byron or the Pam once more? Someone to keep everyone topped up. They have, you know, the Tara for the Gravity Well. They also have the Jeanette again for the area support. But for Winter, it's a very fast and furious draft. You have the Max, you have the Fang. Rising Sun, they double down, right? They put the Stu, which was a brawler that they are very proficient with. I wonder what Winter is going to go for last.
Yeah, definitely something that to stop the Stu. They do have damage, they do have what it takes to jump into the backline. Mobility for the side of Winter. But they have to rectify this issue about the Stu. The Stu have damage, the Stu have movement, but Mortis, we're thinking about it on the Rising Suns Esports side, but it is picked up on the Winter side. Means that they will go for it. They will give it a try, and you know, can they pull it off? This is all on the line.
Yeah, they will go, and they will go hard and fast. I think that's what we expect to come up from the side of Winter right now. But with that being said, we're in final set of the grand finals. Winter against Rising Sun Esports, and right off the gates it's a 1-for-1 trade as the Mortis goes in for the kill. But Levi, he's going to be the one collecting all of the gem, instantly traded back, and that means Rising Sun Esports gets the advantage.
Yeah, Rising Suns Esports will have 3 gems in the bag, but Battleman will be able to take down Wahochi. But trade off from Tara onto the Mortis. This is just gonna make Winter a bit in the back, for they will be able to pick up 1 gem. But Rising Suns Esports does have 4 gems in the back. Mortis trying to find a position. There it goes. That's a super, but Ariel goes for Wahochi, means that the Mortis will have to find a way to go back to his teammates.
So far, Rising Sun Esports doing a pretty good job. They switch places with Winter. Battleman, they really want to flush out some members. The Tara super use. Again, a trade back. But at least Levi was able to gain some ground and quickly finds himself. Pincer, Battleman just backs him up. Gets the assassination and executes the members of Rising Sun Esports. And now Battleman tries to run away with 5 gems in hand. They want to take him down and stop the countdown. They do so. But it's going to be Levi once more, just using supersonic speed. Takes out the Jeanette, while Hochi not able to hold his ground. And Winter seemingly look like they're going to run away with the first match. And I think they've done it.
Yup, I feel like they do manage. Was a bit too late for the side of Rising Suns Esports to give it their last shot. But this is close, this is close.
Could be a reverse sweep.
Yeah, it could be a reverse sweep. And Winter, they just need 1 more to close things down. They just need this 1 last try. 3 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. That could be the time for Winter to grab the champion.
Can Winter do it? The championship point for Winter right now. New kids on the block, new faces, fresh blood, whatever you call them. They're giving Rising Sun Esports a little run for their money, and Wahochi, no man's land. And it's going to be punished with his life. Again, Battleman sticks his foot literally onto Rising Sun Esports. Gets a takedown, but they were able to bring Levi down low, so it's a bit hard for Winter to retrieve those gems. They're gonna do it anyways though. They have this mortis that they need to worry about, while Hoshi once more goes on disruption duty. The Black Host sucking Battleman in. They finally take him out. They get this hard reset from the side of Winter.
Yup, a hard reset for the side of Winter. Rising Suns will have the gem spawner on their back, so they will be able to capitalize on every single gem itself. Looks like Winter will have to find a way to jump. Levi will be able to take down Tara. Meanwhile, there you go, Wahochi once again creating disruption. Battleman drops, but Wahochi will be traded off. Oh, Rising Suns just need one more gem. Is spawning, but no, Battleman coming in. So close, they were able, but no.
Yeah, Battleman was so close. That could have been the series. That could have been the whole championship, or the whole, victory for Winter. But now countdown started for Rising Sun Esports. Winter, what is the answer? 15 seconds to make a plan. They take down Wahoshi again. Wahoshi buying time. The super not enough from the Tara. Another super. He gets the reset. Oh, Battleman straight to the back line. Not able to get the job done. Rising Sun Esports takes us all the way to the very last match of this whole series.
Yep, very last match. I think right now I'm gonna issue. Are you gonna stick with your decision with Winter?
Yes.
Okay. This is all in. Husky still giving the support to the new kids in the block. Meanwhile, Hubby still supporting the old gods. Rising Suns Esports. Winter, who do you guys think can win and bring this home?
Yeah, this is gonna be really close though. We've seen Battleman work magic. Playing on the left side of the map. Here you go. Levi pops the super. They want to go for Wahoji, but Wahoji has his super. Aerial strike coming through. Battleman still gets the kill with his flip-flops. And Winter right now still trapped in the corner. This is not looking good. They have the Tara. Rising Sun East was just waiting for the gravity well to be deployed. Gonna take down the utility. Unfortunately for the Mortis, was not able to finish off Wahoji in time, and that means that he has to back off. Winter being corralled in the corner. Battleman charges forward, but ends up going down to Wahoshi, and that means that he gets his super, and now he gets to do the aerial strike. Levi in a horrible spot, ends up going down. Wahoshi takes some of the gems away, and Rising Sun Esports, they were able to hold their ground. Just one more to start the countdown, and Wahoshi holding on for dear life, just loses the gem, as Winter buy a bit more time for themselves.
Yeah, Winter on the other side, they are buying as much time for themselves, but Morty jumping right in. Can they take down Wahoji? But Wahoji pops out there. But Battleman will be able to go for the backline. Tara is still holding on to the gem, but the gems all drop to the floor. But it's still on the side of Rising Suns. They got a 10. They start the countdown. Could this be it? Winter, they are so close. They force all the way in, but looks like Rising Suns. 5 seconds more. They are giving all they can, but it resets the time.
It resets again. Oh, Winter, they got forced to respawn, and this is gonna be a bit tougher because all Rising Sun Esports needs to do is to tuck themselves in the corner. Can they get through all this? Levi stopped in his track. Battleman can't find a way in. 3 seconds left. Can they get the steal? Not gonna happen. Rising Sun Esports completes it. Just at the very last moment. Rising Sun Esports, they win. They are your Split 2 Mobile Open Finals champions. Now the winner, after such a grueling best of 5, I mean, Winter made them work for it.
Definitely Rising Suns Esports. Congratulations to them as they are able to live that bragging rights and, fulfill the dreams, fulfill what they said. They are a man of their word. Because Rising Suns is what they say. They're going to dig deep. They're going to pull out their final form. They're going to do whatever they can to make sure that they are able to go for, the revenge arc. Go on to Winter and stop the weather. Stop the team as well. Well, they managed to do that, and Winter, it was close. I have to give them credits as well. Winter, they are the new kids in block. They give all they can. They show a lot of creativity, a lot of innovations from them on how they play. They caught people off guard. They caught me off guard, especially on modes like Brawl Balls. Like the speed that they play is just unbelievable.
Yeah, it's incredible, and all of these actions brought to you by our partner Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, Rising on Esports comes out as an eventual winner. What a victory that's worth celebrating, and celebrate it with Monster Energy, allowing them to unleash the beast. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And of course, this, if you guys still have not joined our Discord server, do not wait any longer. Just go and join at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. I mean, this is going to live on for a long time, right? As these teams prepare for the mobile challenge, they definitely have a lot of takeaway from the mobile, the split 2 open finals, especially for Rising Sun Esports. They literally had to work all the way just to win the open finals, and even then it came so close, and we might be crowning a different winner. So props to them. They say they wanted to show their final form. They definitely did, but Winter showed us that if there's any team to pass the torch to down the road, it is them.
Yeah, you can see, Winter having a really long run in Brawl Stars, especially in the tournament itself, and looking at how they play, it's just it's quite remarkable, like how players in Japan, they are still able to develop more skills. They are able to develop more of the community players. It's healthy. You can see more new faces coming into the scenes where they are able to join, they are able to participate, they are able to elevate themselves to a professional level, and seeing this happens, it's just something that it's really remarkable.
And I think we definitely have some things to ask our eventual winners, right? I probably will be talking to Aaron for the third time this evening. Not that I'm complaining, but of course there's a lot to unpack about this entire evening. We came into this, looked at Rising Sun Esports, we were like, yeah, former Jupiter, they've been around for so long, they've been playing at the highest level for an extended period of time. Surely they're gonna have an easy entry into the grand finals and sweep everything, right? But no, sent down to the lower bracket, had to play through the lower bracket, come into the grand finals, and still play in a gruesome best of 5 that went all the way before they can eventually cement themselves as the king. So it has been a very long and tiring journey, but it was all worth the effort. Rising Sun Esports beat Winter 3-2. And with that being said, we gotta congratulate the other two teams, Team Wood and Fluffy. They would join both Winter and Rising Sun Esports in the mobile challenge.
Yeah, congratulations to them. Even though they don't make it all the way to the end, but they, top 4, it still qualifies them. It is something you should be proud of. Like, you make it. You make it. Team Wood, Fluffy, Winter, you guys made it to the top 4, especially going into the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge. That it's important, even though you don't get to crown as champion, you still go into the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge, and you're still able to participate, you're still able to do your best, you're still able to, for some of the players to reflect what mistakes that they did and what improvement that they can improve. They are able to improve themselves, able to do in the game.
Yeah, and we gotta thank Geek Fam, Sang, FA Rocket, and Baby Bear Cubs for being a part of this, right? Especially Baby Bear Cubs. It's definitely heartbreaking to be here a second time and still not qualify. But I'm pretty sure there's a lot to take away with this. But we're gonna put all of that sorrow aside. Let us enjoy this moment of victory. We've been in a reel with our winner, Aaron, once more. For the third time, welcome onto the broadcast. I just want to say congratulations. You guys are the winner of the Split 2 Open Finals. And how are you guys feeling right now? Like, are you guys super excited, or are you guys just no? This is normal, right? We're expected to win. Like, how is the emotion right now?
まずは、スプリット2のオープンファイナル、優勝おめでとうございます。 今のお気持ちを、教えてください。
いやー、やっぱウィンターめちゃくちゃ強くてですね、やっぱそのリベンジできてよかったんですけど、やっぱ最後まで粘られて、もうなんとか勝ってたんで、もう味方には感謝しかないですね。
We are definitely happy to win the series, and Winter was expectedly they were really strong. We really struggled until the last series, but we managed to win the final game, and I'm really thankful to my teammates as well.
Anyway.
All right, it's like, it's really surprising to see. But I think I have a question. Not only for the current situation, it's going to be when they are going to move on to the Snapdragon challenge itself. This is where all the best team plays. So like for your team, Rising Suns Esports, for you, Aaron, as well, which team you guys are gonna anticipate is going to be the toughest opponent that you're gonna think that you're gonna face?
この次はおそらく、スナップドラゴンモバイルチャレンジ本戦の方に行くと思うんですが、その大会に参加するチームの中でどのチームとこう対戦したい、もしくは強敵だと思いますか？
やっぱりゼータ1ですかね。
Yeah, I think it will be definitely Zeta 1.
Just as always, right? The kings of the region from Japan. But I want to quickly pick your brains on this, right? Because you mentioned that you guys struggled until the very end against Winter, and it really came down to the wire. So, what was the biggest turnaround point for your team to win that entire series? What do you think sets your team apart from Winter at that very moment?
先ほどそのウィンターとの対戦すごく苦戦したと思いますが、そのチーム内でどういった話し合いや、どういったことがあっての優勝だったのでしょうか？
やっぱりその相手のそのなんか得意な形を崩すっていうのを意識して、そのなんか、負けるパターンをこう潰していってこうなんとか勝てたみたいな感じですかね。
Basically, our team tried to find out how to counterplay. Obviously, they played really well, but we were trying to figure out how could our team try to find sort of the loophole or to just find counterplay. And we managed to, I think we managed to see that tactics went pretty well.
And definitely did. That's why you guys are the winner. And before we quickly send you off, right, because we are running short on time, I just want to leave the stage to you. Do you have any final words, any final thoughts that you want to tell everyone who is watching?
また最後に、一言いただけますでしょうか？
はい。これ、今回スプリット2では優勝させてもらったんですけど、これは全然通過点に過ぎないんで、本戦の方でももうしっかり勝ち上がっていけるように、これ結果で満足せずに練習していきたいです。応援よろしくお願いします。
Yeah, turns out in split 2 we won, but however we are not stopping here. We are looking forward for the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge, and thank you for cheering, and I think we'll do our best in the next tournament as well.
And we wish you guys all the best. Once more, congratulations for winning the Snapdragon Mobile Open Split 2. We'll see you guys in Mobile Challenge, and bid you goodbyes. Enjoy your victory. Thank you for being here once more with us, Aaron. Goodbye. And that's it. You hear from the man. You heard from the man. They're not gonna stop here. They're afraid of Zeta. I think everyone is afraid of Zeta because both Division 1 and 0 are in Mobile Open.
Yep.
But that's the boss you gotta get through.
Yeah, definitely the boss itself, the final boss. As we all heard before, we have seen before, even God Split. And maybe Zeta Division, the moment they slack at all, I feel like teams like even Winter might have an opportunity to pounce on them and capitalize. I'm not saying winning all the way to the end, but I feel like it sends a message to teams like Zeta, all the top teams itself on the series itself. It feels like they have to be careful, because the moment they slip off, the moment they got caught off guard, like how Rising Suns Esports got caught off guard, and it was a 3-1, it was a 3-0 sweep from Winter from the first time. But the second time, it took everything from Rising Suns Esports to put and try to go for a counter on Winter. So I feel like at this point, it's a bit dangerous for all those top teams, to be sitting back, relax, and meeting up with new teams. Like, oh, it's just a new team. Maybe we have the strategy and the mindset to go for it. But the moment they go into the game and see that the creativity, the innovative, the aggression, the confidence from all these new faces, it's just on a different level.
Yep, and I completely resonate with your thought, right? Because this is going to set out to be a very interesting mobile challenge, but we'll have to wait until that happens. With that being said, we have reached the end of the broadcast for the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Open Split 2 Finals. I'm Husky, here's Adrian. We gotta thank our partners once more, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters, and of course Monster Energy, unleash the beast. We're gonna sign off right now on behalf of everyone. We thank you guys for tuning in, and we will see you guys in the future for more Brawl Stars action in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Good night, goodbye.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem. map, get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me eating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ayy, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Yeah, look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in a long light. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Scenario, win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. We need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping, I believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve it with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me heating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love. first, where your homies at? Come my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me.